Close your eyes. Imagine there are no limits. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? Who do you want to be? Going beyond means to be bold, to be innovative, to go further than we ever thought possible. Collectively, we empower communities all over the world and have positively impacted the livelihood of millions. Over the next 2 days, hear from inspiring speakers, meet the people you want to walk alongside as part of your journey, and join a movement that is just getting started. Celebrate your achievements, manifest your dreams, and dare to aim higher than ever before. Let's go beyond, together.
President of EMEA, Murray Smith.
Good morning, doTERRA Europe. It's so wonderful to be with you. Are you guys excited to be here? Let's make some noise. Are you excited to be here? Did you guys love the gala last night? The gala and recognizing all of our diamonds and above. Big hand to you guys. Empowerment Day with Emily yesterday. Wasn't that a special treat? That was awesome. Wow, this is amazing. It's been far too long since we've been together as a doTERRA family. Welcome to Budapest. This is one of my favorite European cities. Such a beautiful, vibrant city on the River Danube. I'm so glad you made the commitment to be here at this convention. Thank you for our virtual attendees. I don't know where the camera is, but I'm giving a big wave to everybody that's online. Thank you for joining. You guys are having fun watch parties. You're with family, friends, colleagues, teams. So it's great to be with you virtually. It's great to be here even more in person. How many of you, is this the first doTERRA convention you've been at? Raise your hands if this is the very... Wow, that is amazing. I know we'll have a lot of recognition tomorrow and throughout this event, but I wanted to take a minute and thank those people, anybody that lives outside of Europe that has been part of helping doTERRA grow in Europe. Please stand up. If you live outside of Europe, please stand up. And have been part of helping Europe grow. Thank you for coming. Any of you founder club members that have a founder club membership in any country in Europe, any part of the Europe region, stand up. I know I see a lot of you. Stand up, you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. So many of you have been true pioneers in jump-starting Europe over these last many years and creating such a powerful foundation for the future. So thank you again for being here. Now, Oliver yesterday, he was able to have all the countries called out. But we're going to show just a quick animation of over 40 countries that are represented here. In Europe, we have such great representation from everywhere. doTERRA conventions in Europe are special that way. We're translating this convention into 16 different languages. Many of you are watching online. You get the headsets and so forth. So a big thank you for the 40 countries represented. We have this little visual in the background that can show where everybody's coming from. So if you see your country on this animation, make a big noise. Make a big noise for your country right now. Everybody from one of the 40 countries, stand up and make a big noise for the country you come. Let's do it. Make some noise, wave some flags. I see some representation over here. This is fantastic. I love the air horn. And most importantly, let's give our host country. Is there a few of you from Hungary here? Make some noise if you're from Hungary. Thank you for being the host country. Just a little fun fact. I don't know many people know this, but Budapest was the place for our first convention in Europe. We had about 300 people. Now we have over 5,000 people. This is a new record for Europe for the number of attendees. So we've come a long, long way. We have a lot in store over the next 2 days, but first, let's take a look back. It's always good to look back and see where we've come over the last few years, so we're going to cue up this video since we last met, and it's going to show you what we've done the last couple of years. So let's cue up the video.
It's always been about you. into a I wanna hold you close and never let you go, 'cause I know forever was made for me and you, for me and you, for me
Wasn't that an amazing video? I'm in complete awe as this represents you, our employees, our growers, our distillers, everybody in this partnership together to make this happen. And it's all because of you. We've done this in a very short period of time. We have to remember that it's been 3 years since we last met in person. So my heart is completely full of gratitude. doTERRA Europe has done so much and made such a big impact over the last few years, but we got more to do. We are so intentional in our work, and you can see and feel the impact on people worldwide, and especially in this part of the world. To prepare us all for convention, I want to focus on 2 questions. And I want you to think about this. The first question is, why did you come to convention? Why are you here? Most people come to be inspired, to be motivated, to be educated, and it may be all of these things to you. There may be other reasons why you're here at convention today. I think those are the main reasons: inspiration, motivation, and education. Okay, the real reason you're here is to see Emily, right? The real reason you're here is to see new products, right? But again, don't forget about that inspiration, that motivation, and education. The second question that I would have you ask yourself is, you're going to get all this inspiration, this motivation, this education over the next 2 days. You're going to absorb a lot of things. Will you take action and create momentum with what you learn, what you absorb today? Because that's really what's important, is that action and momentum. We can do this and create that momentum, and all of us can participate in our purpose of helping the world heal. I always remember these words from Dave Sterling. He said this in the past: if you put your heart and your soul into doTERRA, you will not be disappointed. This is so true for all of us. Bring your passions, bring your talents, bring your goals, and doTERRA can be the vehicle to help you improve your life, to help you improve the lives of others. Now, that does not mean it will be easy, right? We had lots of challenges yesterday. People had challenges getting to convention. It will not be easy, but it will be worth it. So I just wanted to go through a few of these words: inspire, motivate, educate. So as you go through this convention, remember that inspiration that resonates with your soul is very, very important. Last year, we recently launched a limited time offer of this oil blend called Neshama. Did any of you buy Neshama? Wasn't that a wonderful oil? And that word Neshama is the Hebrew word that translates into spirit or soul. And this was inspired by a wellness advocate in Israel. Her name was Shira. And she does great work and helps so many people. she's the first person to go and follow her inspiration. So this inspiring oil blend contains some of my favorite oils, some of my favorite CPDG oils, like frankincense, lavender, cedarwood, cypress, myrrh, spikenard, wild orange, I love wild orange, cassia, and cinnamon. So this oil blend acts as a reminder that your soul has a deep connection to the world around you and helping people heal. And this does come in time. We can help people heal. We help people or help the world heal is our guiding purpose at doTERRA. And you'll hear more about it over the next couple of days. When somebody helps another person, to me, that is pure inspiration. So motivation, something motivated you to come to convention, and I'm glad you're here. It was a choice. You could have been doing other things, but you decided to be here today and be with us tomorrow, and I believe we are all built with this inner drive, an inner spirit that helps us self-direct in the right way. I know there's a lot of books, there's a lot of theories, there's a lot of videos about motivation, a lot of studies. One of my favorite books is Drive. It's by the author Daniel Pink. And in there he talks about 3 things that makes up the motivation formula. They are autonomy, mastery, and purpose. And I love the last element of this, purpose. doTERRA is leaning forward into the future with our purpose to help the world heal. And as you look at purpose, it's the highest motivating factor for us to connect to a cause that's larger than ourselves, that drives the deepest meaning and motivation. Purpose is what gets you out of bed in the morning. Purpose is what drives you to tackle those tough problems. It can make the impossible possible. I just want to take a second. I know we have family, friends, colleagues, but my youngest son, Thomas, 4 weeks ago, his goal was to finish his first marathon. And his goal was to finish the marathon in less than 4 hours. And it was a big goal for him. He made it in 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Four years ago, my son was 70 pounds heavier. He struggled with his health. He could not have run a few miles, let alone a marathon. Day by day, he worked at extending his endurance, his healthy eating. He loves the doTERRA oils, especially Deep Blue. There's a little hint there, Deep Blue. Maybe there's something coming with Deep Blue. He had a driving purpose to have a better life ahead. And so as a result of his goal, he now wants to help other people live healthier lives. And so that's what he's studying in the university. He wants people to have a bigger purpose in life. And that's what we have. No matter what you're doing, doTERRA is helping the world heal and is going to do the improbable. When we look back in years to come, you will remember this convention as part of the starting blocks of a marathon to change the world. Remember that. You're going to hear lots about it over the next couple of days. So education is important, and we've been very intentional in our work lately. At doTERRA, we advocate and educate to empower everyone with natural wellness solutions. This point of education to empower is one of the top 5 things that supports our purpose to help the world heal. Emily's going to talk about that more today. Kofi Annan was a former UN secretary and Nobel Peace Prize winner. And he said this about education. Education is the great equalizer. It gives hope to the hopeless, and it creates chances for those without. doTERRA is no different. We give hope and opportunity. We have a lot of powerful education over the next 2 days, from new studies and insights to practical applications. We have brought the experts to Budapest to give us the gift of education on these essential oils. I look over at that table, and we've brought the expert. doTERRA absolutely goes beyond when it comes to understanding these gifts of the earth. We've got Dr. Nicole Stevens over there. She's here. We've got Dr. Brannick Riggs. We've got our Scientific, Medical, and Education Committee. We've got Dr. Ruth Dempsey over here. We've got Dr. Fernando. I love Dr. Fernando. He's awesome. These are just a few of the speakers and experts that'll educate us. We're going to actually have a new member of our Scientific, Medical, Education Committee. So how exciting are the next couple of days going to be when it comes to education? So this next one is action. I recently returned from Lesbos, Greece, and this is where we partnered with a few NGOs, including Home for All. There's two individuals, Katerina and Nikos, that work for Home for All, and they're heroes in my life. They were there in the beginning of the refugee crisis in the fall of 2015. They take action every day to help those in need that are seeking a better life. In 2016, doTERRA decided to partner with them with all the things that they were doing. And Nikos and Katerina continue to sacrifice every day, and they help this part of the world and Lesbos, Greece heal. They serve 7 days a week. My wife Heidi and I were there one time, and we asked Nikos and Katerina, when do you go and have like a date night? When do you connect as a couple? And they kind of laughed at us and said, this is our life. We find joy in service and love. They fill in the gaps when the governments can't. I truly believe that they live lives of action. Their joy in life is service, relationship, and love. The true prize for Nikos and Katerina is the pattern of behavior day in, day out. They are true to who they are, and that's what we're trying to do, is get that pattern of behavior. So this action for Nikos and Katerina has caused a compounding effect that is infectious. So I just want to show you just a 2-minute video of where Healing Hands in Europe all started. It started in Lesbos, Greece, and it's gone out from there. It's grown to many parts of Europe and the world. Healing Hands in Europe continues to bless so many lives, and you can see this compounding effect is truly amazing. So let's go to this short little video to see what's happening and a teaser for more things to come with Healing Hands in Europe.
The word giving has always been at the core of doTERRA's mission. Throughout the years, doTERRA Healing Hands has become the symbol of that mission by lifting and empowering countless individuals and communities all over the world. In Europe, doTERRA Healing Hands started taking action before there was even a corporate office on the continent. In 2016, Lesbos, Greece was home to the largest refugee crisis to date. By partnering with wellness advocates and organizations on the ground, doTERRA supported projects which provided food donations and the construction of communal spaces inside the refugee camps. Years later, doTERRA continues to support local partners in Lesbos, but its impact can now be felt all over Europe. Through the purchases of Rose Hand Lotion and Hope Blend, as well as the doTERRA Healing Hands matching program, we are doing more than ever before. Last year alone, 23 matching program projects were completed in Romania. Such projects included supporting children in foster care, mental health programs, and providing vital breast milk for newborns in intensive care. In the Netherlands, you supported projects to provide fruits and vegetables to families in need. In Austria, funds were raised so disadvantaged teenagers could attend workshops to develop life skills. wellness advocates from all over Europe came together to support flood relief efforts in Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. The efforts of doTERRA Europe are felt worldwide. There are initiatives taking place in Yemen, South Africa, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, Brazil. We recently saw doTERRA Europe's largest fundraiser in history, 40,000 euros to support the crisis in Ukraine, which was triple matched by doTERRA to a total of 120,000 euros. These are just a handful of stories about the people touched by your generosity and thoughtfulness. Soon, we will triple our impact and help more people than ever before. Thank you for surpassing all expectations and inspiring us to dream bigger and bolder. We can't wait to see what we will achieve together.
It's so wonderful to see so many of you taking action in Europe. You in Europe are leading the way when it comes to healing hands, and you can see that from the video. We're also honored to partner together with your matching programs. You saw countries light up, especially Romania, with relief efforts and fundraising activities. This recent Ukraine crisis, wow, my heart goes out to the people in Ukraine, and we've shown that the power of immediate action and response to their needs is so powerful. We saw the needs and we took action immediately. In a few short weeks, Jürgen Zuko and the team, we were able to take those Healing Hands funds and work with 30 local NGOs and make an impact at the local level. Again, this is what it's all about. Thank you again for what you do. So, we have big goals at doTERRA. You need big goals to make a big impact, and Emily's going to talk about more of these goals and tripling our impact by 2030. I took physics in high school, and I kind of enjoyed it. And I was fascinated by Newton's laws of motion. And if we all remember, the first law of Newton is that an object at rest stays at rest, and an object in motion stays in motion unless it's acted upon by an external force. That's so true with doTERRA. We got to stay in motion. We got to create that momentum. Cloud Pepper, a tireless lawyer, and he was a congressman, he fought for the elderly. And he has this famous quote, "Life is like a bicycle. You don't fall off unless you stop pedaling." So again, life is like a bicycle. You don't fall off unless you stop pedaling. This concept of staying in motion is powerful and at the heart of doTERRA's success in the future as we partner together. The formula is simple. Mindset plus momentum equals achievement for our big goals in the future. The hard work is in getting the right mindset. It's creating and sustaining momentum. As Corey Lindley, our CEO, our current CEO, said in a sourcing video one time, he said, doTERRA is not afraid to do hard things. These foundational pillars of the right mindset with the right momentum will help us achieve our big goals of tripling our impact by 2030. So in closing, I just want you to absorb all these things that you're going to experience over the next 2 years. What you see and what you hear depends a great deal on where you are standing. It also depends on what kind of person are you. I hope you choose to be a person that is inspired by convention. I hope you're inspired. I hope you're motivated by what you're going to hear over the next couple of days. Choosing to educate yourself in all good things is powerful. Taking action in every pattern of behavior is the real prize. It's that day in, day out. All this will create momentum for the future. I'm so grateful to be here. But I'm more grateful that you are here, because we do this for you. All these things that you've seen in the videos and what we create for the foundation of helping the world heal is for you. So soak it all in. connect with others at convention, be part of this next wave of momentum of doTERRA. Do you want to be part of the next wave of doTERRA? Let's hear it. It's going to happen. We have big goals. And I don't know anyone else who is more excited and investing and tripling our impact at doTERRA by 2030 and creating real change in the world than Emily Wright. She is the heartbeat of doTERRA. Her passion for life, her passion for doTERRA, but more importantly, her passion for you is unwavering. It's infectious. It just spreads. And you could see that from the last couple of days. So please welcome to the stage our president and founding executive of doTERRA, Emily Wright. Let's give her a stand up, everybody. Let's give her a big hand.
Founding executive and president, Emily Wright.
Good morning! Good morning! So excited to be with you. Whoa! Do you know, this is my first international convention that I have been able to attend since 2019. I mean, let that sink in for just a moment. 2019, that was the last time all of you gathered together. And although I've been able to attend events in the U.S. and we were able to have a convention last year, I haven't been able to travel internationally. And so to be gathered here with 5,000 people in person and 12,000 of you joining us virtually is pretty extraordinary. And so I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you who are here. How does it feel to be here? Woo! Amazing, right? Absolutely extraordinary. So as I hear so many of your stories and so many of our amazing leaders from all around the world, it was awesome to participate in Empowerment Day. How many of you were there with us yesterday? Woo! We had 2,000 of you with us there yesterday for Empowerment Day, and then we got to celebrate so many of you at the gala, and my heart was just so full to see people from so many different countries represented, to see the hearts of our Romanians with Healing Hands, where they get so excited about doing these partner projects, to see just the vigor of our Germans, like so excited. Our Portuguese leaders, they're just starting to rock things, right? Like, whoa! You could definitely pick out the Italians last night by the way they were dressed. And just the hearts of our Israelis, where they just want to serve and be seen. I could go on and on with every single country. We're here in Hungary, right? For a reason. We've got a strong Hungarian representation here today, right? Where are our Hungarians? Yes. They love to be heard. We have this being translated into 17 different languages. 40 different countries represented. And it just makes me so excited to know that these special gifts of the earth are truly going out into the whole world. And that people are understanding what nature has created so perfectly for each and every one of us. And I'm so grateful to be a steward, to protect what nature has produced so perfectly for us with you. So, as excited as we are, I wanted to share just a little bit about the history of doTERRA and how we've all come together and talk about those things that connect us. And then I'm also going to talk to you about some new product. Are you excited about that? Yes? I think we get a little excited about new product. So, over the last 14 years, we've accomplished some remarkable things. And as a global doTERRA family, we've witnessed the beauty and resiliency of the human spirit. Millions of lives have been impacted by these precious gifts of the earth. But it's important to remember that doTERRA didn't begin as the big global company that you see today. It was simply a spark that turned into a dream during a very dark time. doTERRA launched during the beginning of what is known as the Great Recession of 2008. Business experts told us we were crazy to launch a company at this time. Family members questioned our judgment and ability to provide for our families. We went all in, literally, to see if we could turn our dream into a reality. doTERRA was born because we wanted to empower families with the most pure, most potent essential oils the earth had to offer. So in 2007, I was a young mother. I'd spent 10 years in the world of essential oils. And I left the essential oil industry because the soul of the company I represented was broken. And I had lost confidence that pure essential oils existed. I had tried every brand I could get my hands on, and I couldn't find a pure source. As many of you know the story of our genesis, we searched the world over, had hundreds of different samples sent, and not a single one was pure. It would have been easy to lose hope. But I couldn't let go of the fire that burned in my heart. I knew we had to keep moving forward to find what nature produced so perfectly. We had to keep searching. The things that were worth having are not easy to find. And our greatest sacrifices will lead to our greatest treasures. I'll never forget the day that our first pure essential oils arrived. And as I inhaled their sweet aroma, I knew we were on the right path. That didn't mean the path was going to become easy. It simply gave us enough hope to keep pressing forward. This is a photo of Dave Sterling and I in Somalia. We made the decision to go direct to source to ensure the purity and potency of our essential oils. Because where the plants grow determines the quality and potency. We have not chosen the easy way, but we have chosen the right way. So the theme of this convention is beyond. I want you to know how powerful that single word is. At doTERRA, we always go beyond what is required, and even and especially when it's hard. Our purpose as a company is not small. Our purpose is to help the world heal. How many of you are with me? How many of you want to help the world heal? Right? Yes. It has never been needed more than right now. The world is in desperate need of healing, and we are in a perfect place to help facilitate that healing. As I said, we've accomplished some incredible things in our 14 years. But we're not satisfied. We have set ourselves a big, audacious goal. We are going to triple our impact by 2030. Now, when we were a young company, that would have been easy to do, right? To triple our impact. It was very common for us to double and triple our sales month over month, year over year. Not a big deal. But now at the size that doTERRA is, to triple our impact is truly extraordinary. And I am so excited to climb this next mountain with you. So in 2019, we changed 1 million lives through co-impact sourcing. In 2020, it was 1.6 million. And then it rose to 2.9 million in 2021. At the height of the pandemic, with the world facing one of the biggest challenges in generations, We were able to do more than ever for more people than ever. And we are not slowing down. By 2030, we will triple our impact. Tripling our impact means changing 10 million lives for the better. We have the capacity and we have the will. How does that feel to change 10 million lives simply through our co-impact sourcing efforts by 2030? Are you on board with me? 10 million lives. So our sourcing is a perfect example. When we realized that communities from which our essential oils are sourced had significant basic needs, we knew we had to create a model that would allow them to be supported. We knew we had a responsibility to change the way the essential oils were sourced. This is when co-impact sourcing was born. We combined our doTERRA Healing Hands Foundation efforts with our commitment to improve the individual social, economic, and environmental well-being of small-scale farmers around the globe. So we source essential oils from 47 different countries. That means we're creating real lasting change generationally in all 47 countries because we are an impact company. We are built to empower people at every step. And we always look for ways to do better in a manner that changes as many lives as possible. And I want to show you just a little example of what I'm talking about. So let's take ginger, for example. By growing ginger for doTERRA, farmers in multiple countries can increase their profit up to 9 times. This beautiful essential oil provides income for 1,052 farmers right now, which also supports their families. This multiplies into current collective impact on 4,000 lives. So with all of us working together in tripling our impact, this means by 2030, by just one oil, ginger, we will impact 12,000 lives, right? By just this one. Now you might notice that we're sourcing ginger from multiple different countries. This is something that is also very unique to doTERRA. We make sure we have the perfect profile. We're looking for efficacy. We're looking for benefit, for results. And so oftentimes we will pull in various oils from different countries to get the exact chemical profile to give you the optimal result of that oil. So it's a good thing that we source more oils than just ginger, right? Because we want to create greater impact. These are some of our highest impact oils. Of course, every oil is high impact, but these are some of those that create the highest impact for lives changed in the country in which they are sourced. So every time you share these oils with others, you are changing lives on the other side of the bottle. So when you share ginger in Hungary, you're creating the ability for a mother in Kenya to send her child to school. So thank you. Thank you for sharing the gifts of the earth that are helping us heal the world. You allow this work to happen. All right. Now, I know you're excited to know what the new products are, right? Anyone excited? Okay. I don't want to tease you too long, but before we start, I want to ask you a question. What do balance, deep blue, console, arise, beautiful, and brave have in common? Any guesses? They're all awesome. I agree. Can anyone guess? There's one oil that's included in all of these. I haven't heard it yet. These people here should know. I heard it over here. Our Italians know. Are you ready? It is osmanthus. So if you don't know this oil, I am so excited for you to get to know her. And luckily for you, osmanthus is part of your Beyond Convention kit, right? So let me tell you just a little bit about her. Osmanthus is sourced from China. It's a very small evergreen shrub that is the same botanical family as jasmine and lilac. However, lilac does not produce an essential oil. Now, I get many, many requests for lilac essential oil all the time. So if you want lilac, the closest you're going to get to her is osmanthus, right? So osmanthus has a fragrance that is complex, rich, and sweet. She has a fruity fragrance, almost like maybe apricot or pear. Because of its unique aroma, it's often used in perfume in the fragrances industry. So those beautiful, delicate blossoms are too delicate to be steam distilled. So this is actually an absolute like jasmine. So you try to steam distill them, they get all clumped up, and we can't get the volatiles from the precious petals. So producing osmanthus is very labor intensive and very, very expensive. So osmanthus actually comes out as a very thick, almost tar-like substance, right, as an absolute, which makes it a little bit difficult to work with. So you have to dilute it down with a fractionated coconut oil to be able to use it. So osmanthus is used as a personal fragrance. So you want to apply it to meditate or before yoga or to help create just a really, really soothing environment and atmosphere. I love osmanthus. The fragrance is to die for. There's a reason that we have used osmanthus in the blends that I referred earlier, because it's a harmonizer. It makes everything smell better. But to have it by itself, it's going to be so fun because you're going to be able to layer it with all of your favorite oils, right, to create that perfect scent for you. You're just absolutely going to love this. You're going to treasure it because it's only available through the Beyond kit. We don't have enough of it to make it available as a permanent. So it's only available to those of you that get the kit today. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how you can blend your own perfume. You want to learn how? All right, because osmanthus is going to be your best friend here. So as you're blending your own perfume, right, you want to take your top notes. Your top notes are going to be, that's your first impression of the aroma, right? So they're going to be light, they're going to be bright. So great examples of this will be your citruses or magnolia or mint, right, as your top notes. Your middle notes, also known as your heart notes, those are the core of the aroma, right? So you're going to choose your florals, your herbs, your spices as your middle notes there, and you want some of each, right, to be able to create the perfect aroma for you. Now, your base notes. This is where you begin, right? So your base notes are going to be, you're going to find great base notes in sandalwood, in your woods, your resins, right? Frankincense. Even patchouli, right, provides some really, really great base notes. But you have your base notes in osmanthus. And so it works as a really fantastic base. Vetiver is another really great base. So as you build that together, I love osmanthus to come in as that harmonizer. What it does is it creates this symphony with all of your other oils and just brings them all together to create this perfectly blended aroma. So are you excited to make your own perfumes and colognes? Yes? I hope so, because you've had a missing piece, and now you have osmanthus. You're going to have so much fun with blending parties and making your own perfumes and colognes. I'm so excited about this. I am excited for you to have osmanthus. I'm sorry it's only a limited time offer. I wish we could make this permanent. We simply don't have this supply. But we want to hear of all the different ways that you're able to use it. We promise to continue to work on our supply chain so that maybe we can have this available full-time, right, permanently in the future. So if you haven't already committed to buy a kit yet, I would say just for osmanthus touch alone, you're absolutely going to want it. So really, really excited for you to be able to have this amazing oil. How many are excited about it? Anybody? I don't believe you. Are you excited about osmanthus? I hope you're excited as I am for you to have it. I've been playing with it since we had it, got it last year, last summer, and I have had so much fun mixing and blending and getting like those perfect scents just right. It's also amazing all by itself. It's so luscious. You're going to love it. So, you ready? This next product is one of the most requested single oils. Though technically it's an absolute. It's iconic, it's sweet, it's rare, and it is one of the most captivating scents in history. Its aroma speaks for itself, and now it is finally available in Europe. I don't think I even need to ask if you're excited. We heard you, right? We know that you have been waiting for vanilla for a very long time. How many of you knew we launched it in the United States last September? Yes? And how many of you have been saying, when does Europe get vanilla? Hello? Well, you have it now. It is here in your market. It's a permanent product. We're not taking it away. It's taken us years to be able to make vanilla a permanent product for you, and I am so excited. So let me talk to you about how unique vanilla really is. Do you want to learn more about her? Okay. Tell me all the things. Yes, tell me all the things. First of all, most vanilla on the market, whether it's vanilla in your kitchen cabinet, vanilla in your candle, right? Vanilla that's found in perfumes, essential oils, is not even vanilla at all. Did you know that? Some estimates indicate that less than 1% of all the vanilla flavoring on the market is actually real. It's kind of shocking, isn't it? This is just your vanilla flavoring. So if it's not made from vanilla, then what's it made from? Because it smells like vanilla, right? So back in the 1800s, chemists realized that vanillin, which is the key component that makes vanilla smell so delicious, right? It could be derived from wood pulp. and it was a much cheaper source. So today, nearly 80% of vanillin is synthesized from petrochemicals. Kind of scary. So that makes our vanilla even more remarkable. It would definitely be easier to just synthesize the oil, right? We've got state-of-the-art laboratories. It'd be really easy for us to formulate this, bring in synthesized vanillin, no problem. And maybe you wouldn't even know. We would know. Your body would know, and it would react to it, right? And we only provide pure essential oils and pure absolutes. We will never, ever, ever deviate from that. And you have our absolute commitment. We would rather not provide an oil than provide anything that is less than 100% pure. So we don't do it the easy way, do we? So to create our pure vanilla absolute, we use a CO2 extraction process. So this process takes vanilla pods, which we've nurtured and matured over a course of a year, and we grind them into small pieces. These pieces are then placed in a pressurized extraction vessel, which concentrates the natural vanillin. And so the end result is this pure and natural vanilla absolute that some of you, at least here in the front row, maybe just experienced a few minutes ago. We tried to get it to all of you. We couldn't quite get the aroma to all of you. But the CO2 extraction process is cleaner than any chemical extraction. And it's greener and more sustainable, which we're really, really excited about. It's really one of the most amazing things about our vanilla. So let's take a moment just to look at the chemistry of vanilla, because I get really excited. I mean, not only do we have 40 to 45% vanillin, but, and I know Boyd Truman's here on the front row, he's going to get really excited about this, because do you notice that we've got a very unique diketones in there? So how many of you know what diketones are? Do you know why I get so excited about diketones? Anybody else get excited about diketones? We have somebody over here that knows about diketones. What other essential oils are you going to find diketones in? They're very, very rare. Anybody? Anybody know? What's that? Helichrysum? Nope. Nope. Helichrysum. Helichrysum. And also manuka. Right? And let me tell you why they're so special. These diketones are very restorative, very regenerative in nature, and just absolutely fabulous. So you know why you use helichrysum so much, right? To help regenerate tissue. You're going to have the same restorative effect with vanilla, with this unique set of diketones. So I was sitting with Prabodh in the laboratory talking about the chemistry of vanilla. I got so excited. I'm like, what do you mean it has diketones? It doesn't just smell amazing, but actually has amazing, brilliant health benefits as well. So we're really, really excited about this. And these diketones, these constituents, have never been recorded before. So they've never been discovered. Prabodh Sechel, Dr. Prabodh Sechel, who works for doTERRA in our laboratory, was the first to discover these diketones. Pretty cool, huh? Yes? Pretty amazing. All right, so let's see what else we have to learn about vanilla. Let's talk about the history of vanilla for just a minute. So you might be wondering why it took us so long to launch this product. Well, let's talk about the history and why vanilla absolute is so very rare. So the vanilla plant comes from the tropical forests of Mesoamerica. So the plant's exquisite blossoms eventually mature into the vanilla bean, which is then processed to produce the flavor and aroma that we love so well. While growing vanilla beans, were used widely by the Maya, who used it to flavor beverages. They would mix it with cacao. And then the Teutonic civilization in Mexico was the first to cultivate the vine and kept the secret very close for hundreds of years. They didn't tell anybody how they cultivated the bean. So then when the Aztecs conquered the Teutonic, they required tributes of vanilla because it was that precious, right? So they didn't want gold, they didn't want money, they wanted tributes of vanilla. And then when the Aztecs were conquered by the Spanish, a century later, the secret was passed on. But it didn't take long for the Europeans to develop a taste for vanilla. But when they attempted to grow the vine outside of Mexico, it produced these beautiful blossoms, but it never developed the beans. The plant grew beautifully in Madagascar, but the beans never appeared. It took almost 50 years to figure out the problem. Can you imagine what that might be? Why wasn't it producing a bean? So vanilla blossoms pollinated by a very specific bee species that was only found where vanilla grows natively. So without the bees, the pollination needed to transform the blossoms into the bean did not take place. So how incredible is that? That the plant and the bees evolved together symbiotically, and without the bees, there was no vanilla. Kind of cool the way nature works that way, right? So what was the solution? A young boy on a small island in the Indian Ocean actually discovered that he could pollinate the blossoms using the small bamboo stick. And this simple tool of hand pollination is still used today. Pretty incredible, right? So outside of Mexico, there's less than a 1% chance that the vanilla flower will be pollinated on its own. So farmers have to hand pollinate each flower the morning it blooms. Now, to take it even further, the vanilla flower typically only blooms one day out of the entire year. These flowers are fragile and must be pollinated in the morning hours before the heat of day. And if they're not pollinated during this incredibly short window of time, you literally have a couple of hours once a year to get that particular blossom pollinated, then they wilt and the root never develops, meaning there's no vanilla beans to harvest later. So it takes 25 kilograms of vanilla bean to produce just 1 kilogram of absolute. So not only is it very difficult to make sure it's pollinated and harvested, but it also has a very low yield. So you can probably see why this beautiful, labor-intensive plant is the most expensive crop in the world after saffron. And you have it now. So cool. So I want to talk a little bit about I know. I'm so excited. So I'm going to talk about some of the good that we're doing over in Madagascar. I loved hearing Murray talk about the many projects that are happening here in Europe. I was able to go to Lesbos with him years ago with some of our amazing leaders here to witness the good that you're doing, and it's amazing to see all of the good that continues to happen all throughout Europe. So we have this Mahadera Agricultural Center. So there's a lot of things that make vanilla special for doTERRA, but one of those is the beautiful impact that this crop has on the people of Madagascar. So through our compact sourcing efforts, the doTERRA Healing Hands Foundation supported the funding of an exciting social impact project that's being implemented. So this is right in the heart of the growing and harvesting area in Madagascar. So we always want to benefit the people who are touching the seeds, the plants, right, that we get to benefit from. So of the real vanilla in the world, 80% of it comes from Madagascar, which has the perfect tropical climate for vanilla to thrive. And in Madagascar, thousands of people, mostly women, are employed in the vanilla supply chain. So the harvest is a crucial source of employment for these rural communities and an integral part of the local economy. So the Mahadera Agricultural Center was built and operated by our partners. We work with some amazing partners, and they offer a 3-year farming training program for the children of the vanilla farmers. So this center empowers the Madagascar vanilla sourcing community with knowledge, with education, experience to help them thrive. And the center also focuses on teaching, right? The important skills for crop cultivation, financial management. Was launched last May. We already have 73 pupils with more enrolling, which is very exciting to see the future generation being prepared. And I could talk about the center all day long, but we actually have a little video to show you some of the good that we're doing in Madagascar with vanilla.
%80 of the world's vanilla is produced in Madagascar, and it's being harvested by small farmers. It's an incredibly delicate and involved and labor-intensive process where the flowers only blossom for 1 day out of the entire year, and they have to be hand-pollinated, which is incredibly amazing to think about. But as soon as the flowers have been hand-pollinated, the plant begins to grow a bean, which takes 8 to 9 months to fully mature and develop. And we've been working closely with a partner for several years now that is focused on traceability, on sustainability and ethical harvesting and production in the Sava region of Madagascar. Another really exciting thing about where we're working and who we're working with in Madagascar is our partnership through a donation from the doTERRA Healing Hands to the Mahadera Agricultural Training Center. The school serves 75 different students that are all youth, that are based in the Sava region, that are all agricultural farmers and focused entirely, in many cases, on vanilla production. But what the center is doing is working with them to help diversify the types of crops and the number of crops that their families are working with. Their diversification into other crops just helps bolster and improve their access to income. But it also allows them to learn other practices and other life skills like financial management. Madagascar is, of course, one of the poorest countries in the whole world, and so having access to these types of vocational training programs is absolutely critical to help improve household family income, but also to ensure that these agricultural practices and the youth want to stay in these rural areas and continue the long legacy of generational farming in these rural areas. Something that we were very intent on was ensuring that we had a vanilla extract that is done through the cleanest process possible, which in this case is CO2 or supercritical fluid extraction process. The vanilla beans are dried, cured, and then chopped into very small pieces and put into a large vessel that then has CO2 in liquid form passing through that vanilla raw material. And what you're left behind with is a super clean, amazing end product extract. That extract then goes through one more process called a wash, leaving you with a pure, beautiful, natural vanilla absolute. This truly is the premium vanilla that is anywhere out there. We've been working with a partner now for several years in order to help refine this process and give an ingredient that we're able to use successfully in our blends now moving forward that include vanilla, but also in this 5 ml Madagascar vanilla, which we're very excited to now be offering.
So people will ask me all the time, did you ever imagine doTERRA would be the company that it is today? My answer is always the same. No. One, it would have terrified me. I don't know that I would have had the courage to move forward. But it's amazing what happens when you have a dream, when you have that spark, that burning in your heart, and you choose to honor what lives in your soul and move forward with that dream, not knowing what the outcome will be. As I watch videos like this, I can tell you that this dream has become much more beautiful and much more spectacular than I could have ever imagined. With our ability, our collective ability, and our collective dreams coming together, we're able to impact these beautiful, amazing people all around the world. And we get to do that together. And I just want to say I honor you. I am so grateful for you. And I can't wait to see what the next 14 years is going to bring, the next 50 years is going to bring, right, for all of us. Because we are so committed to this work. We will not stop. As we talk about tripling our impact, this is what we mean. For us, it's not about sales. It's about lives. How do we change as many lives as possible? And I feel such an urgency to do that right now. So, most of the harvesters for vanilla are women. And these women in Madagascar are the most vulnerable. They are usually the ones who are human trafficked. But when they're able to have a job, a sustainable job, they become less vulnerable. They're able to send their children to school. When women have jobs, they stabilize their communities. Sourcing essential oils all over Madagascar has shown us the pressing needs in our sourcing communities. So on the island of Nosy Bay, we became aware of our ylang-ylang harvesters who live in rural areas, and they find it very difficult to travel long distances to visit a doctor. So when I sat down and I met with them when I was there, I said, "What is it that you need?" And they said, "We need doctors. We need access to medical care." I had no idea they didn't have it. And so first we donated a vehicle so the doctors could travel around to them and they could visit all 10 ylang-ylang harvesting communities once a week. And this medical health clinic now serves between 750 and 900 people. And it really is specialized to help women and children. Not to say we're not taking care of the men, but specialized for women and children. Second, we built a health clinic structure where there's 2 doctors, 2 midwives, a nurse, and a pharmacist who care for that community. And they have full access to that. We're currently expanding this clinic with a larger permanent structure that will be able to help even more serious health issues and will include a maternity clinic. Third, we trained community members in each village in just typical standard first aid. So now they're able to distribute basic medication, essential oils, and help direct people to the health clinic. Pretty cool, huh? So not only do we source vanilla from Madagascar, we also source ylang-ylang, cinnamon bark, ravensara, clove, geranium, ginger, and of course our now beloved vanilla. So these oils all support an amazing collective of harvesters. So our impact now in Madagascar is 131,000 lives in the poorest country in the world. Yes, you're doing that. You're making that possible. So I showed you a slide a few minutes ago on the high impact oils. So boom, boom, boom. You're not surprised to now see vanilla join the highest impact oils. And a lot of people, I show you this because a lot of people ask us, well, how do we do the most good? Well, we have impact on all of our oils, but these oils create the greatest impact because they're sourced from more of the developing countries where more need is used. So now you might say, well, how do I use this vanilla, right? This beautiful, amazing absolute. So it's pre-diluted for you in a base of fractionated coconut oil, one, to make it cost effective. Also, vanilla, like osmanthus, is very, very thick, right? And so now it's all ready to use. So let's just talk about how you can use this amazing, amazing absolute. So you can use it on your skin. You can use it as a perfume. I think that this vanilla makes everything smell better. So I love to mix it in with different diffuser blends. So you can add it in with your spice oils. You take just like a cinnamon and you add a little bit of vanilla to cinnamon and your mind will be blown. Like, it just makes everything smell better. It's very euphoric in its aroma also. So yes, it is a natural aphrodisiac. So if you want to diffuse that in the bedroom with your favorite oils, add it in with ylang-ylang, whatever you like to set the mood, that's perfect. But it's wonderful to use, just as we did with osmanthus, right, to create your own signature scent also. Vanilla, like osmanthus, is a harmonizer. And so you're going to love it that way. I'll even put it in with a tea. So I'll do like a Melissa and lemon tea, and then I'll add just a little bit of vanilla to it, and it's divine. It's amazing. It just brings in that sweet, sweet aroma. I don't recommend cooking with it. It's not an extract, and so you would need more of the absolute than you would need of the extract, but just absolutely delicious. So who is excited to have vanilla in your house, right? Are you so excited? I am so excited for you. So, in closing, I just want you to know that when we look at the core values of doTERRA, one of our core values is we are customer obsessed, right? One of our customers is definitely our growers, our harvesters. We are so loyal and dedicated to them. And we are also so committed and dedicated to each and every one of you as our customers. We want to delight you in every turn by providing you with the very best products that you know you can trust, you know are pure, you know are safe, and you know they're going to create an amazing benefit in your life. So I am so excited to be here with you this week. It's been amazing already. I'm excited to be here with you the rest of the day, and I will see you again at the end of today to share some of my tips on how I use different products all throughout the day. But I love you so much. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here with you for this special moment of connection, right? Thank you.
Tsy de mampiasa lehilahy firy zany zay am'le mioty fa vehivavy daholo no ampiasaina satria ny vehivavy no mikarakara tokantrano de aleonay zany vehivavy tsy tena ohatran'le raha tsara. De rehefa tonga ny mafelo gony izy dia lasa midina manao pesage dia vidina araka an'izay lanjan'le entana azony zany ny ravitsara azony. Isika zao ohatra ny kitay ampiasainay zao dia mambola acacia zay. Zany hoe zany terrain de reboisement-nay zany am'izao any amin'ny 157 hectares. Dika zay zany tsy dia manapaka hazo fatany zay zany fa ny hazo ambolenay any no ahodinay kitay. De misy 3 sites zany le ravitsaranay dia en total zany raha izy 3 litres eo 44 000 pieds dia tsy mampiasa zezika chimique fa tain'omby zany no vidinay iny no alefanay ao anatin'le ravitsara dia mampiditra vola ihany koa zany ho an'izay olona miompyomby manodidina satria vidinay zany le tain'omby le olona manodidina eto dia raha isika fotsiny zao ny ravinavina menaka zao dia anaovanay paillage amin'ny fambolenay sakamalao na gingembre miezaka zany zay mba tsy hampisy trace na produit chimique zany satria zay mabio azy dia hatramin'ny famononan'le fanentro zay aty fa misy lehilahy anankiray mandoro an'le tantely dia iny zany tonga anay mampiasa an'le afo dia iny zany masola le karazana hoe insecticide atao amin'le izy.
Ny ravitsara eto Madagasikara dia anisan'ny ravitsara nomen'Andriamanitra fahasoavana manokana ny tantsika satria anisan'ny tsara indrindra ny ravitsara eto Madagasikara ary izay moa ny antony nambolena anazy eto amin'ity faritra farafangana ity satria ny mpiaramonina eto amin'ity faritra farafangana ity dia manana fahasahiranana ary ny fiara-miasa amin'izareo zany dia efa voka-tsoa lehibe satria mifanampy miaraka mifamelona ilaina koa zany ny fametrahana laboratoire aty amin'ity toerana ity mba ahafahana koa manara-maso tsara mivokatra isaky ny voka zay zany zao ny lavitra ezaka ao ataonay anatin'ny 2-3 taona eo.
Director of Market Development Europe, East, and Head of Sales Strategy, Mihaela Oprea.
Oh my goodness! How amazing was that? Is it just me, or every time Emily is talking, I got the chills and I feel even more inspired by all the work that we do in the world? And osmanthus and vanilla, yum! So beautiful oils. I really can't wait to get my hands on them. But before we go on with our next presenters that they're going to come on stage, I will invite you to do a short breathing exercise with me with Ravinsara. So you have it in your backpacks, so we will use it now, just a drop. We will do a 4-step breathing, so just 1 drop in your palm, rubbing the palms together, cupping them. We will inhale through the mouth for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, and then hold again for 4. Great? Okay, let's do it together now. Just 1 drop. Rub together, activate the oil. Beautiful. Feel it already coming. Cup. You can also close your eyes, cover the nostrils. Inhale through the mouth for 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And for a moment, we were all in beautiful Madagascar. And isn't it more empowering to know how great we do in that community with this oil? But back to what we're here to do. Launch new products. Who's ready to be introduced to a new exciting product? Let me hear you. Not sure you're ready for this. Let's try again. Who wants new products? well, besides Madagascar vanilla, we're also launching in our European market Copaiba Touch. And to tell you more about the wonderful world of Copaiba and its chemistry, we have a doctor coming. So please welcome to the stage, Dr. Alexandra Nietzsche.
Emergency physician, military unit doctor and teacher, Alexandra Nietzsche.
Was I longer?
Jó reggelt, Budapest! Olyan boldog vagyok, hogy itt lehetek a hazámban, és itt állhatok ezen a csodálatos színpadon, ebben a csodálatos pillanatban, és itt vagytok velem. Guten Morgen, auch an das riesige deutschsprachige Publikum. Hier und auch zu Hause, die ihr jetzt digital bei uns seid. Ich freue mich, dass ihr mit mir gemeinsam hier seid. And good morning to all of you here at this wonderful place, in this wonderful country, with so many people who are here for the same reasons in their heart. And if we talk about feelings and the heart, there is one particular oil which is very dear to my mom. And my mom is here today in this audition. So I would like to share with you today this oil, which is very special to me because it has been so beneficial to her. And this oil is Copaiba. The Copaiba essential oil, as we know, was introduced at the 2017 convention with a lot of excitement and for a good reason. And I would like to share with you today why I am so excited and so in love with this oil. The Copaiba essential oil is obtained by steam distillation of the resin collected from 4 different species of Copaifera trees. And all 4 of these wonderful, gorgeous, up to 18-meter high trees are native to Central and South America. And for centuries, the South Americans have used the Copaiba resin to promote the health of the respiratory, the digestive, the urinary, the cardiovascular, and the immune system. And as reported by the first European settlers of Central and South America, the indigenous American Indians utilized the soothing properties of this oil by applying it both to their newborns and their warriors. They applied it to their newborns when they were restless and sad, and they welcome back home their warriors after a long battle and give them the feeling of being enveloped and a feeling of peace and connectedness to their family and their community. So this calming and soothing effect of Copaiba is already known in a lot of researchers, and also the pleasant and woody scent is highly valued in the perfume industry. But what is it that gives Copaiba such incredible attributes? So let's have a look at the number of the bottom of the bottle and then ask thirstyyou.com. I don't know any other company in the world that provides that much information at the bottom of every bottle. And we can see here the chromatogram and the peak report that we have 59 components in one bottle of copaiba. Yes, we have one ingredient which is the heart of this oil, but we have a lot of other ingredients with so many wonderful benefits. But it is the complexity and the combination of these components that makes copaiba so effective. One component alone is not so powerful than all of them together. So let's have a look at these fascinating ingredients. And today I don't have the time to show you all of them, but I would like to focus just on the main components. And here we have the 8 constituents with the highest peaks, which covers over 80% of all the ingredients. And for sure, with up to 65%, beta-caryophyllene is the heart of copaiba. And beta-caryophyllene is a cannabinoid. And it is a CB2 cannabinoid. And it has anti-inflammatory properties. But why? We have to understand at first a little bit how our body is working. So we have to talk about the endocannabinoid system. Let's talk about the endocannabinoid system. This is a signalic central receptor network system affecting a variety of biological processes. It is how the communication in our body works. Our output molecules, known as endocannabinoids, bind to special cannabinoid receptors. And there are 3 classes of these cannabinoids. First, we have the endocannabinoids. They are produced naturally by the human body. The primary function of these endocannabinoids is to modulate the normal physiological functions in our body. Then we have the synthetic cannabinoids. These are found in certain pharmaceutical products, and most of them are agonists of the endocannabinoid system. And then finally, we have the phytocannabinoids. And the phytocannabinoids also bind to the cannabinoid receptors in our body, and they fit in these receptors like a key in the lock. But they are pharmacologically very greatly in their chemical structure. And they are produced by plants like cannabis or like copaiba. By definition, a cannabinoid is any molecule that acts on one or both of the currently identified cannabinoid receptors. We have discovered CB1 and CB2 so far, but there are a lot of more receptors in this gorgeous endocannabinoid system. These 2 receptors produce significantly different physiological responses when they are activated. The CB1 we mainly found in our nerve cells, in the cerebellum, in our peripheral nervous system. And his activation caused by THC or other similar cannabinoids results in a psychoactive high. Otherwise, the CB2 is mainly found in our immune system. It's found in our skin, in our cells involved in the bone formation or the breakdown. So the CB2 receptor is protecting our body. It is protecting us. It is our protector receptor. So the CB2 activation by beta-caryophyllene includes supporting a healthy inflammatory response and a positively affecting mood without psychoactive side effects. And that's because of 2 reasons. First, it reacts directly with the CB2 receptor, and it interacts only with the CB2 receptor and not with the CB1. So we have no intoxication effects, and it cannot cause a positive drug test. But we have more interesting components in our oil. So here we have alpha-humulane or alpha-caryophyllane. And alpha-caryophyllane is also a cannabis terpene, and it's an isomer from beta-caryophyllane. It is also one of the components of the essential oil from the flowering cone of the hops plant. And its reaction products in the brewing process give so many beers his hoppy aroma. In laboratory studies, we could see that alpha-caryophyllane is studied for a potential anti-inflammatory effects. And in 2015, researchers in Brazil identified alpha-caryophyllane as an active contributor to the insect repellent properties, specifically against the yellow fever mosquito Aedes aegypti. The second most common component after beta-caryophyllane is alpha-copain, with up to 16% in our essential oil. And this ingredient is of economic importance because it is a powerful attractor of an agricultural pest, the Mediterranean fruit fly, Keratitis capitata. But it has also anti-proliferative and also antioxidative properties. The next compound is trans-alpha-bergamotein with up to 10% in our copaiba oil. And the bergamoteins are also pheromones for some insects. Maybe not only for insects, but for sure for wasps, and in a more complex relationship with the tobacco hawk moth. And this is so interesting because the tobacco plant emits at night alpha-trans-bergamotein from its flowers to attract this moth as a pollinator. But however, during daytime, the leaves also produce alpha-trans-bergamotein to lure predatory insects to feed on any larvae and eggs that the pollinator may have produced at his place. And then I would like to show you the 4 last components I would like to introduce to you. And first, this is beta-bisabolane. And beta-bisabolane is a really great skin ingredient. And it has a gorgeous, balmy scent. You can smell it in the bergamot oil because this ingredient is in a higher concentration in the bergamot oil. And interesting is that hernandulcine is derived from bisabolane. And hernandulcine is a natural sweetener, 1,000 times sweeter than sucrose. Second, we have gamma-green D. And this ingredient has 5 isomers, and in a significant dose, it has narcotic effects. And aromatherapy that involves this component can boost our mood and can give us feelings of euphoria and happiness. And why it is like it is? It is because researchers have found that inhaling this gamma-green D can increase the amount of oxytocin in a person's saliva. And oxytocin is a hormone that we are producing in our body in our, let's say, most emotional and most intense moments. And also when we're breastfeeding a baby. So gamma-green D contains anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, antifungal properties, making it great for a topical application onto cuts, scrapes, or wounds. Third, we have delta-catenane, and you find this ingredient also in propolis. And propolis from the bees promotes also the wound healing, and it's a natural antibiotic. You can use it as a rush or hair ointment, as a torso soap, but for me it's so interesting to know that it is active against Streptococcus pneumoniae, and it has hormonal effects. And that's because it has a steroid character which induces apoptosis in ovarian cells. And the last component is alpha-cubebane. And this volatile oil, which a really gorgeous green or blue-yellow color, has a warm, woody and slightly camphorish odor. And it's also responsible for the unique scent of our copaiba oil. So let me say in summary, these ingredients are all together responsible for the powerful properties of copaiba. We can use copaiba in so many different application ways, but it can support our uterine health, ease menstruation, supports the biochemical processes of pain relief, support the endocannabinoid system with all the great benefits, support anti-inflammation in our body, and it's positively affecting our mood without having psychoactive side effects. So it's also a great skin oil promoting cellular health, and it speeds up the healing of wounds. So copaiba is an untaped, natural substance that can support the health of a number of body systems and makes a wonderful addition to the doTERRA collection of essential oils. So my recommendation for you is use this wonderful copaiba oil in combination with the products you love and you need, your favorite and important health or beauty products, and it will optimally support and enhance their effect. It was a pleasure to be with you. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful event, and thank you for being such a great audience. Dankeschön. Köszönöm szépen.
Market Development Manager of Portugal and Spain, Mafalda Clulo.
Hi everyone. Can I get a shout out for copaiba? Come on. Isn't it simply one of the most powerful essential oils out there? I hope you are loving this day as much as I am. I don't know if you remember from last year, but you know, I cannot live without a good selfie. Some of you might know that. So if you don't mind, I need a selfie with all of you in it. Hope you're okay with that. Let me just get this going. Are you ready for this? So, come on. Give us your best smile. Turn on all of your phone flashlights. I need to see all the flashlights on. Come on. Get all those lights up. Amazing. Right, are you ready? I want to see as many of you on this. Everybody in? 3, 2, 1. Cheers! Oh my goodness, look at, I'm taking about 150 by the way. That's amazing, that's amazing. So, and if you're watching from home, thank you. Don't think we forgot about you. You are on the big screen too. So please don't forget to keep sending us your pictures by using the hashtag doTERRABeyond. Now, by now, our selfie should be up on the stage, on the doTERRA Europe Instagram page. And let's have a look if that's coming up. I don't know. But you've seen the one from last year. Does anybody remember last year? Yeah, it was fun, wasn't it? Can we see if it's on our Instagram page? It's coming. It's coming. So I'm really excited about here. Oh, hang on. Oh my God, look at that. It's amazing. You see that? Now, back to business. Where were we? Oh yeah, Copaiba. An essential oil with so many benefits that I just know it's better to always have it by my side. And this is why we've decided to add it to one of the blends you love the most, Deep Blue. I think you can guess where I'm going with this, right? I am so excited about this new product that I wanted to celebrate it the best way possible, and that's with you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the new Deep Blue Stick with Copaiba. Is this? I mean, isn't that amazing? And it sparkles. It has made my day. Absolutely awesome. So, I've got one of these. For some people in the audience, it might be your lucky day. There are some doTERRA magical elves giving away some Deep Blue sticks. So, can you spot them? Can you see them around? Have a look. Oh yeah, there's some down there. And they're amazing. Who's the lucky winner? Now, oh. They're going mad. There's some out there. And out there as well. There you go, some balls. Who's got a ball? What a great way to celebrate. Okay. I think they're still wanting some Deep Blue sticks over there. What fun. So what an epic way to introduce our next guest. To tell you more about the Deep Blue and the new Deep Blue stick, please welcome Dr. Fernando Guerra. Fernando? Where are you?
MD, Dr. Fernando Guerra.
The stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be in Budapest. So, I will talk to you about Deep Blue and Deep Blue stick. Great. So, Deep Blue is our favorite product. For me, it was my first product that I use it. I use it in my clinic with my patients. I use it in my athletes. It was great. Don't you feel the same thing? It isn't great to use Deep Blue? Yeah, I don't think so. You use it or not? Great. So, the Deep Blue family, we have from the essential oil blends, we have the touch form, we have the rub, polyphenol. So this family of products can give you the product that helps you smoothing the muscles, helps you relaxing after a good day of work, after exercising, after taking the kids to the park. That's the great product to use. This blends, this mixture, this excellent products has a lot of essential oils that are very rich. Wintergreen, peppermint, and blue tansy all work together to give this magic to the body. Don't you feel the calming that this essential oil blend gives us every day? Don't you love the cooling and the warming to the muscles that this product gives you? It's awesome. It's fantastic. Sometimes it's transcending. You know, when I come every day from the ER, I feel tired after working 24 hours. And I take almost a bath of Deep Blue, and I feel great, just great. And I think you feel the same after one day of work, one day after you come from the gym. This great, this cooling sensation, this warming and calming, it helps you relax your muscles. But now, now we have another great essential oil to help us to make an excellent product, copaiba. Alexander told you about the properties of the BCP. Excellent presentation. And look of the effects that Deep Blue Stick can give us. They help us with the pain and the inflammation that everyone has after an injury, after a surgery. It can help us recover. It can help us smoothing the muscle, relax the muscles with the reaction of the heat and the reaction of the coolness. It's completely natural. So it gives us the maximum of power of this product. And it's great. It's pure. Look how simple it is to be used. It's not sticky. It's cool. You can take it everywhere. You can use it. You can take it in the plane. You can take it to the gym. You can use it at home. It's fantastic. It's the need for everyone. Everyone should have a Deep Blue Stick in their bag, in their backpack, in their purse every day, because it would help us for the day-based pain and problems. It's completely free of silicones, PEGs, retoplanoates, but it's safe, effective, and natural with all of those essential oils that you know for ages. Thank you. Okay, after my presentation, I will show you some information. I will show you some reflection testimonies about professional athletes that use it, Deep Blue, in their work every day, in their trainings. I will show you testimonials from a team from Germany, from VfL Wolfsburg feminine football team, and they will give us some idea of the use of Deep Blue. Let's see it.
I buy how it works, but it's phenomenal.
Essential, must have, great, amazing. When I apply Deep Blue, I feel relief.
Cooling?
Soothing. I use Deep Blue every day.
After the training?
Physio sessions. The impact that Deep Blue has had on my recovery routine is that it helps me keep going.
It helps me to recover faster?
It helps me recover a lot. It's really handy.
The new format is really easy to apply. I really like it.
I love it.
We as physiotherapists use Deep Blue for regeneration, treatments, for recovery. The girls are using it before training, after training. We also use it for wellness therapy sessions, for meditation, and also sometimes to be relaxed and in a good mood.
Wow! Fantastic! Look at those athletes using our Deep Blue. Look at their faces with their effects every day. That's why we love so much Deep Blue. It's fantastic, it's heavenly. So, to help us understand better about the use of Deep Blue in athletes, I would like to call Omar. He's the head of physio in Wolfsburg feminine team, and talk about how he loves and he uses doTERRA Deep Blue. Omar, come in.
Head physiotherapist and athletic rehabilitation coach, VfL Wolfsburg, Omar Rappel.
Hi, Omar. Great to see you. Sit.
Thank you again.
Yeah. So, Omar, you are head of physio on Wolfsburg team. How do you use Deep Blue? How you feel it to use it?
Fernando, at first, thank you very much to doTERRA for the opportunity to speak to the big doTERRA family today. I'm very proud and grateful for this. And yes, back to your question, Fernando. I want to tell a little bit how professional athletes are using Deep Blue. So we're using Deep Blue for several times now, and with amazing results. We use it for regeneration, for treatments. The girls are using it directly when we are flying to away games, using it in the plane. They're using it after the games on the bus trips to keep going, to push the recovery to get faster recovered. We also have seen by the time that when we use Deep Blue before training, we also get in an energy flow, to keep going for training, for the high intensity who is coming. And by the way, it also helps to get only with the smell to get in a balanced mood. That's phenomenal.
Great, fantastic. And how do you feel about the launching of the new Deep Blue stick with Copaiba in Europe?
We are very excited about it because in this handly format, we can use it everywhere. We can use it in the plane, in the bus. We can also use it anywhere where you're going. And I only can say it to the audience, use it, because I love it. I take it yesterday when I traveled with the plane here to Hungary. And it's phenomenal.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone, for listening. I hope you liked our presentation. Homer, thank you very much to be here and give us your testimony. So, let's go. Let's work a little bit, babe. Thanks, man.
Sorry, Fernando, thank you. I think we need to stop Omar here, sorry. Can you please stay for a little bit longer, if that's okay?
That's okay, for sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt everyone. I'd just like to ask Omar a little help for something. You all right with that? So we've been listening to sessions all morning for quite a few hours now. It's a lot of information for us to take in, our brains to process. I think we could use with a little bit of movement. Do you think you could help us with that?
Yeah, for sure.
So I would like to ask you if you could give us a bit of a stretch and move class. Yeah, can we do that?
For sure, we can do
so
it.
if I can get you to stand here, and I don't know, can we get some beach balls? There are some beach balls? Oh, yeah, perfect. There we go. Can we start by showing off some of your skills with this?
I think I'm better in playing football than in playing with beach balls.
Yeah, how hard can it
But
be?
I can try to throw in because I was a former goalkeeper, so that's quite better. So if someone would pick for someone up.
Oh, there's another one. There's another one. Oh, that's a good one. Yes, one more. Brilliant. I would like to see more beach balls out there. Is there some beach balls out there? Okay, so...
That was a great one.
So, Omar, please be kind with us.
Yeah.
I mean, we know you are the professional, you work with professional athletes with the VfL Wolfsburg, who, by the way, they were champions of the league and the German Cup as well. So congratulations, that's a fantastic achievement. So, we've done the beach ball. We'd like to do some movements. I think we've got some music coming.
Thanks, Mafalda.
Yes. I'm just copying you. You do the example.
Yeah,
Everybody, are you ready to
you
move?
can join us.
No, I'm coming. Are you ready to move?
Yeah. So,
Yeah?
but at first, please to the audience, stand up.
Yeah, you're doing really well.
So, okay, then we start again. Put your knees together.
It's okay.
Come on. I'm switching a little bit. Okay, knees together, and we start to move our legs to the left and to the right. We're going up again and start to move our hip. Right side up, left side up.
Oh, I love the symphony.
You look phenomenal.
It's amazing.
We take our hands on the chest. We start to get in and breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. That looks phenomenal. Great. Feel the energy in the audience today. It's a great day for doTERRA and a great day for us. We take the arms up here and start to circle our shoulders to the back. Front to the back. And we keep up growing. Go up on your feet. That's great. And we take the right arm up. Push one leg further. And move to the side.
I don't think I can do this.
And other side. That's great. And breathe in the long side. And out. And change again. And breathe in on the other side. Okay. And then we start to combine a big movement. The arms between your legs. Oh. And we're going up.
That's beautiful.
And down again. And up. Yeah, that sounds good. And one last time.
One more time.
One more time again. How my father said. 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
Amazing.
Thank you very much.
Wow!
You did an amazing job.
Thank you so much, Omar. It's awesome to feel the energy in this room. It's just amazing.
Have a good convention. Thank you very much.
I feel like we're more than ready to go with this more talk. So I hope you enjoy this moment. Give a big applause to Omar, please. And thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Experience one of doTERRA's top proprietary blends in a convenient and practical applicator. The Deep Blue Stick offers powerful, targeted relief. It's formulated with Deep Blue's soothing blend and the beneficial properties of copaiba. Easy to apply, this stick formula provides moisturizing emollients that help to leave your skin feeling soft and non-greasy. Designed to create a cooling and soothing sensation, use proactively ahead of exercise, hikes, excursions, or any outdoor activity. At the end of a long, tiring day, apply Deep Blue Stick to problem areas for temporary, targeted relief.
Senior Director of EMEA Programs, Jürgen Zuko.
Hello. Are you excited about the Deep Blue Stick? I can tell you, it's become one of my best friends. I take it everywhere. It's fantastic. So, it's so amazing. Nearly 10 years ago, we had our first convention here in Budapest. And now we have nearly 20 times as many people here today. It is so awesome. It's so exciting to be here with you. Now, Mary told you briefly this morning about how we got started with our doTERRA Healing Hands efforts here in Europe, and that was in late 2016. We joined forces with our leaders in support of the then biggest humanitarian crisis in Europe since World War II, and that was the refugee crisis on the island of Lesbos in Greece. Now, 6 years later, we're still helping in Lesbos, but also in many other areas, because hardships and opportunities to help just kept coming. But there's a lot of good news to be told with that as well. There are amazing projects as well, of course, but there are amazing projects all over the world that inspire hope and provide relief to human suffering. And today, I just have time to touch on a few of those to show you what we have accomplished here together in Europe. Now, doTERRA has had a presence on Lesbos, on the island of Lesbos, since 2016, and that was during the time when the island registered its peak influx of refugees, primarily escaping the war in Syria. And over the years, we partnered with a number of organizations like Because We Carry, Help International, and Home for All. Starting with things like medical attention and programs to disinfect laundry, fresh fruits for families, language training, teaching vocational skills, offering sport programs like football for women or football for fathers and children, as well as special care for expecting mothers and babies. Now that the number of refugees in the camp have been greatly reduced to below 3,000, we continue to work with one organization, and that is Home for All, to do what we always do, to fill the gaps of essential needs not otherwise covered. That means like meals for people with special dietary needs, or for highly pregnant women, as well as supporting refugees on their journey once they have been granted the asylum status, so that they don't just become homeless. And just a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to visit the island of Lesbos again, and this time together with Mary, Isaac, and our video team. It was really wonderful to be back. after not being able to visit for over 2 years. And to see what our partners and friends there, to see them again, and also to see the progress that has been made. I want to thank Ash, Ines, and Perry for capturing these moments and creating the short video.
When we start to help refugees, it was something new for us. Before refugee crisis, I'm a fisherman, I have a fish shop, and fishing with my boat. But same time we had a little traditional restaurant. We started in our kitchen to make the first 1,000 or 2,000 portions when the people arrived here. And we had only 2 pots to cook. We still have those as a souvenir. It was very difficult. Now it's completely different. We have a lot of equipments, new. Many of those doTERRA helped us and we bought.
There was a period that we had 27,000 people in Moria camp, and for those that they don't know what is Moria camp, it was an army camp before that made for 1,800 people. At that time, you need to give food because you have to cover the number 1 and 2 necessities like food, water, and somewhere to sleep. But when the people are becoming less, and especially those that they get asylum, but they have no place to go, even them, they need more than anything else to start their life. This is why they came here. So then we thought, okay, the best thing we can do is to give them jobs.
It's interesting to be back in Camp Moria. It's almost been 2 years since this burned down. 6 years ago, it seemed hopeless and overwhelming, but we just started. We just started somewhere.
It was buzzing with life when we came and helped distribute food.
And this is where they had a hope to go to the other camp that we were involved in. That was Karatepe.
Yep.
But they first had to come here.
Everybody had to come here first, yeah.
And it's kind of overwhelming to come back and see nobody here.
After the fire that took place in Moria, there was nothing but just tents on soil and a lot of water because it was pretty much an ugly time of the year. We already experienced that the education piece in the camp was very limited. So when children had to be educated, some parents said, okay, we leave our tents, and when our tents are empty, they had to put the stuff aside, the mattresses and everything, and then the kids could come in and the teachers could come in a tent. Think about it. And sometimes it was cold, sometimes it was rainy, so the kids didn't show up. It didn't really work. Well, we've been there this morning and it's like a tremendous change. There's 4 ISO boxes, it's got air conditioning in it, it has a nice floor. It's basically all year round they can be taught. And for teachers it's nice, but also for the children, they can go in any time, it's safe, it's really a chill place to get educated.
In the background, you can see the community center, which really was the pinnacle of what we did here with doTERRA and Healing Hands.
It's so amazing because, I mean, literally this is where it all began. Remember, we came here and helped out with food distribution, making, preparing everything in the morning for the breakfast distribution. All the children playing football, soccer here, playing basketball there. And when this community center was built, we came back for the grand opening. It was a party, and we had little cream-filled donuts. In the children's eyes, to see the joy and the excitement, it's there's no better payment, really. It was just thrilling.
And I remember Emily Wright came here in May of 2017. I remember Jürgen, she was, okay, this is a start, but it's only a start. We've got to do so much more. Like, how do we help these people get jobs, get opportunities, seek asylum, move on with their lives? Those words from Emily are ringing in my ears like, it's just a start.
This place we named Home Village. It's going to be a part of a garden, a place of gathering. People can visit. Refugees also, very soon, can visit this place and spend the day. This area belongs to Home for All. It's our property. We buy the land, and we did this because we want really to invest and do things that they are going to stay. Vegetables, fruits, herbs. We have some animals. We have a team now of refugees and Greeks that from the first day they became like a family and they work so good together. They also laughing and have fun and enjoy what they do.
I'm happy. I'm really happy, and I think I'm very, very lucky. I'm here and make things I love. I want to stay here forever, working without friends.
The old building that you see here, we make a request and we're waiting for the permission to bring it down and move here our kitchen. This is going to be our terrace.
This is our olive yard, yes. We have until now about 200 trees. Hopefully this winter we will start to collect some. Yeah. We are ready to collect olives. We are ready to bottle. We are ready to sell. We are ready
to employ more people.
Meeting Nikos and Katerina and seeing, passion that they have just to help refugees is really inspiring, and it's almost a perfect example of what doTERRA is all about. They just came here a couple months ago and they've already built out this incredible land, and they've cleared it, and I think it's going to go in a big way. I think you can see behind me here this tractor that we bought, which basically made this all possible for them. That was all purchased with contributions from wellness advocates, and what doTERRA is trying to do is to continue to build this effort here. I think there's good reason to believe there'll be refugees on the island or coming to the island for the foreseeable future, and Nikos and Katerina are just going to be here to help them, and with our support, not solely our support, but with doTERRA's support, I think they'll be able to really help a lot of people.
Things change from year to year, and many times we say that we follow the needs, and at least we try to do this. We continue with our kitchen, giving food in the camp and to people outside, in centers. Now it's time for the people to get something more. It's better if we can find a way for them to earn their living, and like that they feel safer, they are happier, they have their dignity.
Smiling people, happy kids, and target for their life. These are what we have in our mind and we're dreaming for.
We love our partnership with you and with our friends that are all in, that run organizations like the one you just saw. Now last year, during our online convention, we had a special fundraiser, if you remember, and our goal then was to raise 10,000 euros to pay for a water filtration system for a children's care center near our newest co-impact sourcing site in Moldova. And we actually ended up raising 22,722 euros. Yes, that was so amazing. Thank you again for that. Now, we were stunned by your generosity. However, before we could actually do anything about it, the government came in and they installed the water filtration system on their own for that school. And so we thought, wow, what a wonderful surprise. And we asked our project team leaders of the co-impact sourcing team where else we could allocate those funds in order to provide the greatest impact to that community. And they had a couple of great ideas. Let's take a look at what the amount we collected from last year's fundraiser for Moldova has achieved.
Instituția dată, liceul dat, este construit de 50 de ani în urmă. Edificiul are peste 50 de ani. La moment își fac studiile 391 de elevi. Ne-au motivat elevii care au performanțe înalte, dar nu au posibilitate, cum ar fi tehnica de calcul, și copiii care au și în alte domenii anumite preferințe, cum ar fi sportul. Cu referire la fotbal, suntem în programul fotbal în școală, dar neavând posibilitate de spațiu necesar pentru copii ca să-și dezvolte aceste abilități sportive, ne s-a spus că stadionul dat va fi renovat. Era vorba doar de o renovare a celui vechi. Ei erau foarte impresionați, fiindcă stadionul vechi nu era sigur, era un pericol pentru ei. Ceea ce a făcut Doterra este un lucru care noi niciodată nu putem să spunem mulțumesc, un simplu mulțumesc. Aici noi ne facem o plecăciune la ceea ce au făcut pentru noi.
Vreau să le spun toți care au contribuit pentru ajutorul a comunității noastre și din partea ca primar și din partea cetățenilor, vrem să le spunem mulțumim.
This project has brought to our school so much happiness. It will motivate our schoolmates to continue with their sports goals.
On behalf of our institution, I want to say thank you very much.
Okay, there should be one more. Can we run the second one? There we go. So this is the second project, the street lighting. The first one was the football pitch. And this shows the second project that was the repairing street lighting and installing more street lights so that the walkways wouldn't be completely in the dark. Now, this is something, you know, that on the video you can't see very well, is that the streets and the walkways, you know, only in the winter time, when it gets pitch black dark after 4 p.m., that's when the streetlights make a big difference. So those children and the people there don't have to, you know, find their way in the dark. So thank you again for your generous participation last year. As you saw, it has made a tremendous impact for that community in Moldova. Now this year, because of the conflict in the Ukraine, we are faced with yet another humanitarian crisis of unimaginable proportions. Millions of Ukrainians had to leave their homes to seek shelter in neighboring cities and even in neighboring countries. and countless will not have a home to go back to. So what were we able to do so far? Now, as you know, we have been working, and I work in with about 30 NGOs, many of them very, very small charitable organizations. And during the last few months, I was able to talk to several of our trusted partners on the ground, led by people working tirelessly, who are fully dedicated and really who are completely and fully in. And they were so appreciative of our donations, which fuel their hope to carry on. Now, here you can just see a few of the examples of how we are able to support, and the support that you've been able to provide, to those people who need it most. And that includes, moving essential supplies into the Ukraine, greeting refugees at the border with warm food, dry clothes, other essentials and care packages, evacuating children and the infirm from dangerous areas, donating an ambulance to a Kiev hospital, and providing power backup generators for hospitals and critical infrastructures like pump stations for drinking water. Now, when I reflect on the incredible efforts that have gone into supporting the people affected by the conflict in the Ukraine, I feel very privileged to belong and to represent such a wonderful and great organization. And on this topic, I'd like to tell you about one of our own. He's a member of the doTERRA staff who's making a real impact towards our support in the Ukraine. His name is Matt Reed, and he's part of our sourcing team. His background is he is a trained Navy SEAL, and when he saw what was going on, he felt compelled to get involved on the ground. He basically said, "This is what I'm trained for. Let me go." So he asked to take some time off, and he's now in the East, in Ukraine, and joined a group there that deliver essential goods as well as evacuate people who are in distress and who would otherwise have no hope for evacuation. For safety reasons, I can't tell you exactly where he is or where he is exactly, but here's a short video from Matt, directly from Eastern Ukraine. Just a few days ago, they delivered their 3 backup power generators. Their sound, of the video, the sound quality is not very good, so we added subtitles.
Hello, there you all are gathered and celebrating the convention, and I wanted to thank everybody. I just left the town that money from doTERRA earlier bought 3 generators for, and it is keeping the town alive and a major node on the supply chain to the front as well. And most of the town has been evacuated, but there's still 6,000 to 7,000 people left, and all their access to power and clean water is because of these generators. The little part that we can do is it really goes a long way to keeping this everyone alive.
So I was able to have some video calls with him, and basically all I could say is, thanks for what you do out there, Matt. Stay safe. Now, the video that you just saw was actually only 50 yards away from where there was shelling occurring. So he said not a lot of people wanted to be outside while he was doing that little video. Now, as the crisis in Ukraine is still going on, we want to do more. And so we want to raise money for some very needed and critical aid that go to the areas in the eastern parts of the Ukraine where very few dare to go because of the dangerous conditions there. Our goal today is to raise 30,000 euros over these 2 days of convention. And this money will be spent on backup power generators, essential food, essential medical care, medical supplies for those who are closest to the front lines and just holding on to dear life there. Now here's how you can participate. We have 3 oils available for you to buy, here as well as at home. It's white grapefruit, lemon myrtle, and laurel leaf. All these 3 oils are limited time offers, and the net value of each of these oils will be the equivalent of your donation in that case. And these oils will be available later today, and you can purchase them, of course, to help us reach that goal of 30,000 euros by the end of convention. There will be a short video giving you a little bit more detailed information coming up. Now I have one more thing to share with you today, and it's in regards to a cause that is very close to our hearts at doTERRA. It's human trafficking. Human slavery is not just a history lesson. Right now, many women, children, and men are trafficked, forced or manipulated into service for work or for prostitution. And it's estimated that more than 40 million people are currently enslaved worldwide, which is, think about it, more than the entire population of Poland. doTERRA's Hope model is centered around these 3 core components. Prevent, the first step, through education and protection of the most vulnerable. Then rescue by supporting law enforcement and other professionally trained experts to run rescue operations. And restore by creating pathways for survivors for recovery and then reintegration. Now, as with all Healing Hands activities, we always look for partners on the ground who both have the expertise and the heart to bring relief and hopefully end human suffering. In recent years, we've funded a trafficking prevention program in one of the most isolated regions of Albania. The goal there was and is to protect vulnerable youth in the community of our co-impact sourcing site. We are supporting a trusted organization on the ground that trains social workers and works directly with young women to teach them skills that make them less vulnerable to be trafficked. Thank you. So today, I would like to introduce you to a new hope project we're supporting right here in Hungary. Let's take a look.
Opportunities for Families is a Hungarian foundation who have been working with vulnerable people since 2005. The foundation began by opening 2 transition homes for families with housing problems and expecting mothers. With years of experience in the field, Opportunities for Families identified that many victims of abuse were also victims of human trafficking through labor or sexual exploitation and prostitution. These survivors require a different kind of support, which led the foundation to become a specialized institution for victims of human trafficking with the support of the Ministry of Human Resources. Since 2017, the foundation has provided long-term care for victims of trafficking, providing them with housing and life skills, as well as social, legal and psychological counseling. Opportunities for Families are committed to fight against both domestic abuse and human trafficking and have a mission to give the survivors a chance to a fresh start.
Oliver, Caitlin, Katalin. Hello.
them of their
Welcome,
grandma.
Katalin.
But in a good way, in a good way.
Good to see you.
You know what?
Oliver,
Eastern
good to have you
Europe,
both
Oliver
here.
Zabonya.
Thanks
for having us.
The most famous color.
So, Katalin,
I choose my own.
we've briefly seen what your
I choose my own.
foundation does. Can you
I
just
choose
tell us
my
in a
own
few words,
because of this.
how did
You
you
know what I mean?
start it?
Yeah.
Ez a történethez vissza kell nyúlnom a gyerekkoromhoz.
Yeah, can we make it a bit louder? Katalin, can we make Katalin louder, please?
Nem megy. Szüleim befogadtak mindig bántalmazott családok.
Nagyon jól csinálj, csak egy picit idejében. Így.
Ja.
Hát, ha így jó lesz.
Bocsánat.
Így.
Jó.
Nagyszerű. To start this story, we must go back to my childhood.
Szüleim folyamatosan fogadtak be bántalmazott nőket a lakásukba.
My parents constantly took abused women in our house.
Mivel kislakásban éltünk, hamar hozzászoktam, hogy másik szobában egy idegen család van.
Living in a small apartment, I quickly got used to having a family of strangers in the other room.
Már akkor megfogadtam, hogy én is segíteni fogok, de egy kicsit másképp.
At that time, I made a vow to go on with this legacy, but a little bit differently.
2005-ben lehetőségem volt egy alapítványt létrehozni, amely családoknak segít lakhatásban.
In 2005, I had the opportunity to set up a foundation that could help families with housing.
Ezután többet magammal kidolgoztunk a jelenleg is működő krízisellátást, ami a bántalmazottaknak nyújt segítséget.
After that, with some partners, I developed the crisis care service that is still operation today, which helps people that have been abused.
Később önállóan egy 25 fős krízis otthont nyitottam meg az áldozatok és családtagjaik számára.
Later, I opened a crisis shelter for 25 people where victims could bring their family members as well.
Ezután már azokon is segíteni akartam, akik az emberkereskedelem áldozattává válnak.
And then I wanted to help the victims of human trafficking as well.
Ma már 2 40 fős családok átmeneti otthonát, titkos menedékházakat üzemeltetünk.
And now we also run 2 40-person family transition homes and undercover shelters.
És az életcélom, hogy a traumatizált gyerekeken tudjunk segíteni.
My life's mission is to help the traumatized children.
Köszönöm. Köszönöm.
So, one more thing, Katalin. Looking back, what's given you the greatest feeling of accomplishment or satisfaction?
Jelen pillanatban mi okozza a legnagyobb örömet? Számomra az, hogy itt lehetek, és nagyon sokan érzik, hogy a rászorult embereken segíteni kell velem együtt. Köszönöm.
The greatest satisfaction and happiness now is seeing how many people to feel the urge to help those in need.
És az a segítség, amit önöktől kapunk, szintén traumatizált gyerekek segítségére fordítjuk.
The help that we receive from you will again be used to support traumatized children.
Jelen pillanatban már 2 napja tart a tábor, 8 hetes nyári tábort hoztunk létre az emberkereskedelem, illetve a családi erőszak áldozataiba vált gyermekeknek.
We are creating an 8-week summer camp for trafficked and abused children who have experienced domestic violence.
A tábor alatt nem csak önfelett játékra és szórakozásra lesz lehetőségünk, hanem pszichológusok, szociális munkások segítségével a trauma feldolgozását elősegítő foglalkozásokat tartunk a gyerekeknek.
During the camp, they will not only play games and have fun, but also have sessions with psychologists and social workers to help them deal with their trauma.
És a legnagyobb boldogság számomra, azt higgyék el, amikor egy kisgyerek azt mondja nekem, hogy itt olyan, mintha nyaralnék.
Once in the past, a little child said the following to me, and it meant the greatest happiness. For me, being in the camp is like being on a holiday.
So the first round of funds for your organization came from our last round of Diamond Club. Now we gave the participants the opportunity to contribute to the summer camp funds by going the extra mile and sharing their sharing basically of doTERRA. And they took the challenge and they did it. Well, thank you all Diamond Club participants. Now we will support opportunities for families with a total of about 22,500 euros. And in addition to the summer camp, this money will provide for much needed items to do their work better, like laptops, printers, bicycles, refrigerator, food, clothing, medical care, and internet services. The funds to support these needs come from our doTERRA Healing Hands Europe account, or in other words, from your purchases of rose oil hand lotion and Hope Touch Blend. Thank you so much for all your contributions.
Katalin is not the person who brings this up herself, but in our research, we found out that in 2021, Katalin was awarded the Golden Cross by the Minister of Human Affairs in Hungary. This Golden Cross is given by the government to a civilian for extraordinary contributions to society.
Oh, köszönöm. Köszönöm.
Congratulations, Katalin.
Köszönöm szépen.
Wait, don't go yet, but congratulations.
Ja, te köszönöm szépen.
This is very well deserved to you and your team. Now, we love what you do. We admire your courage, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you so much for being here.
Köszönöm. Köszönöm. Köszönöm.
Katalin, erre.
Nem, itt jött? Hozzá.
Now, I want to close by saying that it is truly remarkable to witness your outpouring of kindness and compassion to those in need. As you've seen in so many cases, we were able to react immediately to join the relief efforts. But how is that possible? Because an integral element of doTERRA's culture is to give back. And I'm so thankful to Emily and the other co-founders for their vision and their commitment to give back. A decision they made in the very early days of doTERRA, before they were actually profitable and could easily afford it. Now they chose to dedicate the proceeds of these two products to give back to fund humanitarian projects. So every time you generously purchase the rose oil hand lotion and the Hope Oil Touch, you actively contribute to our doTERRA Healing Hands efforts here in Europe. You know, much of the good that's being done never gets publicly noticed or recognized. And today I was only able to mention a few things as well. Now, I've heard David Sterling say in the past something that had a lasting impression on me. He said, in doTERRA, we are part of something that is greater than each one of us. I believe that that is true, and I'm excited to be part of it. Thank you so much for all you do and for all your contributions. Bye.
It's so great to be here with you today. My name is Ludo and I'm the Market Development Manager for the Adriatic region. I'm really excited to talk to you about these 3 incredible oils that you can buy to support our aid efforts in Ukraine. All the proceeds from the sale of this oil will go directly to our Beyond fundraiser, which aims to collect 30,000 euros to purchase power generators and emergency medical supplies for those in need. First, let's talk about white grapefruit. Now, I might be biased because grapefruit is one of my all-time favorites. I mean, the smell is so energizing and refreshing, I can use it all day long. Then we have lemon myrtle. Indigenous to Australia, lemon myrtle has a long tradition as a herbal solution. Citral, which is known for its cleansing properties, is the main chemical component in this oil. You can use lemon myrtle to cleanse the skin or the surfaces or just purify the air. It's incredible. Finally, we have laurel leaf. Laurel leaf is a much-loved oil, and rightfully so. It promotes an environment of courage and concentration. Laurel leaf is included in the doTERRA Air Blend. It's herbal, minty, and refreshing. All these oils are limited-time offers and are available both on your online shopping experience and here, physically at convention, at the Merchandise and Convention Kit Shop. If you've never tried them before, you can head to our doTERRA Healing Hands room here in the arena and try them before you buy. You can purchase them until the end of the month or while supplies last. But don't wait, we would love your help in reaching our 30,000 euros goal by the end of convention. Guys, let's make this fundraiser our biggest one yet and help as many people as possible. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of convention.
Director of Market Development Europe Central and Head of Munich Office, Robert Merkel.
Wow, what an emotional day so far. Are you enjoying convention? Are you enjoying convention? Yes, that's it. Well, it's amazing to be together with all of you. Actually, you are amazing. You are the doTERRA family, and I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart to be part of that family. How we have longed the last 3 years to be together like that. The last couple of years have been so crazy, so much uncertainty, so many things going wrong. One thing in my life that has been stable and certain was the use of our great essential oils. They have helped me emotionally, they have helped me in my well-being, and they were always there, and they were always reliable. Now, every one of us has their favorite essential oil, but did you ever wonder what our top-selling oils at doTERRA are? Do you want to know? I've invited some friends from all over Europe to tell us what the top 5 selling oils of the last 2 years have been. To start with number 5, please welcome, from Austria, Olga.
Wow. Woo, my voice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome.
So as Robert already told you, my name is Olga. Actually, when I was a child, I didn't like my name. But now, I think it's super special, especially in Austria, because it tells a little bit of my story. So I'm a Ukrainian girl, born in Poland, and now we live in Austria with my family, with my husband and our 4 kids. And the reason why I'm telling you this, because I want to know where the people from these countries are. So question number 1, where are the people from Austria?
Where are you, Austrians?
I cannot hear you!
There they are.
Where are the people from Poland?
There.
And now, please make some noise, because I want to know where the people are who love the Ukraine. So we're sending a lot of love to Ukraine, and also at this point I want to say thank you to doTERRA, who really helped a lot there and are helping. So I am here to talk about oil number 5. Yeah. So, and you should guess it. So in our home we have 3 ways to use the oil. Way number 1, so this is a mom hack. When I'm super overwhelmed and days get really tough with the kids, are there any moms who have tough days with the kids? Hello. When the days get tough, I just sneak out into my bathroom, take the special oil with me, put 1 or 2 drops in the palms of my hands, close my eyes, take a deep breath through my nose, and I keep saying, I am safe, I am loved, I am enough, and sometimes I have to add, I'm a good mom. So after a few seconds, I really feel that I have space to breathe, and this was really, really crucial, especially through the pandemic, where I had the feeling there's no space for me to breathe. So that was a really good oil to use. The second way to use the oils in our home, and here comes mom hack number 2. When I see runny noses, I'm like, no, you have to go to kindergarten, you have to go to school, mommy wants to work. So what I do is I take a cup of milk, I take a few drops of On Guard concentrate, a few drops of fractionated coconut oil, and 10 to 20 drops of the oil. Then I put all of my 4 kids, we have 4 boys, in the bathtub, put in some water, pour in the bath oil, and I'm like, okay, boys, you have to stay here for 20 minutes. And they're like, yeah, mom, of course. And here comes the hack. I'm like, okay. I take our small beamer into the bathroom and let them watch a movie while letting the oils doing their magic. So this was the second way. And the third way is when I realized that our family has difficulties in breathing, especially at night, making strange noises like this, you know. So I put a few drops into all of our diffusers, all of our home, especially in the bedrooms, put on the diffuser, and again let the oils do their magic. So I'm curious if you already guessed what oil I am talking about. I cannot hear you. Is it air you're talking about? Oh, I see it behind me. Wow. Let us reveal if air is the right oil. And you have guessed it right. Yeah, you're right.
Congratulations.
So now we will have oil number 4 presented. So let's put our hands together for Deborah from Portugal.
Hello, good morning. I'm very happy to be here today. I am a Portuguese, as Olga presented me, and I'm very proud of it. And what can I say about Portuguese people? We speak very fast and very loud. We love eat very well because our food is amazing, it's delicious, and you love dancing. So if you see a Portuguese group, please come closer because the party is guaranteed. So let's begin this game. And what is my secret oil? In fact, in my case, it's not an oil, it's a blend. And I'm sure that everybody here love and use this blend. First tip. Rosemary is one of the oils that is included in this blend. Do you like this tip? You want one more?
Yeah.
Second one. Who likes to cook? I love cook. And try to put a drop of this blend in a cake. It's amazing. At Christmas, I bake a cake and I put only one drop and it smells so good. It's like a passive diffuser at my home. It's amazing, smells so good. Can you feel it? The last one. I put this blend in myself and in my family to protect us from everything. Protect for environmental treats, for people who we want to keep away, and it works. And I usually play with my little son that by putting this blend in ourselves, it works like a shield. We get superpowers and we get super protected. What you do know what is this blend? Who wants? Try to guess. Woo!
On guard.
That's it. On guard. Very congratulations. Now I'm very happy to introduce my colleague. She's from UK. And how can I present a queen? Maybe you can help me make some noise. Welcome to Rebecca.
Hello, doTERRA Europe. Man, it feels amazing to be back. This is just so lovely to be with you all. A special shout out to the UK. We're going to have much more next year. And hi to everyone back home watching from the UK, and hi to everyone. So let's play the next oil. This oil makes me happy. In many countries, this oil's tree is known as the symbol of love. This is an incredible oil to put in drinks, in food, most importantly though, chocolate. Makes it taste amazing. I love this oil in chocolate. Recently, I've been using this oil on my gorgeous toddler, who's watching from home. Hi, Heath. He is going through a phase where he gets a bit frustrated and can't quite get himself out of it. I started using this oil on his feet, and within minutes, my Heath comes back to me. It's amazing. Emergency oil. It's the #1 oil that I've always used to entice people to the oils. It's a great one to attract people to essential oils. But my favorite family use and memory of this oil is when my 6-year-old came to me once and took out this oil from her bag and said, "Mummy, I love this oil. It's my favorite oil because when I'm at school and I feel a bit upset or scared or I'm on my own, I just take this oil out, I go into the corner and I smell this oil and it makes me feel better." And that has always stuck with me. So this oil has always had a very special place in my heart. Okay, so what do you think this oil is? Wild orange, yes! Well done.
You're such good guessers.
Now I get to introduce the beautiful, gorgeous Angela from Germany. Woo!
Hey, that's a great view. That's amazing. Okay, as I'm representing Germany, please let me know how many German doTERRA lovers are in this room, and be loud. Yeah! That was good, perfect. I would suggest this might be the perfect moment to feel gratitude and to say thank you to this incredibly company we love so much. So let's, please, I need your help. Let's do it like this. I shout, thank you, and you scream like hell, doTERRA. Will we manage this? Let's do it for 3 times, okay? Let's start. You ready? Thank you!
doTERRA!
Thank you!
doTERRA!
Thank you!
doTERRA!
Thank you. Okay. Oh, I have to talk about an oil, by the way. Yes, this is really famous. It's one of the most famous oil, of course. You all use it daily, every day. You use it internally. You use it on your skin to soothe irritations and all of this. And I know you know already, but this is a quiz. Please don't be too smart, because I have 3 other points to tell you. So wait. If you would move to a lonely island, like we do now, this is the number oil I would send you with this on this island. You know it, maybe. Let's see. But this, then you already know. When customers smell it for the first time, and I heard this sentence, I think 1,000 times, oh, this oil reminds me of my grandmother, but in a good way. Maybe you know now. I love it combined with Becky's oil in the diffuser, wild orange, for a good night's sleep, especially for children. And this is my last point. This dress is not a coincidence. It's on purpose. So, what might be my oil? It is lavender, of course. Yes, you're good. Now it's the most important part of this, because we have the famous oil, and it's represented by beautiful Eleonora from Italy. Oh, where's she? Come here.
Hello, everyone. Where's my doTERRA family? Can you make some noise? Can you?
Look at them.
All right. Let me tell you a little story to introduce this oil. Once upon a time, in the Indus Valley, there was a plant with thorny branches, fragrant leaves, white flowers, and oval fruits. Soon, this plant spread to other warm areas and arrived to the country where doTERRA sources this oil today. I'll now share some of my favorite uses of this oil with you. I'm sure you can relate to many of them. So my first favorite use is to add a couple of drops to bath salts and to take a foot bath. After a long day standing or during summer, and my feet and my legs are always so happy about it. But I also use it a lot in my kitchen for salad dressings, guacamole sauce. I drink it with water and I add it to my herbal teas. The truth is that I always have 2 or 3 open bottles of this oil because I love it so much. I use it a lot and I love to have it handy in the room where I need it, when I need it. So here you go, you can find it in my office as well, where all the magic happens, because it's excellent for concentration and to stay on task and working on a new project. But you can also find it next to my son's changing table, my 1-year-old son, because it helps him to stay strong all season and to cope with seasonal changes. And what else? I love to add it to cleaning sprays. Every cleaning spray I create, I put some drop of these oils in it, Its main chemical constituent is very well known for its cleansing properties and also for promoting a positive mood. This is my best tip yet, though. You may want to take notes and try this at home if you've never done so before. I absolutely love to diffuse it with 1 drop of spearmint and 2 drops of ylang ylang. It smells amazing. It's incredible. And it makes me feel in a tropical paradise. So I must say, this oil really represents the sunny side of my home country, Italy. Can you guess what oil I've been talking about? Yes, and that's lemon. Our #1 oil.
Our #1 oil, thanks. Now you know the top 5 oils we're selling. We love them. I'm sure you love them. And you were an amazing team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Silvina Mong.
Can you feel the light shining in the dark? Looking for the right one, right one. If you wanna dance, let me feel your heart. Put your hands up, hands up, hands up.
A woman who cuts her hair, she's about to change her life. Have you ever listened to that line before? Well, the day that I did that, I haven't heard the line. I was going through a very difficult path in my life, a very dark moment. So I went to the kitchen, I took the scissors, I went to the bathroom, I put some really loud music, and while crying, I hold my hair like this, and I just started cutting, just like to the roots. And it was a crazy moment. I mean, you can laugh a little bit, you can relax about it. It's crazy, I know. But it was actually also super powerful. Because when you cut your hair, you're taking also power of your life. In our hair, we have all the information and the wisdom and the knowledge of our ancestors. But the funny part is that night we went to a party, my husband and I. And I was really young, and I had the feeling that if you look good, you felt good. And whenever someone told me, oh, you look nice, I was like, oh, thank you, I'm so happy. But that night I couldn't answer that. They were like, oh, your hair looks amazing. And I was like, oh, thank you. So that day I learned 3 things. The first one, that the way you look doesn't tell the way you feel. And this is very important, not only for you, but whenever you're talking to someone else. The second thing is that I allowed myself to say, I'm not feeling okay, and I need help. And that in this moment of life we all going through, is really important to take notes. And the third, and kind of the important one here, is that I noticed that my hair was talking for me. My hair needed freedom. My hair needed to be reinvented. Is that correct? Reinvented? Okay, thank you. So, that day I learned that our hair has a story to tell. Because it doesn't matter if you have long hair, short hair, if you're bald, if you have curly hair, straight, or whatever, your hair always has a story to tell. Because, as I said before, we have all the information from the people that came before us in our body, in our cells, and in our whole energy. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever reflected your tiredness, your awesomeness, your funny necessity, or maybe your anger in your hair? Well, let me tell you a story. If anyone has a little 15 years older girl at your house, please raise your hand, because then you'll feel me. I know you'll get what I'm feeling. So she was doing her finals exams. And of course, she was super stressed, and she started feeling angry, and she started doing whatever she wanted. You know, she was going through the house at her own pace, and she never slams a door, but you know, right? She was doing whatever she wanted. So when she finishes her exam, she's relaxed. She goes to the bathroom, and then she comes kind, just a little bit,
if not, she's going to have to get mad with me, crying because her hair was all knots. And she says exactly these words, "Mom, my hair is doing whatever it wants." So I just started laughing. It was like, can you resemble something that just been happening the last 2 weeks? And of course, she lost, right? So it doesn't only happen to her. That happens to us too, all the time. Have you ever tried to do a ponytail that it won't stay there? Or maybe you want to do some curlies and it wants to be straight? Our hair is talking very kindly to us. So listen to it. If not, you're going to start having some aches all over around your body. Sometimes when we need freedom or fun, your hair is going to let you know. So now, the protecting shampoo. Thank you, doTERRA, please. Sulfate-free, paraben-free, and silicone-free, we have this amazing new product that would also help you with the protein of the quinoa to strengthen your hair. And guess what? If it is strengthens your hair, it will also strengthen how you feel inside. So, infuse with peppermint, eucalyptus, tea tree, and spearmint, I will really ask you to use it with intention. What do I mean with this? Whenever you're massaging your hair, please let these oils take off all of your limiting beliefs. Let the peppermint give you joy and strength. Let the eucalyptus feel you wholesome, feel you complete. Tea tree will help you clear all of your personal baggage. So please, let this aroma, while you're using it, tell you the story you need to hear at that moment. And spearmint will give you your personal light and permission to shine. Then we have the daily conditioner. And as it says, it will rinse your fear away if you let it. It is amazing because it not only helps you restore your hair, but it helps you with frizz. And also infused with peppermint, eucalyptus, tea tree, and spearmint, it will help you release emotional burden. It will help you feel wellness, not only in your physical, emotional, and energetic self, but also in all your surroundings. And here, let me tell you another story. My son, when he was around 9 years old, he had very long hair. I mean, like this, with beautiful curls. And he was bullied. Disclaimer, he was not bullied because he had long hair. If not, whenever he listens to this, he's going to get really mad. He was just bullied. So we all know what tea tree does with little kids, right? What it protects them from. So I told him that I was putting this all in his head because of this reason, but I intentioned it to help him set boundaries, to help him say no whenever it was needed. And you know what? It did the trick. So can you imagine if you do that with your own intention to be able to put and set some boundaries whenever you need them? An experiment will create a safe space for you to feel the confidence to listen to your inner voice. That inner voice that whenever you're alone, sometimes it's not self-loving. I don't know if you know what I mean. The third one, I absolutely love it. It's my favorite from all the kids. Because it's not only easy to use, but it helps you to be guarded by these amazing oils all day long. So, it has magnolia, blue tansy, wild orange, let me go back, wild orange, and lime. So please, I'm going to repeat those oils because they're so amazing that they need to be sink in, right? Wild orange, lime, blue tansy, magnolia, and of course, osmanthus. So this is like the little mantra that I would love you to take from here while using this detangler. It will help you connect and expand with your feeling, your joys, your ease, and your confidence. All of that while using a hair product. It will allow yourself to be more engaged in your own life, taking inspired action, and acknowledging the wisdom that runs through your veins. And all of this is in this beautiful travel size approved bag, that it also has a little space for you to put another container with the liquid soap of doTERRA that I totally love. So here, the last story. I went into holidays with my husband that he hadn't tried them, because actually, I mean, I only had the size bag, so I didn't want to share. I know it's anti-doTERRA, but I did. And I was the only one using it at home. And when we get to the hotel, he used it. And he doesn't really care about the quinoa protein, that it doesn't have any silicones, or I'm sorry, he doesn't care about that, right? And he doesn't even care about how his hair looks, but when he used it, he had an amazing experience. So please go just out there and try the products, because you're gonna love it. All the experience through this kit is absolutely amazing. So before I go, I would love to give you this little mantra for you to remind whenever you're using the oils. Let yourself shine from within. Show your power. Show your strength. Show your true self. Shine with your inner and external beauty. Just go out there, do you, and be you. Thank you very much. Have an amazing afternoon.
Welcome, members of your European Market Development Management team, Michael Schlorter and Sally Shipley.
Hello, everyone. We're here.
Yes, we are.
Thanks for coming. It's fab, isn't it? I think we may be ready to make a few wishes come true. So first of all, help me thank Silvina for her fabulous talk. Can't wait to try some of her tips myself.
Now, back to business. Who wants to know what your Beyond Convention kit looks like? Someone else wants to know what's in your convention kit today? Yes, I've heard it's around here, somewhere.
Where's that convention kit?
Willing to find it.
Okay.
You've got it. Oh, Robert. Ooh. Okay, I think we are ready to reveal it. Are you ready?
Okay, let's count down. 3, 2, 1.
Go, Robert. Okay.
There.
Wow, we love these products, and we're sure you do too. You like them?
Now we're officially launching the Beyond Convention Kit now. So it's available for purchase here in person and also online. Now the in-person kit is slightly different to the online kit. Shall we explain, Michael?
Yes, indeed. So the in-person kit includes Copaiba Touch, Madagascar Vanilla, Deep Blue Stick, On Guard Hand Wipes, Osmanthus Touch, a tote bag, and the doTERRA Air Care Mini Travel Trio.
Here it is. How cute is that? Now, I happen to know, if anyone needs a testimonial, that Murray, Isaac, and Christian and Oliver have been using the kit for the last few months.
And you can now buy and collect your in-person convention kit from the merchandise store. If you're wondering where that is where you registered for convention today. It's the same place where you got your tickets. You can get it there physically. Obviously, it's only for those who are here physically today now. And to make the process even quicker, we recommend you head to your convention micro website. How? Just scan this QR code or click. The click collect option is only available for the people attending the in-person event here in the arena. You can place your orders until 2 p.m. tomorrow.
And this is an event exclusive. We kindly remind you, the in-person convention kit cannot be added to LRP and cannot be purchased with AR balance. We are only accepting cards or contactless payments.
Now, those of you who are watching from home, hello everyone, we're sending lots of love from Budapest. You can purchase your version of the kit online in your online shop. Now, the online kit includes the On Guard hand wipes, the Osmanthus Touch, Copaiba Touch, the tote bag, vanilla, and the deep blue stick. Now, the online kit, you would need to place a standard order as it's not available on LRP, but you can use your AR balance to pay. Customer service are there today, open if you need some support with placing your order.
And don't forget that as part of our doTERRA Healing Hands Ukraine fundraiser, you can also purchase 3 exclusive limited time oils here and at home. White grapefruit, lemon myrtle, and laurel leaf. The net price of the oils equals your donation. If you don't know those oils yet, you can experience them in our doTERRA Healing Hands room on the ground floor.
Well, I think we'll let you go and shop away now. Also remember that our beautiful merchandise store is opened now, so you can go there for all those who are here in the arena. Use those breaks to also really explore the great product showcases that we've presented for you. You cannot go all in there at once, so it's always a group of 60 people in there, but there's some great photo opportunities there, and they're open during the whole day. If you're looking for more information on the products we have in the Beyond Kit, you can scan this QR code, and with this QR code, you can get a booklet with all the information on those incredible products that have been presented today.
So we hope you've enjoyed this session. Don't forget in your lunch break, if you would like to share, please do your best pictures with the hashtag doTERRABeyond to be featured on the big screen. And we'll see you back here at 3:15. So 3:15 for a talk with Dr. Brannick Riggs and Dr. Ruth Dempsey on managing your toxic load.
See you then.
I'll take
Osmanthus is a flowering plant that is cultivated in East Asia. It has a recognizable, complex, rich, sweet aroma and is often used in fine perfumes and fragrance products. The pure Osmanthus absolute is diluted in a base of fractionated coconut oil to create Osmanthus Touch, a convenient and incredibly easy way to enjoy its benefits. To help experience a soothing atmosphere, apply Osmanthus Touch before meditation or yoga, or use it as part of a full body massage after a long day. One of the most popular ways to use Osmanthus Touch is by layering aromas. Combine with frankincense, jasmine and lime for an enchanting personal fragrance. With so many properties, Osmanthus Touch is a must-have for any essential oil lover.
I can't describe how it works, but it's phenomenal.
Essential, must have, great, amazing. When I apply Deep Blue, I feel relief. Cooling, soothing. I use Deep Blue every day. After the training, physio sessions. The impact that Deep Blue has had on my recovery routine is that it helps me keep going. It helps me to recover faster. It helps me recover a lot. It's really handy. The new format is really easy to apply. I really like it. I love it.
We as physiotherapists use Deep Blue for regeneration, treatments, for recovery. The girls are using it before training, after training. We also use it for wellness therapy sessions, for meditation, and also sometimes to be relaxed and in a good mood.
I am so excited about this new convention kit that was just launched. I want to tell you about some of these products and how I love to use them. So first we've got to start with the Deep Blue stick. I love this stick for relief. So I can rub it on the bottoms of my feet, on my legs after I go running, on my neck as I travel. It is absolutely wonderful, and you don't have to worry about getting anything on your hands. It's fantastic. I also love to layer it with the Copaiba Touch. You can either use this with Deep Blue, with Copaiba over the top, or you can apply it with the Deep Blue stick. I love Copaiba. I use it the same way as I use the Deep Blue stick. It's fantastic. My daughter is an athlete and she absolutely loves the Copaiba Touch. We make it easy to apply topically. Now we have something very special in the kit that you cannot purchase outside of the convention kit, and this is Osmanthus Touch. Osmanthus Touch is a beautiful, beautiful essential oil. It's a very sticky oil, so we put it in fractionated coconut oil so that you can use it topically. I love to blend this with other essential oils to make a personal perfume. So you can rub it on your wrists, on the back of your neck. It smells amazing, very deep floral notes. So it works as a great base as using your own perfume. You're going to want to have this, and you're going to want to have a good collection of it. Now, one oil that I have been waiting for so long to make available, it's actually not an oil, it's an absolute, is vanilla. It has this warm, rich, intoxicating aroma. So if you think about baking chocolate chip cookies, right, that aroma of vanilla is so beautiful. I love to add this into my diffuser with other essential oils. I love to combine it with other essential oils to make a personal scent for myself. Everything smells better with vanilla, so you're going to love this. I also love to add it into maybe a warm tea. It's a wonderful, wonderful way to use vanilla. And I'm also very excited that we have the On Guard hand wipes now available. I love to travel with these. They go in my backpack, in my purse. I have them in my jockey box in my car because they're so convenient to use. When you travel, you can wipe down door handles, you can wipe down toilet seats, you can take the stickiness off of your hands. While I'm on the airplane, I love to wipe down my tray. You can keep everything sanitized with these On Guard wipes. So I hope that you enjoy these new products as much as I do. We're so excited to make them available to you.
Familiar and nostalgic, evocative and romantic. Prized since the time of the Aztecs, vanilla is one of the most popular aromas in the world. A member of the orchid family, the vanilla planifolia plant has yellow-white flowers that produce odorless pods or beans. After a labor-intensive harvesting process, the beans are ground into small pieces to preserve the natural vanilla aroma. Next, a two-step extraction process captures the constituents from the beans to create the absolute. We then combine this absolute with fractionated coconut oil, and the end result is our doTERRA Madagascar vanilla. Use Madagascar vanilla as a luxurious personal fragrance, perfect for a special occasion or as an everyday perfume. Add 1 to 2 drops to your favorite moisturizing body lotion and spread evenly. Or create an at-home spa experience by adding a few drops to a warm bath. Make this essential oil a part of your growing collection and discover the rich, warm, sweet, inviting aroma of Madagascar vanilla for yourself.
%80 of the world's vanilla is produced in Madagascar and is being harvested by small farmers. It's an incredibly delicate and involved and labor-intensive process where the flowers only blossom for 1 day out of the entire year, and they have to be hand-pollinated, which is incredibly amazing to think about.
But as soon as the flowers have been hand-pollinated, the plant begins to grow a bean, which takes 8 to 9 months to fully mature and develop.
And we've been working closely with a partner for several years now that is focused on traceability, on sustainability and ethical harvesting and production in the Sava region of Madagascar. Another really exciting thing about where we're working and who we're working with in Madagascar is our partnership through a donation from the doTERRA Healing Hands to the Mahadera Agricultural Training Center. The school serves 75 different students that are all youth, that are based in the Sava region, that are all agricultural farmers and focused entirely, in many cases, on vanilla production. But what the center is doing is working with them to help diversify the types of crops and the number of crops that their families are working with. Their diversification into other crops just helps bolster and improve their access to income. But it also allows them to learn other practices and other life skills like financial management. Madagascar is, of course, one of the poorest countries in the whole world, and so having access to these types of vocational training programs is absolutely critical to help improve household family income, but also to ensure that these agricultural practices and the youth want to stay in these rural areas and continue the long legacy of generational farming in these rural areas. Something that we were very intent on was ensuring that we had a vanilla extract that is done through the cleanest process possible, which in this case is CO2 or supercritical fluid extraction process. The vanilla beans are dried, cured, and then chopped into very small pieces and put into a large vessel that then has CO2 in liquid form passing through that vanilla raw material. And what you're left behind with is a super clean, amazing end product extract. That extract then goes through one more process called a wash, leaving you with a pure, beautiful, natural vanilla absolute. This truly is the premium vanilla that is anywhere out there. We've been working with a partner now for several years in order to help refine this process and give an ingredient that we're able to use successfully in our blends now moving forward that include vanilla, but also in this 5 ml Madagascar vanilla, which we're very excited to now be offering.
Copaiba, one of the most popular essential oils due to its many benefits, is now available in a convenient touch roll-on. The oil itself is harvested from a tropical tree native to South America. Copaiba thrives in this climate and has been used for centuries in traditional health practices by the natives of North and Northeastern Brazil. Known for its ability to soothe the skin, Copaiba oil is widely used in cosmetic products including soaps, creams, lotions and perfumes. Apply Copaiba after your daily moisturizer to help enhance the appearance of healthy-looking skin. After strenuous activity, apply Copaiba to the legs for a soothing massage. With a variety of uses to discover, experience the woody, resinous and earthy fragrance of Copaiba Touch. Experience one of doTERRA's top proprietary blends in a convenient and practical applicator. The Deep Blue Stick offers powerful, targeted relief. It's formulated with Deep Blue's soothing blend and the beneficial properties of Copaiba. Easy to apply, this stick formula provides moisturizing emollients that help to leave your skin feeling soft and non-greasy. Designed to create a cooling and soothing sensation, use proactively ahead of exercise, hikes, excursions or any outdoor activity. At the end of a long, tiring day, apply Deep Blue Stick to problem areas for temporary, targeted relief.
When we start to help refugees, it was something new for us. Before refugee crisis, I'm a fisherman, I have a fish shop and fishing with my boat. But same time we had a little traditional restaurant. We started in our kitchen to make the first 1,000 or 2,000 portions when the people arrived here. And we had only 2 pots to cook. We still have those as a souvenir. It was very difficult. Now it's completely different. We have a lot of equipments, new. Many of those doTERRA helped us and we bought.
There was a period that we had 27,000 people in Moria camp, and for those that they don't know what is Moria camp, it was an army camp before that made for 1,800 people. At that time, you need to give food, because you have to cover the number 1 and 2 necessities like food, water and somewhere to sleep. But when the people are becoming less, and especially those that they get asylum but they have no place to go, even them they need more than anything else to start their life. This is why they came here. So then we thought, okay, the best thing we can do is to give them jobs.
It's interesting to be back in Camp Moria. It's almost been 2 years since this burned down.
6 years ago, it seemed hopeless and overwhelming, but we just started. We just started somewhere.
It was buzzing with life when we came and helped distribute food.
And this is where they had a hope to go to the other camp that we were involved in. That was Karatepe.
Yep.
But they first had to come here.
Everybody had to come here first, yeah.
And it's kind of overwhelming to come back and see nobody here.
After the fire that took place in Moria, there was nothing but just tents on soil and a lot of water because it was pretty much an ugly time of the year. We already experienced that the education piece in the camp was very limited. So when children had to be educated, some parents said, okay, we leave our tents, and when our tents are empty, they had to put the stuff aside, the mattresses and everything, and then the kids could come in and the teachers could come in a tent. Think about it. And sometimes it was cold, sometimes it was rainy, so the kids didn't show up. It didn't really work. Well, we've been there this morning and it's like a tremendous change. There's 4 ISO boxes, it's got air conditioning in it, it has a nice floor. It's basically all year round they can be taught. And for teachers it's nice, but also for the children, they can go in any time, it's safe, it's really a chill place to get educated.
In the background, you can see the community center, which really was the pinnacle of what we did here with doTERRA and Healing Hands.
It's so amazing because, I mean, literally this is where it all began. Remember, we came here and helped out with food distribution, making, preparing everything in the morning for the breakfast distribution. All the children playing football, soccer here, playing basketball there. And when this community center was built, we came back for the grand opening. It was a party and we had little cream-filled donuts. In the children's eyes, to see the joy and the excitement, it's there's no better payment, really. It was just thrilling.
And I remember Emily Wright came here in May of 2017. I remember Jürgen, she was, okay, this is a start, but it's only a start. We've got to do so much more. Like, how do we help these people get jobs, get opportunities, seek asylum, move on with their lives? Those words from Emily are ringing in my ears like, it's just a start.
This place we named Home Village. It's going to be a part of a garden, a place of gathering. People can visit. Refugees also, very soon, can visit this place and spend the day. This area belongs to Home for All. It's our property. We buy the land, and we did this because we want really to invest and do things that they are going to stay. Vegetables, fruits, herbs. We have some animals. We have a team now of refugees and Greeks that from the first day they became like a family and they work so good together. They also laughing and have fun and enjoy what they do.
I'm happy. I'm really happy, and I think I'm very, very lucky. I'm here and make things I love. I want to stay here forever, working with our friends.
The old building that you see here, we make a request and we're waiting for the permission to bring it down and move here our kitchen. This is going to be our terrace.
This is our olive yard, yes. We have until now about 200 trees. Hopefully this winter we will start to collect some. Yeah. We are ready to collect olives. We are ready to bottle. We are ready to sell. We are ready
to employ more people.
To employ more people.
Meeting Nikos and Katerina and seeing, like passion that they have just to help refugees is really inspiring, and it's almost a perfect example of what doTERRA is all about. They just came here a couple months ago and they've already built out this incredible land, and they've cleared it, and I think it's going to go in a big way. I think you can see behind me here this tractor that we bought, which basically made this all possible for them. That was all purchased with contributions from wellness advocates, and what doTERRA is trying to do is to continue to build this effort here. I think there's good reason to believe there'll be refugees on the island or coming to the island for the foreseeable future, and Nikos and Katerina are just going to be here to help them, and with our support, not solely our support, but with doTERRA's support, I think they'll be able to really help a lot of people.
Things change from year to year, and many times we say that we follow the needs, and at least we try to do this. We continue with our kitchen, giving food in the camp and to people outside, in centers. Now it's time for the people to get something more. It's better if we can find a way for them to earn their living, and like that they feel safer, they're happier, they have their dignity.
Smiling people, happy kids, and target for their life. These are what we have in our mind and we're dreaming for.
It's so great to be here with you today. My name is Ludo and I'm the Market Development Manager for the Adriatic region. I'm really excited to talk to you about these 3 incredible oils that you can buy to support our aid efforts in Ukraine. All the proceeds from the sale of this oil will go directly to our Beyond fundraiser, which aims to collect 30,000 euros to purchase power generators and emergency medical supplies for those in need. First, let's talk about white grapefruit. Now, I might be biased because grapefruit is one of my all-time favorite. I mean, the smell is so energizing and refreshing, I can use it all day long. Then we have lemon myrtle. Indigenous to Australia, lemon myrtle has a long tradition as a herbal solution. Citral, which is known for its cleansing properties, is the main chemical component in this oil. You can use lemon myrtle to cleanse the skin or the surfaces or just purify the air. It's incredible. Finally, we have laurel leaf. Laurel leaf is a much-loved oil, and rightfully so. It promotes an environment of courage and concentration. Laurel leaf is included in the doTERRA Air Blend. It's herbal, minty, and refreshing. All these oils are limited time offers and are available both on your online shopping experience and here physically at convention at the Merchandise and Convention Kit Shop. If you've never tried them before, you can head to our doTERRA Healing Hands room here in the arena and try them before you buy. You can purchase them until the end of the month or while supplies last. But don't wait, we would love your help in reaching our 30,000 euros goal by the end of convention. Guys, let's make this fundraiser our biggest one yet and help as many people as possible. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of convention.
Healing Hands has been a doTERRA core part since the very beginning.
And it has been amazing when we first started having Healing Hands matching projects in Romania.
With Healing Hands, I realized that I can change something, even if it's small, but I can do something here. And with this SS Children's Village, I said, we can start here.
For the moment, we take care about 50 children. We bring children here, for instance, at 7 years or 6 years, and we are taking care about he's an adult. And we help after this child, now young adult, after he left our system of care.
And this morning, my little daughter said to me, "Mommy, I love you," and just hug her. And I know that these kids, they don't have this. They are kids without parents, maybe abandoned or maybe abused, and they have trauma. Prin primul proiect s-a susținut o casă de tip familial din satul SOS în Cisnădie. Pentru o perioadă de 6 luni au fost acoperite cheltuielile unei case. Iar al doilea proiect am reabilitat o clădire veche și am transformat-o într-un centru de psihoterapie. E ceva ce ne-am dorit de foarte multă vreme și nu credeam că se va realiza de curând. Thank you so much to everyone that gives even a cent, even a dollar. It doesn't matter the money, but the energy that they put in that donation, we bring that. We have it, and we feel it.
To involve the people, not with the money, with also the soul in this activity of fundraising. It's very, very important. It's very helpful for us. Thank you, Healing Hands, and all the donors who involved in this project of making a therapy center here in Cisnădie.
So many people got engaged. So many people joined our efforts, because together we can make the world a better place. And we do this drop by drop, person by person, and community by community.
Take your business to the next level with doTERRA Social, our amazing social media tool that helps you grow your business online. You can get inspired by on-brand content. You can scroll through an entire library of thousands of doTERRA images, ready for you to post. You can create eye-catching posts as well. Take our pre-made posts and edit them to your liking, adding your logo or changing the text. Or you can start from scratch and create your own. Once you've created your images, you can automate your social media posting by scheduling to your specific platforms that you desire. You can have everything in a convenient calendar so that you're ready to go and save tons of time. There's also a compliance feature that flags if you have non-compliant terms in your verbiage. Last but not least, we have a mobile app so that you can post anywhere, anytime. If you have some time in a line, go ahead and post on social media. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and start your 2-week free trial with doTERRA Social. Go to social.doterra.com.
doTERRA Move Diffuser. Convenient, portable, travel-sized. Meet the doTERRA Move Diffuser. With a 2.5-hour battery life, it can run for up to 10 minutes in short bursts, perfect to use when you're on the go. Plus, it's super simple to use. First, rotate counterclockwise to remove the top cover from the main body. Next, pour water into the water tank up to the max level mark. Then, add 1 to 3 drops of your favourite oil. Replace top cover and rotate clockwise until it clicks and locks completely. Pull down the on-off slide button on the front of the diffuser. Now you're ready to go. Be sure to keep the diffuser in an upright position when in use. At home, in the office, or wherever the day takes you, move with confidence. Discover the doTERRA Move Diffuser today.
The unit is the most modern unit of this kind in Romania. The doctors are treating here 27 children, generally 30.
This is the only milk bank in Romania. It was very rewarding to be able to support this cause, which has such a great impact, because human milk saves lives, literally. For very ill children, it can make the difference between life and death.
For a sick newborn in an intensive care unit, it's just vital. Mother's milk is medicine. So the milk is collected from the donor mothers and is frozen. We pasteurize it and we take tests. And if the milk is sterile, we can give it to the children. So it's defrosted and put in bottles. Our babies in the NICU cannot be fed like a normal baby that you have in your hand and you just feed him like this. It's more complicated, it's tubes everywhere, and they prepare 7 meals a day for 30 children. And buying the baby bottles is quite expensive for us. Imagine 30 patients times 7 means 210 bottles every day to feed the children. And it costs about 25,000 euros every year.
Through the project Milk for Life, we wanted to raise money for single-use sterile bottles, which are used to feed the babies.
And every mother that heard that we are doing a matching project for babies, for newborn ill babies, came and helped.
The Wellness Advocates and Jana's team managed to raise over $16,000. So that doubled up to 15, so a total of $31,000. Seeing the impact, seeing what these people are doing with such few resources and only with private resources, with private funding, it's just absolutely amazing.
It was very rewarding to know that we have provided, through our match project, the funds to buy the bottles for an entire year.
When I entered the bank, I was very emotional, because when you are there and you see what a milk bank really is, it's just heartbreaking, because it's the only place in Romania where they have a chance to live.
All the money that we're raising from Rose Lotion and Hope Touch is going directly into Healing Hands and into these matching projects. Thank you so much for all your contributions and for every effort that you put into sharing about these projects.
And of course, thank you to doTERRA Healing Hands for doubling all this effort.
We are doTERRA. We are intentional when we source the gifts of the earth, because we exist to enrich every life we touch. We advocate and we educate, because we feel inspired to empower everyone with natural wellness solutions. we are committed to advancing research and science that promotes the innovative use of essential oils. Together, we empower millions of people and communities in their pursuit of self-reliance. And as our business expands, we increasingly break cycles of human suffering and poverty around the world. We are doTERRA. We help the world heal.
Citronella comes from the leaves of a tall grass native to Asia. The leaves are either fresh or partially dried before steam distillation to produce citronella essential oil. With its crisp, fresh aroma, citronella is widely used for its many benefits. Applied topically, it can be soothing to the skin and scalp due to its levels of citronella and may also help to refresh the skin. Add a drop to your daily shampoo and conditioner to boost a feeling of freshness. One of the best methods to experience the full benefits of citronella is to use it outdoors. Before camping or hiking, dilute citronella with doTERRA fractionated coconut oil and apply to skin. Wherever you go, citronella will become the ideal companion to help you enjoy the beauties of nature.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
What is your legacy? How will you leave your mark on our world? At doTERRA, our legacy is sourcing the purest products and helping families and communities around the world while we do it. doTERRA Europe's legacy trips will offer a unique and inspiring opportunity to see how doTERRA's co-impact sourcing model produces the purest essential oils on earth, all while giving back to farmers, distillers and communities, to bring you, our cherished wellness advocates, closer to the beating heart of doTERRA. Here's how it works. Wellness advocates who advance to silver or gold for the first time will have the opportunity to qualify for a legacy trip over the 12 months following their rank advancement. To qualify, first-time silvers must maintain the rank of silver or higher for 8 out of the first 12 months following their initial rank advancement and have at least one personal enrollment in each of the months in which they maintain rank. Similarly, first-time golds must maintain the rank of gold or higher for 5 out of the first 12 months following their initial rank advancement and have 2 personal enrollments in each of the months in which they maintain rank. There is no fixed qualification period. Your own personal qualification window starts from the first month you hit silver or gold. Example. Let's say you achieve the rank of silver for the first time in June. Your 12-month qualification window has begun. If you maintain silver for the following 8 months and have 1 personal enrollment each month, you'll receive an invitation to the event in April of the following year. If the next trip happens to be in June next year, you'll be invited to that trip. Let's say it takes you a bit longer and you don't qualify as silver for your 9th time until May. Then you'll be invited onto the next available trip, provided that you qualify 9 times in the 12-month qualification window. Each year, both silver and gold legacy trips will be held at various sourcing destinations around Europe, with locations depending on the harvest season. These trips will be announced in advance and published on doTERRA Europe websites. Accommodation, all related trip activities and meals will be provided by doTERRA for all invited participants. Over the course of a 2-night, 3-day trip, participants will be able to visit the fields where the ingredients of our doTERRA products are grown, as well as the distillation facilities that transform these gifts of the earth into essential oils. Each event will also provide opportunities for up-and-coming builders to make connections and receive leadership training from doTERRA's most successful leaders. We look forward to you experiencing the incredible work that doTERRA is doing to source pure product, take care of the environment, and give back to communities. To find out more, please visit the doTERRA Europe websites for details.
The word giving has always been at the core of doTERRA's mission. Throughout the years, doTERRA Healing Hands has become the symbol of that mission by lifting and empowering countless individuals and communities all over the world. In Europe, doTERRA Healing Hands started taking action before there was even a corporate office on the continent. In 2016, Lesbos, Greece was home to the largest refugee crisis to date. By partnering with wellness advocates and organisations on the ground, doTERRA supported projects which provided food donations and the construction of communal spaces inside the refugee camps. Years later, doTERRA continues to support local partners in Lesbos, but its impact can now be felt all over Europe. Through the purchases of Rose Hand Lotion and Hope Blend, as well as the doTERRA Healing Hands matching programme, we are doing more than ever before. Last year alone, 23 matching programme projects were completed in Romania. Such projects included supporting children in foster care, mental health programmes, and providing vital breast milk for newborns in intensive care. In the Netherlands, you supported projects to provide fruits and vegetables to families in need. In Austria, funds were raised so disadvantaged teenagers could attend workshops to develop life skills. Wellness advocates from all over Europe came together to support flood relief efforts in Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. The efforts of doTERRA Europe are felt worldwide. There are initiatives taking place in Yemen, South Africa, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, Brazil, we recently saw doTERRA Europe's largest fundraiser in history, 40,000 euros to support the crisis in Ukraine, which was triple matched by doTERRA to a total of 120,000 euros. These are just a handful of stories about the people touched by your generosity and thoughtfulness. Soon, we will triple our impact and help more people than ever before. Thank you for surpassing all expectations and inspiring us to dream bigger and bolder. We can't wait to see what we will achieve together.
Diamond Club is a program designed to help wellness advocates build their teams and advance in rank. Over 40% Diamond Club graduates rank advance within 6 months of starting Diamond Club, and their volume increases at a rate of 2.5 times those who don't participate. During the 3 months of Diamond Club, you'll focus on holding classes and enrolling new members on your team. Each month there's a minimum number of classes and enrollments you'll need to meet in order to advance to the next month. For every month you meet these requirements, you'll receive a qualification bonus to help cover your costs. As a member of Diamond Club, you'll have access to some incredible promotions for both you and your new enrollees. These include free products you can offer new members to enroll, as well as product points and free products that you can earn as you advance through the club. Along the way, you'll also compete against other participants for exciting prizes, including cash bonuses for top performers, exclusive gifts, and a spot on one of doTERRA's renowned sourcing trips. These prizes are achieved by accumulating points, which you'll receive as you enroll members, encourage LRP orders, and advance in rank. Qualifying to participate in Diamond Club is simple. Just achieve the rank of Premier through Platinum and personally enroll 2 people in any one of the 3 qualification months. You'll also need to find up to 3 members of your upline team to sponsor you. Thousands of wellness advocates in Europe have benefited from Diamond Club, and you can be next. Come and join. You'll be amazed at what it will do for your business. Learn more at the doTERRA Europe Diamond Club website.
Take your business to the next level with doTERRA Social, our amazing social media tool that helps you grow your business online. You can get inspired by on-brand content. You can scroll through an entire library of thousands of doTERRA images ready for you to post. You can create eye-catching posts as well. Take our pre-made posts and edit them to your liking, adding your logo or changing the text, or you can start from scratch and create your own. Once you've created your images, you can automate your social media posting by scheduling to your specific platforms that you desire. You can have everything in a convenient calendar so that you're ready to go and save tons of time. There's also a compliance feature that flags if you have non-compliant terms in your verbiage. Last but not least, we have a mobile app so that you can post anywhere, anytime. If you have some time in a line, go ahead and post on social media. So, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and start your 2-week free trial with doTERRA Social. Go to social.doterra.com.
osmanthus is a flowering plant that is cultivated in East Asia. It has a recognizable, complex, rich, sweet aroma and is often used in fine perfumes and fragrance products. The pure Osmanthus absolute is diluted in a base of fractionated coconut oil to create Osmanthus Touch, a convenient and incredibly easy way to enjoy its benefits. To help experience a soothing atmosphere, apply Osmanthus Touch before meditation or yoga, or use it as part of a full body massage after a long day. One of the most popular ways to use Osmanthus Touch is by layering aromas. Combine with frankincense, jasmine and lime for an enchanting personal fragrance. With so many properties, Osmanthus Touch is a must-have for any essential oil lover.
I can't describe how it works, but it's phenomenal.
Essential.
Must have.
Great.
Amazing.
When I apply Deep Blue, I feel relief.
Cooling.
Soothing. I use Deep Blue every day.
After the training.
Physio sessions. The impact that Deep Blue has had on my recovery routine is that it helps me keep going.
It helps me to recover faster.
It helps me recover a lot. It's really handy.
The new format is really easy to apply. I really like it.
I love it.
We as physiotherapists use Deep Blue for regeneration, treatments, for recovery. The girls are using it before training, after training. We also use it for wellness therapy sessions, for meditation, and also sometimes to be relaxed and in a good mood.
I am so excited about this new convention kit that was just launched. I want to tell you about some of these products and how I love to use them. So first we've got to start with the Deep Blue stick. I love this stick for relief. So I can rub it on the bottoms of my feet, on my legs after I go running, on my neck as I travel. It is absolutely wonderful, and you don't have to worry about getting anything on your hands. It's fantastic. I also love to layer it with the Copaiba Touch. You can either use this with Deep Blue, with Copaiba over the top, or you can apply it with the Deep Blue stick. I love Copaiba. I use it the same way as I use the Deep Blue stick. It's fantastic. My daughter is an athlete and she absolutely loves the Copaiba Touch. We make it easy to apply topically. Now we have something very special in the kit that you cannot purchase outside of the convention kit, and this is Osmanthus Touch. Osmanthus Touch is a beautiful, beautiful essential oil. It's a very sticky oil, so we put it in fractionated coconut oil so that you can use it topically. I love to blend this with other essential oils to make a personal perfume. So you can rub it on your wrists, on the back of your neck. It smells amazing, very deep floral notes. So it works as a great base as using your own perfume. You're going to want to have this, and you're going to want to have a good collection of it. Now, one oil that I have been waiting for so long to make available, it's actually not an oil, it's an absolute, is vanilla. It has this warm, rich, intoxicating aroma.
So if you think about baking chocolate chip cookies, right, that aroma of vanilla is so beautiful. I love to add this into my diffuser with other essential oils. I love to combine it with other essential oils to make a personal scent for myself. Everything smells better with vanilla, so you're going to love this. I also love to add it into maybe a warm tea. It's a wonderful, wonderful way to use vanilla. And I'm also very excited that we have the On Guard hand wipes now available. I love to travel with these. They go in my backpack, in my purse. I have them in my jockey box in my car because they're so convenient to use. When you travel, you can wipe down door handles, you can wipe down toilet seats, you can take the stickiness off of your hands. While I'm on the airplane, I love to wipe down my tray. You can keep everything sanitized with these On Guard wipes. So I hope that you enjoy these new products as much as I do. We're so excited to make them available to you.
Familiar and nostalgic, evocative and romantic. Prized since the time of the Aztecs, vanilla is one of the most popular aromas in the world. A member of the orchid family, the vanilla planifolia plant has yellow-white flowers that produce odorless pods or beans. After a labor-intensive harvesting process, the beans are ground into small pieces to preserve the natural vanilla aroma. Next, a two-step extraction process captures the constituents from the beans to create the absolute. We then combine this absolute with fractionated coconut oil, and the end result is our doTERRA Madagascar vanilla. Use Madagascar vanilla as a luxurious personal fragrance, perfect for a special occasion or as an everyday perfume. Add 1 to 2 drops to your favorite moisturizing body lotion and spread evenly. Or create an at-home spa experience by adding a few drops to a warm bath. Make this essential oil a part of your growing collection and discover the rich, warm, sweet, inviting aroma of Madagascar vanilla for yourself.
%80 of the world's vanilla is produced in Madagascar and is being harvested by small farmers. It's an incredibly delicate and involved and labor-intensive process where the flowers only blossom for 1 day out of the entire year, and they have to be hand-pollinated, which is incredibly amazing to think about. But as soon as the flowers have been hand-pollinated, the plant begins to grow a bean, which takes 8 to 9 months to fully mature and develop. And we've been working closely with a partner for several years now that is focused on traceability, on sustainability and ethical harvesting and production in the Sava region of Madagascar. Another really exciting thing about where we're working and who we're working with in Madagascar is our partnership through a donation from the doTERRA Healing Hands to the Mahadera Agricultural Training Center. The school serves 75 different students that are all youth, that are based in the Sava region, that are all agricultural farmers and focused entirely, in many cases, on vanilla production. But what the center is doing is working with them to help diversify the types of crops and the number of crops that their families are working with. Their diversification into other crops just helps bolster and improve their access to income. But it also allows them to learn other practices and other life skills like financial management. Madagascar is, of course, one of the poorest countries in the whole world, and so having access to these types of vocational training programs is absolutely critical to help improve household family income, but also to ensure that these agricultural practices and the youth want to stay in these rural areas and continue the long legacy of generational farming in these rural areas. Something that we were very intent on was ensuring that we had a vanilla extract that is done through the cleanest process possible, which in this case is CO2 or supercritical fluid extraction process. The vanilla beans are dried, cured, and then chopped into very small pieces and put into a large vessel that then has CO2 in liquid form passing through that vanilla raw material, and what you're left behind with is a super clean, amazing end product extract. That extract then goes through one more process called a wash, leaving you with a pure, beautiful, natural vanilla absolute. This truly is the premium vanilla that is anywhere out there. We've been working with a partner now for several years in order to help refine this process and give an ingredient that we're able to use successfully in our blends now moving forward that include vanilla, but also in this 5 ml Madagascar vanilla, which we're very excited to now be offering.
Copaiba, one of the most popular essential oils due to its many benefits, is now available in a convenient touch roll-on. The oil itself is harvested from a tropical tree native to South America. Copaiba thrives in this climate and has been used for centuries in traditional health practices by the natives of North and Northeastern Brazil. Known for its ability to soothe the skin, Copaiba oil is widely used in cosmetic products including soaps, creams, lotions and perfumes. Apply Copaiba after your daily moisturizer to help enhance the appearance of healthy-looking skin. After strenuous activity, apply Copaiba to the legs for a soothing massage. With a variety of uses to discover, experience the woody, resinous and earthy fragrance of Copaiba Touch. Experience one of doTERRA's top proprietary blends in a convenient and practical applicator. The Deep Blue Stick offers powerful, targeted relief. It's formulated with Deep Blue's soothing blend and the beneficial properties of Copaiba. Easy to apply, this stick formula provides moisturizing emollients that help to leave your skin feeling soft and non-greasy. Designed to create a cooling and soothing sensation, use proactively ahead of exercise, hikes, excursions or any outdoor activity. At the end of a long, tiring day, apply Deep Blue Stick to problem areas for temporary, targeted relief.
When we start to help refugees, it was something new for us. Before refugee crisis, I'm a fisherman, I have a fish shop and fishing with my boat. But same time we had a little traditional restaurant. We started in our kitchen to make the first 1,000 or 2,000 portions when the people arrived here, and we had only 2 pots to cook. We still have those as a souvenir. It was very difficult. Now it's completely different. We have a lot of equipments, new. Many of those doTERRA helped us and we bought.
There was a period that we had 27,000 people in Moria camp, and for those that they don't know what is Moria camp, it was an army camp before that made for 1,800 people. At that time, you need to give food, because you have to cover the number 1 and 2 necessities like food, water and somewhere to sleep. But when the people are becoming less, and especially those that they get asylum but they have no place to go, even them they need more than anything else to start their life. This is why they came here. So then we thought, okay, the best thing we can do is to give them jobs.
It's interesting to be back in Camp Moria. It's almost been 2 years since this burned down.
6 years ago, it seemed hopeless and overwhelming, but we just started. We just started somewhere.
It was buzzing with life when we came and helped distribute food.
And this is where they had a hope to go to the other camp that we were involved in. That was Karatepe. Yep. But they first had to come here.
Everybody had to come here first, yeah.
And it's kind of overwhelming to come back and see nobody here.
After the fire that took place in Moria, there was nothing but just tents on soil and a lot of water because it was pretty much an ugly time of the year. We already experienced that the education piece in the camp was very limited. So when children had to be educated, some parents said, okay, we leave our tents, and when our tents are empty, they had to, put the stuff aside, the mattresses and everything, and then the kids could come in and the teachers could come in a tent. Think about it. And sometimes it was cold, sometimes it was rainy, so the kids didn't show up. It didn't really work. Well, we've been there this morning and it's like a tremendous change. There's 4 ISO boxes, it's got air conditioning in it, it has a nice floor. It's basically all year round they can be taught. And for teachers it's nice, but also for the children, they can go in any time, it's safe, it's really a chill place to get educated.
In the background you can see the community center, which really was the pinnacle of what we did here with doTERRA and Healing Hands.
It's so amazing because, literally this is where it all began. Remember, we came here and helped out with food distribution, making, preparing everything in the morning for the breakfast distribution. All the children playing football, soccer here, playing basketball there. And when this community center was built, we came back for the grand opening. It was a party and we had little cream-filled donuts. In the children's eyes, to see the joy and the excitement, it's there's no better payment, really. It was just thrilling.
And I remember Emily Wright came here in May of 2017. I remember Jürgen, she was, okay, this is a start, but it's only a start. We've got to do so much more. Like, how do we help these people get jobs, get opportunities, seek asylum, move on with their lives? Those words from Emily are ringing in my ears like, it's just a start.
This place we named Home Village. It's going to be a part of a garden, a place of gathering. People can visit. Refugees also, very soon, can visit this place and spend the day. This area belongs to Home for All. It's our property. We buy the land, and we did this because we want really to invest and do things that they are going to stay. Vegetables, fruits, herbs. We have some animals. We have a team now of refugees and Greeks that from the first day they became like a family and they work so good together. They also laughing and have fun and enjoy what they do.
I'm happy. I'm really happy, and I think I'm very, very lucky. I'm here and make things I love. I want to stay here forever, working without friends.
The old building that you see here, we make a request and we're waiting for the permission to bring it down and move here our kitchen. This is going to be our terrace
This is our olive yard, yes. We have until now about 200 trees. Hopefully this winter we will start to collect some. Yeah. We are ready to collect olives. We are ready to bottle. We are ready to sell. We are ready
to employ more people.
To employ more people.
Meeting Nikos and Katerina and seeing, like passion that they have just to help refugees is really inspiring, and it's almost a perfect example of what doTERRA is all about. They just came here a couple months ago and they've already built out this incredible land, and they've cleared it, and I think it's going to go in a big way. I think you can see behind me here this tractor that we bought, which basically made this all possible for them. That was all purchased with contributions from wellness advocates, and what doTERRA is trying to do is to continue to build this effort here. I think there's a good reason to believe there'll be refugees on the island or coming to the island for the foreseeable future, and Nikos and Katerina are just going to be here to help them, and with our support, not solely our support, but with doTERRA's support, I think they'll be able to really help a lot of people.
Things change from year to year, and many times we say that we follow the needs, and at least we try to do this. We continue with our kitchen, giving food in the camp and to people outside, in centers. Now it's time for the people to get something more. It's better if we can find a way for them to earn their living, and like that they feel safer, they are happier, they have their dignity.
Smiling people, happy kids, and target for their life. These are what we have in our mind and we're dreaming for.
still here after touch, after touch. After touch. We're still here after touch, after touch. you see when you close your eyes? Am I still the one you need when it's late at night? Am I still the one you want when you want somebody? When you want somebody? And I swear I won't expect too much. Won't go and drag us through the mud. But I think this fight might not be done. I swear I saw a figure. I swear I saw it. I swear I saw it. I swear I saw a figure. I swear I saw you. I swear I saw you. I swear I saw you figure. I swear I saw you. My tongue, it never lets them out. 'Cause I can't avoid the heat. Wanna touch your body, wanna touch your body. And I swear I won't expect too much. Won't go and drag us through the mud. But I think this fight might not be done. I swear I saw a figure. I swear I saw it. I swear I saw it. I swear I saw a figure. I swear I saw you. I swear I saw you. I swear I saw you figure. I swear I saw you. Trying one more time to see if there's anything left in these embers. I just need to know, need to know. The more I look back, I can't let you go without trying one more time to see if there's anything left in these embers. I just need to know, need to know. I swear I saw it. I still don't want when you close your eyes. I still don't want you when you quit. I swear I saw. I still don't want when you close your eyes. I still don't want you. Swear I saw you flicker. I still don't want when you close your eyes. I still don't want you when you quit. I swear I saw. I still don't want when you close your eyes. I still don't want you.
We are doTERRA. We are intentional when we source the gifts of the earth, because we exist to enrich every life we touch. We advocate and we educate because we feel inspired to empower everyone with natural wellness solutions. We are committed to advancing research and science that promotes the innovative use of essential oils. Together, we empower millions of people and communities in their pursuit of self-reliance. And as our business expands, we increasingly break cycles of human suffering and poverty around the world. We are doTERRA. We help the world heal.
Vice President of Education, Dr. Brannick Riggs, and PhD, Dr. Ruth Dempsey.
Well, how was lunch? Good? Welcome back for the afternoon. We're grateful to be here.
Oh, fantastic to be here. Very much.
Dr. Dempsey and I were talking backstage. A lot of people these days are saying in their marriage, oh, we met online, right? and we were talking the fact that I've never been able to say that myself, but that's really what happened.
We met, yeah.
we met online. And that was several years ago. We were planning on presenting to you all when we were in Rome, or going to be in Rome. And now we are, a few years later, ready to have the conversation.
And thank you very much. Very, very happy to be here.
So today we're going to talk about managing toxic load. What a toxin is, what we can do about it, and how we can take care of our bodies in a little bit of a different way, a better way. And you've spent your career studying this.
Yes, yeah, I'm a toxicologist.
Yeah.
And I've been looking at lifestyle behaviors particularly, and what we can do to lead better lives based on the science.
Yeah. So this is the expert, guys, when it comes to toxic load. So Ruth, let's start off with the question of what is toxic load? What does that mean?
And that's a big question, yeah. Well, I think one of the things I really like about doTERRA is that they use the term toxic load. Mm-hmm. Because I get a little bit nervous when people start talking about toxins and non-toxins, because actually there's no such thing. There's no difference. Everything can be toxic to you in the right circumstances. Even water.
Yeah.
You know, that's nothing completely safe. Even our lovely essential oils can be toxic to you if you don't use them correctly. This is why we advise people to be very sensible about how they use those.
Super important point, right? That anything that we have can be a toxin.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. There is the father of toxicology, Paracelsus. Mm-hmm. We're talking 500 years ago now, and he said, everything is a toxin, nothing is a toxin. It's the dose that makes the toxin.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the basis of all. So it's all about balance. And I think the whole idea of toxic load is as long as the toxins that you're exposed to and the chemicals you're exposed to are below that level in which they're causing an effect, then you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it. What happens is that they start to add up and they get above all that. Mm-hmm. And then what we have is an imbalance. And even that is okay for the vast majority of the time because our bodies are amazing. You know, they can do lots of amazing things, and they are set up to help us to live in a world where there are lots of challenges. And they have ways, the bodies themselves have ways to actually manage those challenges. So yes, we can be exposed to all of these substances that have the potential to cause damage. But our body has lots and lots of different ways that they can respond to that. They can keep them out, so we have, you know, skin and lungs, and all these have functional parts of them that help to keep them out. And when they do get in, we can recognize them. Our liver is known for being able to recognize the chemical substances, change them into things that are not going to be toxic, or what they do is they have these little chaperones that they get, and they pick them up and they send them out and say, go away. So they can conjugate them and get rid of them. And then even if damage is caused, we then have lots of mechanisms in our body that will repair that damage and stop us from getting ill. So, you know, all in all, we're very well set up to manage this. We can actually manage toxic load, a pretty hefty toxic load, all on our own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The system is amazing, right? I mean, as I study medicine, I learned that we have lots of systems, as you mentioned, to get rid of things that we shouldn't have or we have too much of. When you think about when we take things in orally, our liver is really good at detecting those things that we have too much of or are going to be bad for us and saying, nope, it's time to get rid of that. We can't have any more of that.
Like a bouncer at a nightclub, isn't it? Like, you're out.
Right. And then the things that we do metabolize, or toxins that may come from metabolism, we have these amazing kidneys that, like, I think about a quarter of our blood goes through the kidneys about every minute. So we have a huge filtering system there that then says, oh, we're recognizing these things, it's time to get rid of them.
Yeah. But there is a but to all this.
Yeah.
It's very costly.
It is.
It costs energy, and it takes energy and it takes nutrients to be able to do that. So it does reduce wear and tear on the body.
So why do we need to manage our toxic load?
Well,
tell us about that.
The thing is that we are exposing ourselves to more and more of these chemicals, and they're becoming higher and higher in our bodies, and that threshold is becoming more and more challenged. This is a quote from the WHO. Just air pollution. We know about air pollution. That almost all of 99% of the global population are now exposed to air pollution levels that are above those that the WHO recognize as being safe. 99% of the population.
That's scary.
Yeah, worldwide population, that really is. And of course, it's not just about air pollution. We also have exposure in the home, so the chemicals that we use in the home. The EU recently did a very interesting report on chemicals, and they said in that we've spent the last 3 decades building up our chemical warfare against all the things that are happening to us in the world.
Somehow those things ended up in our homes.
Yeah.
Weird.
And now we have to spend the next 3 decades managing the fallout from it.
Yeah.
Because we're now starting to realize how that's all adding up and what the consequences of that are going to be. So we have it in the home, we have it in the urban environment, we have the air pollution issues, and even if any one of these is all right on their own, when you add them all together, it starts to put a hell of a burden on our bodies. It really does. So that's why I think it's important that we try to manage it as best we can.
You know, it's an interesting thing because you mentioned that 99% of us have these exposures that put us at increased risk. And really what we're talking about increased risk is the system breaking down, right?
Well, overwhelming all these repair systems that we have put in place,
Yeah. In medicine, of course, we want the body to return to homeostasis, right? Normality, right? Being happy in that middle ground.
And our body is fantastic at doing that. Homeostasis is what it's built for. That's what it's doing.
Amazingly, it returns to homeostasis fairly easily most of the time.
Yeah.
But when we overwhelm it with toxins is really when you have that challenge where homeostasis leaves us and you often need to seek
And we
help.
can see that when it's extreme. So when there's something really extreme that happens to us and it causes us an allergy or a skin reaction, you can see it, that's really obvious. But often these are subtle changes, and it may be impacting us on a much longer term basis.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the worrying thing. So even if you're not feeling it, you might want to do something about it.
Subtlety is a problem when it comes to this, right? So how do we care for ourselves, considering what we just described in the world of having challenges with being exposed to toxins all the time, putting us at increased risk? So how do we manage that toxic load? What are some of the things that we can do?
Yeah, well, I split these into 3 different things. And I'm not going to talk too much about the first one, but prevention is obviously the best way of doing it, if we could stop this exposure. But, that's really up to governments and stuff to do. The other thing that we can do is we can reduce our exposure by being careful about the products that we do use. A lot of products have substances and chemicals in them now that we're done for marketing reasons probably as much as anything else, to make it look fluffy or to fizz in a nice way or to make you feel like the surfaces are clean, for example, in your home. And we don't need all of those. And that's, I think things that we can do to reduce those. And then the final thing is to build up our bodies so that we have enough energy and enough resources to manage the exposure that we have going on. So those are the 3 different areas that I think. As I said, I'm not going to start too much about the prevention, but I did want to mention this because a shout out to the regulatory people who are trying to do something about this. There are a number of good programs that are really trying to address this from a regulatory way. But much though I love the regulators, they're not known for their rapidity in doing things.
We were talking about that, the glacial speed at which organizations work sometimes.
Yeah. So taking that out of the formula, what we can do is look at things that we can do in the home. And I think there's a number of, good products out there, particularly the doTERRA products out there, that can help us in the home to reduce those in the home. And I think I was telling you just beforehand, when I was going through this and thinking about it, I realized that when I was first introduced to doTERRA by my daughter, we went through the wellness consult, and the one thing that popped out to me most was this managing toxic load. I'd be looking for products that I could use in and around the home. So, the On Guard Cleaner Concentrate has become absolute godsend in my house. I use it everywhere, and all sorts of different things that I use. I love the Virage skincare range as well. And I think all of these things really help because we know they're natural, we know that they're pure, and we know that they're thought about by doTERRA. You're looking after us when we look at those products.
Yeah.
I like all those. So that's one big area. I honestly don't know how much of a difference that's going to make, but I feel better doing it. So it's got to make a difference. It's got to be helpful.
That's great.
Yeah.
We were talking about, there are several apps out there that you can access and take a look at what you have in your homes or what you were using in your homes before doTERRA. and find those things that are in those products that are downright scary.
Yeah.
My wife and I recently decided, well, let's take a look at some of the things that we commonly use and some of the things that we don't yet have a doTERRA answer for. And let me tell you, don't ask the question unless you're ready for the answer, because it was really scary to see some of the things that we use on ourselves, some of the things that we use on our kids, our animals, right? That they are getting this exposure to some pretty horrible things, right?
Yeah, and usually they're not all necessary. Often they're added to just give that sort of competitive edge for a particular product so that it foams more nicely or does, and they're really not adding very much to the formula.
Right.
And, I mentioned some of the products that I was using to my mum. She goes, well, all of these things they used to use, the natural products or natural cleaning products they used to use as the basis. We've kind of got used to buying things in packaging and looking at the nice packaging and the way it's marketed. We can do better. We can do better, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's great. Are there some products that we can use to support the systems that we already have to maybe help us eliminate or handle some of that toxic load?
Yeah, no. It's my all-time favorite doTERRA product, LLV. Anybody else use LLV around here?
LLV? Any LLV users? Good. There's a couple of you, like a third. Okay, the rest of you, let's go. Let's go. All right. Maybe it was lost in translation a little bit. Maybe that's what it was.
And I'll bet you didn't think when you started using LLV that's helping you to manage your toxic load. I bet that's not the first thing that people think about.
No.
But like I said, all this stuff that our body does, if it's doing that, it's not doing all the other stuff that it should be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a priority list that has to get through. There's lots of things, lots of metabolic cycles, there's lots of proteins that have to be made. I mean, my body right now is working, I think my body's working more overtime than anybody else's right now, but my body is working overtime right now, doing all of these things. And if it also has to deal with the toxic load through those, then you're giving it an extra burden.
Sure.
And also, there are some things that we can do that can help to support our body with those repair processes. And a lot of those are found in the LLV complex.
Yeah.
And other things that we have in the doTERRA. I mean, the healthy lifestyle is the most important thing. But let's just look back at some of the things that we were talking about, some of the processes that go on. And I just selected a list of some of them. We'd be here all day, Ranik, if I tried to go through all of the things and all the things that can happen. But I went through some of the things based on stuff that I've been reading recently that leapt out at me and said, oh, that's interesting. So the first three, the selenium, magnesium, and zinc, we know that they're in the VMX. Now, you don't think about them as being very much part of the repair processes, but I just read a paper recently that said all three of those are involved in chelating heavy metals. So one of the things that when you're exposed to heavy metals like lead and mercury and cadmium and all the rest of it, is the best way to get rid of these is through what they call conjugation or chelation. So basically by attaching them to a bigger molecule, picking them up by the scruff of the neck and sort of sending them out of the body.
Yeah, this is like zinc coming along and saying, come on, let's go, right? Yeah.
And that's a very costly process, as you can imagine, because of like a good bouncer, it costs they need to be big and butch and deal with it.
Right.
So these compounds, selenium, magnesium, and zinc, really help in doing that. And along with the vitamins that we have in there, there are also processes they help which are essential, which work in synergy together. Now, I mean, one of the reasons we take extra vitamins and the extra minerals, all the micronutrients, is because we don't necessarily have enough in our diet these days.
Right.
And another interesting article that I read recently said, I'm from Switzerland. Anybody else from Switzerland here?
Where's our Swiss?
Yeah.
We've got
Yay.
some over here.
Hey.
Yeah, there's our
Hey.
friends.
So I read a recent article, and in Switzerland, during the winter in Switzerland, 90% of men have vitamin D deficiency.
Wow.
Now, Switzerland, we have outdoor life in Switzerland, but as you can imagine, in winter it's pretty cold, so we tend to dress up and cover ourselves up because vitamin D is the skin vitamin.
We have the same problem in Utah. 6 months of the year, we're like, you know,
and
you can see our eyes.
Yeah.
Right?
In Europe, by the way, selenium is also very, very difficult. Most people in Europe will have found great difficulty getting the right levels of selenium into there. So these are the sort of things that just happen. We just don't have.
Yeah.
And vitamin D is just an amazing compound because it works in so many different ways in metabolism in our body. Have I got enough time to talk about nerves? There's a complex that happens in the body which is called nerve keep 2. Nuclear, endothelium derived, linked, like factor, nerve.
Wow.
Yeah. I had to think about that.
Yeah, that's good. You got it.
And it works with it does all sorts of different things in the body, but it works with a protein with an enzyme called KEEP, and between the two of them together, this nerve KEEP, they manage so many of the detoxification processes. They're essential for the antioxidant processes that we have in the body. They help DNA to recognize and know what it needs to do to manage the repair processes as in the DNA if it's damaged. And vitamin D is an essential part of the nerve keep process. So having more vitamin D in our body is going to be a helpful thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the challenge comes is that we used to have food that we grew that had the correct nutrients in it.
Yeah.
But as time has gone on and we have pollinated or bred animals or all sorts of things to have food taste better, for instance, the apple that we buy in the store that's the size of a softball was never grown to be the size of a softball. It was a small, sour fruit from a tree that was very nutrient dense with much less sugar. But over time, we've bred foods like this or pollinated foods like this to be larger, taste better, and be nutrient deficient.
Yeah, I mean, when I first heard this a while ago, I thought, that's a US thing. That's because you people in the US, you just don't look after your food properly. That doesn't happen here. Really,
we do have our issues, I'll just be honest.
So I looked into it, and it is a US thing.
Yeah.
But it's also a European thing. It's not so much, I think I'm very much generalizing. I don't think the Europeans mind if their apples aren't huge and they're not round and they're not necessarily bright red. But what has happened is they want them to be cheap.
Right.
So we have intensive farming processes. We've depleted our soils virtually everywhere. And so we're using products on those as well to make it more efficient, which is another part of the toxic load. And just all in all, that balance is going in completely the wrong direction. Another thing that I forgot to mention is not only is this dealing with the toxins, costly to the body in terms of energy, etc., it also uses up things like the vitamin D and the vitamin C, which is supposed to be for other metabolic processes. So it's a double whammy. If we're not giving ourselves more of them, then there's a good likelihood that we're putting our body in an unfavorable balance. And I think we can do better.
Yeah. Perfect. So when it comes to using oils to manage some of the toxic load, and when it comes to using supplements to manage using the toxic load, is this an occasional use model, or is this something that you feel as a toxicologist within your specialty that we need this support all the time?
Every single day.
Yeah.
Every single. We can't feel what we're being exposed to and what's happening to us. We don't know it. But it is always going to be building up. Even if you go away for the weekend and you have some time out in the countryside somewhere, you're still building it up all the time. And we're only just starting to identify some of the issues, some of the long-term issues that are out there in terms of the chemicals that are out there. So give your body the support it can have every single day. Absolutely.
So in summary, what I would say then is if what we've talked about is true, and it is, you're the expert, we're going to trust you. We have toxins. They're in our environment. We're exposed to them frequently. We create toxins. Our metabolism does. And one of the ways, other than eliminating as much as we can, one of the ways that we can best support our system is by taking our LLV every day, using our oils to support the system, and thereby probably why we feel much better when we take LLV every day.
And don't forget using them in the home, using products in the home that are cleaner, better products for us in general, so we can reduce our exposure as much as possible.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Dr. Dempsey, thank you for lending us your expertise in this discussion today. We appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you all. Thanks.
I love science. I can't imagine doing any other career. I'm very lucky that I find a subject that I love.
I love having kind of mysteries, questions that we don't know. It's so much fun to just be curious and then get to answer questions through the work that we do.
How I first got into STEM was when I was in school and I had a brilliant teacher who just showed me how much fun chemistry actually is. So it was a natural progression for me to carry on and go to university and study chemistry.
So what excites me about science? I mean, everything. It's how the world is formed. It's how we understand things that are going on.
I love science and how we make the product, all the chemistry behind it.
I'm very lucky to have worked with some amazing women and really strong female role models, and also male, but female role models have been great and have really encouraged me along my career.
There have been times when I felt that it was inaccessible to me to be in a STEM field. I remember being in college, and sometimes in some of my classes, I would have been one of only maybe 2 or 3 women in a whole class full of people. And that was intimidating.
I would walk into a room and I'd be expecting them to start a meeting and they're still waiting for Dr. Dempsey to arrive because they don't think that I am Dr. Dempsey.
I know like in IT or maintenance, it's more like a male domain, but you could see more and more girls going into that.
What would 12-year-old me think about what I'm doing now? I've always been very determined and a bit of a risk taker, and I think that 12-year-old me would be really happy that I haven't ever let the fear or of the unknown or men versus women ever stop me from going for something that I want.
There are so many different opportunities within STEM, not just science, for women nowadays. You can go anywhere, you can be anything that you want to be.
Get out there, be curious, and don't be afraid to have a career in STEM. It is wonderful.
If you really do have a passion about science, then do it, go for it. But don't be put off by what you might perceive people might expect from you as a woman. I've always just followed the path that passion led me along, and it happened to be this one, and I've loved it all the way through.
Director of Clinical Research, Nicole Stevens.
Hello, doTERRA Europe. How is everyone? So I'm really excited. This is my first convention in Europe. So I get to join with you today, and I'm so excited. And I get to talk to you today about something very near and dear to my heart, which is essential oil purity. Now, if you've been with doTERRA for any amount of time, you've probably heard a lot about this. And there's good reason for that. I loved hearing this morning Emily's remarks, where she talked about where we've come from and where we're going. Because where we've come from is a place where essential oil purity was hit or miss, and mostly miss, to be honest. I'm here today because doTERRA was serious about essential oil purity for the first time, really, in the history of essential oils. Emily and I, we've been friends for quite a long time. And actually, Emily, Dr. Hill, Dave Sterling, these were the people that influenced me to come and join doTERRA. So my story began about 22 years ago, when I started researching with essential oils. Back then, you got what you got. You got bottles from the grocery store. Maybe they were essential oil. Maybe they weren't even essential oil at all. So as a scientist, that would get frustrating for me. I would do a great experiment and I would get exciting results. But then I wouldn't be able to duplicate that experiment because the oils themselves were not consistent. So when the founders of doTERRA came along and said, we want to do it differently. We want to build a company based on purity, based on responsible sourcing, traceable sourcing, and science. What more could you ask for? I was so excited. So I joined with the company right as it started and began researching with doTERRA oils. And I have been ever since. And I tell you, there is a difference. Let's talk a little bit about what it is that gives us that quality we're looking for, right? This is a multifaceted process that is different than anyone else in the industry is doing. We depend on our growers, harvesters, distillers, scientists, research scientists, packaging engineers, and you, right? You might not realize it, but we actually depend upon you to give us feedback as well on how your oils are working, on how you use them, on ways we can improve. So this is a process that's growing. We may think, oh, doTERRA's got it all figured out, we're done. But that's not true, because doTERRA is always improving. right? Some of these new values that not new, but the values that have been now put into words and distilled for us, be pure, be the legacy. These are things that doTERRA is always striving to do. Now, unfortunately, adulteration is absolutely rampant in this industry, right? Emily mentioned this. You'll probably hear it mentioned quite a bit more. We just did a study on essential oils, and we found that at least 60%, sometimes 90% of the oils that we sampled were adulterated in some way. Something had been added, something had been taken away. The essential oils had been diluted, or there were contaminants in there. That is unacceptable when we're looking for a natural product, when we want something to use with our families and with our children. Right? So doTERRA, the CPTG standard, really is the gold standard. This paper that we just published, and I know Dr. Dempsey, Dr. Riggs just talked a little bit about this as well, the effect that the purity of essential oils has on our body. It's very important to understand. And so we are going to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to introduce some colleagues. We're going to have a conversation, a little panel about essential oil purity and adulteration, what it means for you, and some of the ways that doTERRA is truly different and making a difference in this industry. So I am going to invite to the stage some members of our Cork manufacturing facility, where there is a state-of-the-art scientific analytical lab, and we're going to hear from some of the scientists that help us run that. So I'll invite them to the stage.
Technician Scientist Colleen Kelly. QC Microbiology Supervisor Eliza Moriarty. QC Chemistry Supervisor Laura Nicole. And Processing Engineer Julie Barron.
Hello. Can you sit down? So I just have to say, first of all, what an honor it is to share the stage with such amazing and accomplished scientists up here. It's truly fun. We've gotten to know each other a little bit over the past few months, and it is such an honor to work with people at doTERRA who are single-mindedly in pursuit of excellence in science, and especially in essential oil science. So what we'd like to do is kind of talk about some of the most common questions that we get when it comes to essential oil purity and testing and science. So in the process of doing that, we'll kind of introduce a little bit more about these amazing women up here. And we'll get to hear a little bit about what they do. So first we'll start with Colleen. She has an honors degree in pharmaceutical science and drug development, a master's in biopharmaceutical processing, a green belt in Lean Six Sigma, and 8 years and more probably experience in pharma. So she is an amazing scientist. What makes doTERRA different? Like, why would we buy that when there are essential oils on the grocery store shelf?
Yeah, so Nicole, it's funny. I actually questions that myself when I first heard about doTERRA oils. So I've been using oils for maybe about 20 years now, or 10 years, telling my age. And I only heard about doTERRA oils maybe 6 years ago. A colleague of mine in Pfizer actually at the time was a wellness advocate for doTERRA, and she invited me along to one of her intro classes. And of course I was curious, so I went along, and I was just completely blown away by the level of detail around the products. She went through all the co-impact sourcing, all the way through the distilling process to literally how the bottle of oil got to be where it was in front of us that day. And to me, I had never experienced that in a grocery store or in a pharmacy before, so I don't know about the rest of you here today, but that was definitely new to me. But aside from doTERRA's, I suppose, different marketing approach and also its sustainable sourcing, I think the main difference for me from doTERRA and other oils is definitely around its purity. So Laura and I did a small study a couple of months ago where we tested some essential oils in the market against doTERRA oils, and the results were really significant. It turned out that all of the other oils contained synthetic oil, and in some instances these were up to 40 to 60% of the oil. So where you thought you were buying 100% pure, it was 60%. And I had never questioned these oils before. So as a scientist, and you'd know, we question everything. So it really bothered me to know that that was what was happening. So I feel like the founders have really created a unique company here in doTERRA, and with their co-impact sourcing and knowing that an oil that you're buying is helping communities and families alike. I suppose the knowledge that we share on our oils, no other company I know of does that. And also, I suppose, the purity of the oils, they're the things that make doTERRA different, and they're the things that we should be really proud of as a company.
Fantastic. And, you know, it's really true. Those labels, sometimes they'll say 100% pure essential oil. And so many times that's simply not true. So part of our job as scientists is to understand what's happening there, to help you understand what's happening there, so that we can educate people of what does make the doTERRA difference. So that's kind of one of our jobs up here, is to help you have that confidence and that knowledge that you need. So let's talk to Julie down there at the end. Hi, Julie. Julie has a bachelor's degree in life science, a master's degree in cosmetics, and 10 plus years experience in cosmetics, pharma, and medical devices. Again, aren't these guys amazing? So, Julie, as natural products, aren't all essential oils supposed to be pure?
It's a very good question, Nicole. Maybe before we talk about purity, maybe we should have a look at how we get the oil. And so we are all on the same base. So, you know, essential oil are from plants, so it is a natural product. And we take them from flower, or the leaf, or the wood. But how do we get them? So we actually have two extraction systems to get the oil from the plant. The first one is the distillation with water. So picture in your mind your steam cooker. It's working the same way. So the steam goes through the plant, and the aromatic oil attached to the steam. So when the steam go out, we want to catch it, because that's our oil. So how do we do that? Because it's a steam stage, so we want it to condensate into liquid. So we just cool it off, and then so we have a liquid. So we have a recipient with a liquid in it, which are our oil and our water. Now, everybody knows oil and water don't mix together. So what we have to do is just to let it set for maybe a few hours or a few days to decant. And then we have our two phases, and we can only collect our oil. There is another way to take essential oil, and that's only for the citrus. So it's a mechanical way of extraction. So you probably realize that at home, you know, when you peel an orange or a mandarin, you have a little bit, you know, of liquid going out the skin. That's the essential oil. So how do we get that? We just squeeze it together and we extract it. That's how we get it. Now, as much as we want it to be pure, we sometimes have some remaining of water from our distillation process, or we can have as well some residue of our plant. So what do we do in doTERRA? It's once we receive our oil in our manufacturing sites, we do a visual inspection, and if we find water or any residue, we do what we call a refinement process. So what is refinement? So basically, just for like residue of plant, we pump the oil through a filter, and the filter is so tiny that it will coat every single residue from the plant, and then we get a pure oil. And for the water, we just put it into a funnel shape container, and we wait a few days for it to decant, and then we extract only the oil. Now, we do have our oil, and that's pure. But maybe we want to talk about pesticide or heavy metal. Like, we really have a very conscientious sourcer for our oil, but we really want to make sure that we don't get anything like that in our oil. So when the oil comes on site, we just take a few samples, and the lab will analyze it for these things, and we are sure that it's free from any of those things, because we don't want them.
Fantastic. It's quite a process. You know, people may not realize to have a pure essential oil, there's a lot that goes into it. And it starts right at the very beginning with our plants sourced to you. Colleen mentioned our sourcing supply chains are absolutely critical. Knowing where plants start and how we get those oils is really, really important. So then Julie mentioned we're leading into now some very important parts of the doTERRA process that set us apart, which is our testing, understanding how those essential oils work. So we're going to talk to Laura down there and Elisa right here. Laura has an honors degree in analytical chemistry with quality assurance, 15 years experience in pharma. Yes. Elisa, a master's degree in science of commodities and quality management, 15 years experience in pharma. These ladies are amazing. I would love to talk and hear both of your perspectives about how essential oils are tested. What do we do that makes us different?
So in microbiology lab, we are ensuring purity of doTERRA products by checking for the presence of pathogenic bacteria such as, for example, Salmonella or E. coli and many more. We also support our production by ensuring that whole manufacturing process from blending through refinement to filling stage, it's all done in a aseptic and clean way, and there is no contaminants coming from environment. So every week we perform monitoring of the clean room environment to ensure there's nothing that we don't want. So we check all the surfaces with use of our contact plates. We check walls, floors, equipment surfaces. We also check the air that is present in the area with use of our air samplers, and those machines pull 1,000 liters of air per minute, and then we test that to ensure it's all clean. We also test the water that is being used for cleaning our toads to ensure there is no, for example, pathogenic E. coli that could give some contamination. And the other way we help, we always trying to support production by giving training or presentations about aseptic behaviors in clean rooms to everyone working there. And we also ensure that all our equipment that we use is always calibrated, validated. All the agars that we used are checked to make sure they are fit for purpose and they do what they're supposed to, basically. And we always trying to keep up to date with the newest compendial European pharmacopoeia methods. Well, European is for us manufacturing in Ireland. And we also work all the time to improve and modernize our methods to maybe give shorter turnaround time of results, to give the product faster and safer. So as you can see, there is a quite complex process of many steps that we have to go through to ensure the product is safe. So that's kind of all for microbiology. And Laura will tell you more about the chemistry side of testing.
So within the chemistry lab, there's a wide range of testing that's performed on every single batch that is manufactured by doTERRA. This is to ensure that the oils that you buy are of the highest and purest standard that we can possibly provide. So firstly, all of the oils have a specification associated with it. This tells us in the lab what type of testing needs to be done and the acceptance criteria that is allowed for those tests. If a test does not meet those acceptance criteria, it is not released from the lab and an investigation is performed to actually find out what the cause of the out of specification is. So starting off, one of the simplest but most effective tests that we do in the QC lab is called organoleptics. This consists of appearance, colour and aroma. So, of course, the nose is one of the most efficient tools in the essential oil business because a trained analyst can notice even the smallest of differences in an oil and can immediately detect any quality problem. So another test that gives us a huge insight into any contamination present is called FTIR. It's a critical analysis in the lab where a laser beam goes through the oil to give a unique spectrum. It is used for identification purposes as each oil does have a unique spectrum that is then compared against a standard. If there is any contamination in the oil, it will not match with the standard and it will not be released from the lab. Other tests that I'll just briefly touch on are specific gravity, optical rotation and refractive index. These are qualitative tests just for the purity of the oils. Now, the main test that all of you are probably most interested in is the component analysis of the oils. This is done by GCMS, which is gas chromatography, mass spectroscopy. A bit of a mouthful, so we tend to say GCMS. And the main principle of this test is to separate out all the components of the oils into individual peaks to create a unique fingerprint-like chemical composition profile, which is then detected by the mass spec, and the components are then identified and quantified. So Julie touched on it a bit earlier, and one of the most complex and important tests that we do in the chemistry lab is heavy metal analysis. Essential oils can be easily contaminated with heavy metals from the environment during the plant growth and even the manufacturing process. So we need to ensure that there's no heavy metals in any of the oils that we supply. I think we can all agree that no one really wants any heavy metals in their oils. So some of the heavy metals that we test for are lead, mercury, arsenic and cadmium, and we test this on an instrument called an ICP-MS. This is done by digesting the oils using a strong acid and introducing it into a hot plasma, which then ionises the elements. The heavy metals are then detected down to very minute amounts. Colleen briefly mentioned as well the source to you. The results that any of we get in the QC lab are readily available on the Source to You website. For me, I think this is a massive perk for any customer to be able to get these results, as I don't know any other company who will readily give their results out to the public. For me, it shows that doTERRA and the QC labs, we stand over our results and our testing 100%.
Fantastic. So for those of you who aren't scientists, maybe this is the first time you're hearing about this, and that's a lot of technical information, but isn't that amazing, right? Hopefully that gives you some confidence that, number one, doTERRA is hiring experts in the field who understand what they're doing, who know exactly what it takes to analyze these essential oils, and who are constantly working to improve that process. Because people who adulterate essential oils, they're smart and they're good. We have to be smarter and better. And we are, right? So I want to make sure and get to, I know we could probably take hours up here, we won't, but I want to be sure and get to a part of this that really, I want you to be able to hear from these amazing women, what is their why? Why are they here at doTERRA? What makes their experience at doTERRA different from their experience they've had previously? And what are they excited about in their work? Why don't we start at the end with Julie and we'll work our way back this way.
So, is my mic? Okay, yeah, my mic wasn't working. So, so I think I will be short, only on one thing about what I like about doTERRA, even there is plenty of them. I would say about opportunity. As an engineer, we have a co-engineering group that work with our supplier all over the world, helping them with engineering solutions to reduce their scrap, to improve their processes. I know even right now some of the guys are working in Guatemala to improve the drying cardamom system. It's just amazing. I would love to. I love that. I'm looking forward to work on that type of project.
So for me, one of the favourite things for working for doTERRA is that we have the opportunity to work in such an exciting and new industry. We really are at the forefront of the essential oil industry, and doTERRA, with the high standards that we do set for ourselves every day, are leading the way for any other essential oil company. We're a hard lead to follow, to be honest, but it's really such an exciting company to work for.
Yes, doTERRA is exciting environment. One of the things I really love about doTERRA is the values. I share the core value of doTERRA, which is believe in the power of people to impact one another and impact the world. And I admire doTERRA's purpose and mission in helping and supporting communities around the world, and just to know that we can be a part of that, that we can contribute in developing that pure product, and that product then, thanks to us and thanks to wonderful customers, will help us to support our Healing Hands Foundation to raise money and to give it back to communities, to build another shelter, another hospital, empower and educate women, or stop human trafficking, but also treat traumas a lot of people went through. It just feels amazing to be part of it.
And so for me, I think It's really simple. For me, the best thing about doTERRA is the people. So everybody here today, and I guess everyone that we work with, we have such a diverse group of people working for doTERRA, and I just love hearing people's experiences and learning from them. I'm very grateful to have an opportunity to work for such a company like doTERRA, and it really is an exceptional company.
I agree. Yeah. And I would say for me, my why initially for joining doTERRA was the science. I was excited about the oils, about finally having a pure product that I could use in my research. But very quickly, it also kind of blossomed into having oils I could use for myself and for my family. I have 6 beautiful kids at home, and we use our essential oils every day. And I love being able to empower them. I have 5 daughters, too, many of whom want to go into a science field. So I love, as Colleen said, as many of these other ladies have mentioned, it's wonderful to work for a company that empowers that and fuels that and supports that in so many different ways. So we are all, I think, a product of a company that cares about its science, it cares about its product, and we're all so grateful to be here. So I know this has been very quick, a lot of information, a lot of science thrown at you, but we encourage you to continue to learn, to continue to grow with doTERRA. There's so much out there that you can go and discover about essential oils, especially if you're still learning about them yourself. So maybe the very last question, how about Laura? Laura, how can I access and share information about the sourcing and testing of oils? Where can we go?
Well, as you know, the internet is the source of everything nowadays. So, of course, if you go on to the doTERRA Source to You website, any of the information with regards to sourcing, the countries that we get our oils from, and, of course, the QC testing results are all available on the Source to You website.
Right, so get out there, learn, grow, enjoy the science. Thank you so much for letting us come join with you today. We appreciate you.
Well.
The doTERRA Europe team challenged me to highlight the greatest accomplishments of the last 12 in just 1 minute. I'm going to see how I can do. In the last 12 months, doTERRA Europe has shared over 10 million bottles of essential oils, fully operationalized our Cork, Ireland facility and produced 5 million bottles, had the largest number of people order in a month in the history of Europe, started sourcing coriander, cilantro, clary sage, and fennel in Moldova, doubled the number of co-impact sourcing jobs in Europe with the launch of the Terra Rosa distillery, planted trees to offset all carbon emissions from corporate travel, answered a total of 610,000 phone calls and over 450,000 emails, hit a record approval number of doTERRA Healing Hands matching projects, launched legacy trips, switched our packaging to more environmentally friendly alternatives, raised over 22,000 euros in just 48 hours for humanitarian projects in Moldova, hosted Europe's largest online convention to date and our largest in-person event ever, right here in Budapest. Showed up in articles within Vogue, Marie Claire, and Harper's Bazaar. Achieved the 100,000 followers mark on Instagram, launched a new enrollment platform, celebrated Europe's first ever double diamond and 6 new blue diamonds, and paid commissions to over 100,000 wellness advocates in Europe. How'd I do?
Not bad, 1 minute, 11 seconds.
It's too much to say in a minute anyway, but we had a great year, doTERRA Europe, and we're looking forward to a great 12 months coming up.
Presidential Diamond, Andras Guinness, and Market Development Manager, Eastern Europe, Oliver Zabonia.
Igazad volt, Oliver, tényleg jól néz ki a színpad. Hello, magyarok! Hello, Hungarians! Mutassuk meg, milyen házigazdák vagyok. Kérem a magyarokat, hogy tapsolják meg az európai barátainkat, de úgy rendesen.
Let's show how good hosts we are and give a big round of applause, people from outside of Hungary, for all the Europeans and international people. This is for you.
Megtisztelő itt lenni veletek, itt állni előttetek.
It is a great pleasure and honor to stand in the front of you today.
Köszönöm Olivernek a segítséget, hogy lehetővé teszi, hogy ilyen szépen szólhatok nektek angolul.
Thank you to Oliver for helping me to speak so beautifully in English to everyone.
A győztes életedről szeretnék beszélni neked. Arról, hogy hogyan lépd át a határaidat, és hogyan fogsz ezáltal felemelni másokat.
I would like to talk to you about your victorious life. How to go beyond your limits and reach out to lift up others.
Megosztani veled azt, hogy hogyan ne korlátozd magadat.
To share with you how not to limit yourself.
A példabeszédek 23:7 azt mondja, ahogy az ember a szívében gondolkodik, olyan ő.
Proverbs 23:7 says, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he.
Az életünk iránya a gondolatainkat követi. Optimális esetben nem a világ formálja a gondolatainkat, hanem a gondolataink teremtik meg a világot, amiben élünk.
The direction of our lives follows our thoughts. Optimally, the word does not shape our thoughts, but our thoughts should create the world we live in.
Kevesen célozzák meg Isten legjobbját. A legtöbben kevesebben is beérik.
Few aim for God's best, most settle for much less.
Te kik közé tartozol?
Are you one of them?
Azokhoz, akik a legjobbat célozzák, vagy azok közé, akik kevesebben is beérik?
Do you aim for your best, or are you okay with settling for less?
Sokan arra számítanak, hogy betegek lesznek, hogy gondjaik lesznek, hogy szegények maradnak, hogy elsodorja őket a válság.
Many expect that they will be sick, to have problems, to remain poor, to be affected by a crisis.
Körbenéznek, és azt látják, hogy az emberek betegek, anyagi gondokkal küzdenek, félelemben élnek, rossz társaságban vannak, mérgező kapcsolatokban vannak.
They look around and see people sick, struggling financially, living in fear, in bad and toxic relationships.
Televíziót néznek, híreket hallgatnak, rossz beszélgetésekben vesznek részt.
They watch television, listen to the news, engage in negative conversations with the wrong friends.
Depressziósak, és arra készülnek, hogy tönkre fog menni az életük.
They are depressed and preparing for how their lives will go wrong.
A legtöbb ember a semmit célozza meg, és el is találja azt.
Most people aim for nothing and hit it.
Gratulálok neked, ha te nem ilyen vagy. Gratulálok, hogy itt vagy ebben a közösségben.
Congratulations to you if you are not like that. Congratulations on being here in this community.
Azáltal töröd szét a korlátaidat, hogy a legjobbat reméled, és várod el az életettől. Cselekedj másként, mint az átlag.
You are breaking your limitations by hoping and expecting the best from your life. You act differently than the average person.
Azt kell elhinned, amit a legmerészebb álmaidban képzelsz el saját magadnak és a gyermekeidnek.
You must believe what you imagine in your wildest dreams for yourself and for your children.
Szükséged van vízióra. Ha még nincs, akkor most szálljunk rá egy percet, hogy legyen.
You need vision. If you don't have one, let's take a minute and get one now.
Képzeld el, hogyan élnél, ha bármit megtehetnél.
Imagine how would you live if you could do anything.
Hová járnának a gyerekeid iskolába?
Where would your children go to school?
Hova utaznál?
Where would you travel?
Hol élnél?
Where would you live?
Kiken segítenél?
Who would you help?
Hány embernek változtatnád meg az életét?
How many people's lives would you change?
Mivel és kikkel töltenéd az értékes idődet?
How and with whom would you spend your precious time?
Mit mondanának rólad az emberek?
What would you want people to say about you?
Milyen életet képzelnél el a családodnak, ha nem lennének korlátaid?
What kind of life would you imagine for your family if you had no limits?
Most figyelj, nincsenek korlátaid. Határtalan lehetőség van a számodra.
Now listen, you have no limits. You have unlimited possibilities.
Az egyetlen, ami engem visszatartott, az a kicsinyes gondolkodásom volt. De vajon téged mi tart vissza?
The only thing that was holding me back was my small, petty thinking. What is it that's holding you back?
Bármit megtehetsz, mert átléped a határaidat. Csodálatos életet élhetsz, mert minden adott hozzá. Annyit kell tenned, hogy így gondolkozol, és így beszélsz.
You can do anything because you can go beyond your limits. You can live a wonderful life because you have everything. All you have to do is think like that, talk like that.
Elkezdhetsz úgy cselekedni és viselkedni, mint az az ember, akit elképzeltél.
You can start to act and behave like the person you've always imagined yourself to be.
Hogyan beszél az az ember, aki a víziódban szerepel? És mit csinál?
How does the person in your vision talk and act?
Hogyan reagálsz, amikor azt hallod, hogy válság jön? Amikor neked panaszkodnak az emberek, hogy megemelkedtek az árak, hogy nincs elég pénzük?
How do you react when you hear that a crisis is coming? When people complain to you that prices have gone up, that they don't have enough money?
Mi a te reakciód erre? A részévé válsz? Hagyod, hogy lehúzzon? Esetleg te is elkezdesz panaszkodni?
What is your reaction to that? Do you become a part of it? Do you let it drag you down? Or do you start complaining too?
Vagy másként gondolkozol, másként reagálsz, és máshogy cselekszel?
Or do you think differently, react differently, and act differently?
Mostantól, ha azt hallod, hogy válság jön, akkor jusson eszedbe, hogy ez neked egy zöld lámpa. Már el is indulhatsz, hiszen óriási lehetőséged van, hogy reményt adj, hogy cselekedj, hogy mesélj a víziódról, hogy mesélj a doteráról.
From now on, if you hear that there is going to be a crisis, remember that it is a green light for you. You have a huge opportunity to give hope, to act, to share your vision, to share doTERRA.
A válság az lehetőség. Óriási lehetőség.
Crisis is an opportunity, a huge opportunity.
Hogy felemelj másokat, hogy inspirálj másokat, hogy meghallják a remény hangját.
To lift others up, to inspire others, to make the voice of hope heard.
Csak szólj a remény hangján. Meg fogod látni, hogy minden megváltozik, mert megváltoztattad az atmoszférát.
Just speak with the voice of hope. You will see that everything will change because you have changed the atmosphere.
Adj másoknak abból, amit van, és még több lesz neked.
Give others what you have and you will have more.
Ne korlátozd magad, hanem gondolkodj és cselekedj úgy, mintha korlátlan forrásokkal rendelkeznél.
Don't limit yourself, but think and act as if you have unlimited resources.
Így behívod az életedbe az áldásokat, és még több embernek leszel áldás.
This way you will invite blessings into your life and become a blessing to more people.
A doTERRA egy megosztáson alapuló vállalkozás. Megosztod, amit van. Olajokat, tapasztalatot, időt, tudást, figyelmet, kedvességet, erőt, bölcsességet, reményt és lehetőséget. Mindazt, amivel gondoskodhat magáról bárki.
doTERRA is a sharing business. You share what you have. Oils, experience, time, knowledge, attention, kindness, hope, opportunity. Everything that anyone needs to take care of themselves and their families.
Minél többet osztod meg, annál gyümölcsözőbb életed lesz. Annál sikeresebb leszel, és így eltűnnek a korlátaid.
The more you share, the more fruitful your life will be. The more successful you will be, and the more your limits will disappear.
Az embereknek nagyon nagy szükségük van arra, hogy innen, amikor kimegyünk, találkozzanak velünk.
When we leave here, people have a real need to meet us.
Legyen valaki, aki reményt ad a számukra. Hitet ébreszt a szívükben, hogy van megoldás a kihívásaikra.
Let's have someone give them hope and inspire faith in their hearts, and that there is a solution to their challenges.
A doTERRA olyan eszközöket ad a kezedbe, amivel valóban segíteni tudsz a körülötted lévő embereken.
doTERRA gives you the tools to really help the people around you.
Meg tudod nyugtatni az aggódó anyákat. Bátorítani tudod a szorongásban élő apákat. Segíteni tudsz a segíteni vágyó szülőknek és gyermekeknek.
You can reassure worried mothers, encourage fathers in distress. You can help parents and children who need help.
Csak tedd fel nekik a kérdést. Valóban megoldást keresel?
Just ask them the question. Are you really looking for a solution?
Szóval, hogyan gondolkodjunk és tekintsünk mi a jövőre?
So, how should we think and look forward toward the future?
Gondolkodjunk és cselekedjünk hálával a szívünkben.
Let us think and act with gratitude in our hearts.
Hálás vagyok, hogy soha nem volt ilyen könnyű észrevenni a helyesen gondolkodó embereket.
I'm thankful that it has never been so easy to spot the people who think right.
Kiszűrni a panaszkodó tömegből a proaktív, megoldásokat kereső, cselekvő embereket.
To filter out from the complaining crowd and find the proactive people who are truly looking for solutions and taking action.
Azok, akik nem a körülményekre, hanem a lehetőségekre tekintenek, most feltűnően mutatják meg magukat.
Those who look not at circumstances, but at opportunities are now strikingly revealing themselves.
Legyünk adakozóak. A nehéz időkben mindig jobban kitűnnek a bőkezű segítő személyek.
Let's be generous. In difficult times, generous helpers always stand out more.
Segíts az embereknek, és meglátod, hogy a hírneved hatással lesz ott is, ahol nem is remélted. Az emberek beszélni fognak rólad, keresni fognak téged, de előtte még meg kell tenned a saját részedet.
Help people, and you will see that your reputation make an impact where you least expected it. People will talk about you and seek you out, but first you have to do your part.
Legyél jó hírnöke a doTERRA-nak.
Be a good messenger for doTERRA.
Csodálatos, hogy a doTERRA a válságban és a válságokra született.
It is wonderful that doTERRA was born in and for crisis.
Egy olyan eszköz, ami felemeli az embereket, és hatalommal ruházza fel azokat, akik nem hárítják a felelősséget.
It is a tool that empowers people and empowers those who don't pass on responsibility.
Boldogok azok, akik használják a biztonságos és hatékony megoldásokat, amit a doTERRA kínál a számukra.
Those of us who use the safe and effective solutions doTERRA offers them are happy.
Nézd csak körül. Látsz itt szomorú embert?
Take a look around. Do you see any sad people here?
Szomorúak vagytok?
Are you sad?
Vidámak vagytok?
Or are you
Akkor hallja,
joyful?
hogy vidámak vagyunk.
Let's hear if you're joyful.
Egyre erőteljesebb és hatékonyabb közösség épül, ami felemeli az embereket.
We are building a more powerful and effective community that lifts up people.
Általad és a melletted ülő által gazdagabbak és értékesebbek vagyunk.
We are richer and more valuable because of you and those sitting next to you.
Hiszem, hogy a te személyes képességeid, a kapcsolataid, a benned lévő potenciál ezrek életére lesz pozitív hatással.
I believe that your personal skills, your connections and the potential you have will positively impact the lives of thousands.
Szerinted hányan vannak körülötted a világban, akik szeretnék most magukat érzelmileg, fizikailag és anyagilag biztonságban érezni?
How many people around you do you think want to feel safe emotionally, physically and financially right now?
Hozz egy bátor döntést, hogy élsz a tehetségeddel, hogy másként reagálsz, másként cselekszel, és megosztod az erőforrásaidat másokkal.
Make a bold decision to live your potential, to respond differently, to act differently, to share others with your resources.
Ha nem a körülményekre figyelsz, hanem elvárod a legjobbat, amit Isten adni akar neked, akkor korlátok nélkül élhetsz.
If you don't focus on your circumstances, but expect the best that God wants to give you, you can live without limits.
Hidd el, és jelentsd is ki, hogy áldott vagy, és menj, legyél áldás mások számára.
Believe and declare that you are blessed, and go and be a blessing to others.
Egy rövid történet neked. Legyetek áldások, így van.
Yes, be a blessing.
Egy rövid történet neked. Valamivel kevesebb, mint 6 évvel ezelőtt néhány ember hozott egy bátor döntést.
A short story for you. A little less than 6 years ago, some people made a courageous decision.
Kockáztattak, és elkezdtek hittel cselekedni. Annyit sem tudtak a doteráról, mint te most. De a vezetők itt olyan hittel és erővel képesek felruházni az embereket, hogy csodák képesek történni.
They took a risk and began to act in faith. They didn't know as much about doTERRA as you do now, but the leaders here have such a faith and strength to empower others that miracles can happen.
Köszönöm, hogy ilyen vezetők vagytok, Andy és Natalie.
Thank you for being such leaders, Natalie and Andy.
A te vezetőid is ilyenek. Itt mindannyian ilyen vezetők ülnek.
Your leaders are like to all of them.
Mára az azóta eltelt körülbelül 5 év alatt több mint 50 000 család ismeri és napi szinten használja az esszenciális olajokat itt Magyarországon.
In the 5 years or so since then, more than 50,000 families know and use essential oil on a daily basis here in Hungary.
A régióban még sokkal többen, és ez még csak a kezdet.
And many more in the region, and this is just the beginning.
Köszönöm a bátraknak, mert nélkülük ma én sem állhatnék itt.
Thank you to the brave ones, because without them I would not be standing here today.
Nem lenne ilyen csodálatos az élete a családomnak, a barátaimnak, és nem érezhetnénk magunkat ilyen biztonságban és reménnyel tele erővel.
My family and friends would not have such a wonderful life. We would not feel so safe now. Our lives would not be so full of hope and strength.
Köszönöm Váci Réka és Kari, Varga Anita, Jenis Péter, Benkovics Norbi és Szobonya Olivér.
Thank you, Réka and Károly Váci, Anita Varga, Peter Janis, Norbi Benkovics and Oliver Szobonya.
Köszönöm, hogy megláttátok, elhittétek, döntöttetek, és elkezdtetek cselekedni.
Thank you for seeing, believing, deciding and start to act.
Azóta csak erősödtünk, és szolgálni szeretnénk téged. A döntéseidet, hogy te is áldás lehess mások számára.
Since then, we have only grown stronger, and we want to share you and your and your decision so that you can be a blessing in the lives of others.
Bárhol ülsz a teremben, esetleg otthon a monitor előtt, tudd, hogy van egy közösség, aki támogatni fog téged.
Wherever you sit in the stadium or at home in the front of your monitor, know that there is a community that will support you.
A világban pedig ezrek vannak, akinek az élete a te bátor döntésed miatt fog megváltozni.
And there are thousands of people in the world whose lives will be changed because of your courageous choices.
Köszönöm a feleségemnek, hogy mindig megerősít, tanít és elképesztő hittel szolgál és szeret engem és másokat.
Thank you to my wife for always strengthening me, teaching me, serving and loving me and others with amazing faith.
Hogy példát mutat a mindennapokban és bölcsességével kihívja belőlem a legjobbat.
For being an example in my everyday life and for bringing out the best in me with her wisdom.
Hálás vagyok neki, hogy átadja nekem a színpadi szereplés lehetőségét, mert ezen kívül nagyjából minden mást ő csinál.
I'm grateful for her for giving me the opportunity to be on the stage, because apart from this, she does pretty much everything else.
Köszönöm a gyerekeimnek, közülük a kisebbik, a Milán itt van, hogy ilyen csodás családi szövetségben az ő áldozatukkal együtt szolgálhatjuk az embereket.
Thank you to my children for such a wonderful family alliance with their sacrifice to serve the people. Our youngest son, Milan, is even here with us today.
Hálás vagyok a vezetőimnek, a csapatomnak, hogy minden nap jobbá válnak, és támogatnak másokat, ami által engem is inspirálnak minden nap.
I'm grateful for my leaders and my team for being better every day and supporting others, which inspires me every day.
Neked pedig köszönöm, hogy itt vagy, hogy velünk tartasz, és együtt széttörjük a korlátokat.
And to you, thank you for being here and for joining us, and together we are breaking the limits.
Köszönöm, hogy meghallgattál, az Isten áldjon.
Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Köszönöm, Oliver. Megtisztelsz, mint mindig.
Maradj.
Köszi.
Thank you so much, András, for this inspiring talk. We couldn't have asked for a better way to set the stage for the one and only Emily Wright. I just wanted to say how grateful we are to get to have this amazing event taking place in our beautiful country. It makes us very proud. We can't wait for you to join us again tomorrow for another outstanding day. Now, without any further ado, founding executive and president Emily Wright. Köszönöm.
Founding executive and president, Emily Wright.
Woo! Everybody stand up! Woo! We need some energy! Yes! I am so excited to come back and share with you a little bit about what I do every day. You can stay standing, you can move, right? It's been a long day, but hasn't it been an amazing day? Yes. I was standing backstage just listening to what András had to share with you, and my heart just opened wide. I'm so aligned with everything that he shared with you, and he is just such a beautiful, beautiful soul. And then to see all these women on the stage, our scientists, I'm like, look at that, they're all women, right? Go girl power. I love it so much. So today is the last day I get to be with you. I have to fly home tomorrow so that I can get home in time for David Sterling's final farewell to everyone on Sunday. And then on Monday, I fly out and have another event in Mexico. But it's been so cup-filling just to be here with you this week. And I'm so, so very grateful for this experience. You have filled me up. And I hope I can leave you with a few words of inspiration today. But as we go in today, the European team wanted me to share with you a little bit about what my daily routine looks like. What do I use every day? I'm like, well, it's a lot. Like, is Europe ready for my daily routine? Right? I use a lot of products every single day because I put a lot on my body and a lot on my mind and a lot on my heart, and I need to make sure that I stay healthy every day. So we start first with our wellness lifestyle. And I think it's really important that all of us understand what it is so that we are living it every single day. We got to hear a lot about this today, right? It's like, how do we keep our bodies safe? How do we keep our bodies free of toxins? How do we eliminate the toxins that are coming into our life? And so I want to talk to you a little bit about what some daily regimens can look like. And this is for me. But I'll share some of my daily practice with you so that you can see maybe what that might look for you. And the beautiful thing about these amazing essential oils is that they are personalized. And something that I had to learn for myself is how to become in tune with my body and with my emotions. So when we go back 25 years ago, when I was first introduced to essential oils, I didn't understand. I was a young mother with 2 children, and I didn't know that I had natural solutions. All I knew at that point was to take the pill or the syrup that the doctor had recommended I give to my children. I didn't know how to listen to them. I didn't know how to understand what was going on with them emotionally, hormonally, physically. And now as a mother, I am truly empowered to know how to nurture and care for my family, how to nurture and care for my own body. And I love that I got a call early this morning, it was midnight in Utah, from my 15-year-old daughter. And she's been off at a basketball tournament, and she's been gone with her team for 4 days and got back. And she has food poisoning. And she was telling me all the horrific effects of her food poisoning, right, of things coming out of both ends of her body. And, and her just like, Mom, what do I do? Like, okay, have you got your digestion, right? And we just stepped her through exactly how to apply it, put it inside your navel, on the reflex points on the bottoms of your feet, told her how to make a peppermint ginger tea to settle her stomach. It's amazing that over the phone, I was able to help my daughter become empowered to take care of her body very, very quickly. And it worked so fast. So by the time I ended the phone call, as I was preparing to come here this morning, she said, I'm okay, Mom. I'm going to bed now. I love that we get to do this every single day. And it's completely changed my life. And as I shared earlier today, or I guess that was yesterday, empowering that next generation, right? Now seeing my 25-year-old daughter teach her young children how to take care of their bodies. It's awesome. So I want to share what my morning routine looks like with you first, okay? So there's a lot. My first thing is I always go to bed making sure that I've got water right next to my bed. So I make sure I'm hydrated before I go to bed. Now, if you have to get up a lot at night, maybe don't hydrate so much right before you go to bed. But for sure, very first thing in the morning, I make sure I'm drinking at least 8 ounces, but for me, I usually push for 20 ounces of water first thing in the morning. And I always add my favorite citrus oils to it. And I have it prepared the night before so that as soon as I rise, that's the first thing I do is I hydrate. The citrus oils are amazing cleansers, but they also help with the cleansing of the cells so that our messages, right, from cell to cell are actually more clear. And so I love that it improves that cell messaging as well so that we get really clear there. But a wonderful, wonderful way to help eliminate those toxins that might be in your body, and knowing that your body is at least 60% water, right? And so making sure that you're staying hydrated so that your organs can function optimally. The next thing I do before I even allow myself to get out of bed every day is I start with an attitude of gratitude. And you can have a journal. You can do it many different ways. For me, because I travel so much, I actually have it right on my phone in the notes section where I have to list 3 things every single day that I'm grateful for. And they have to be different every day, right? You heard Androsh sharing all of his gratitude today. It's amazing when you have an attitude of gratitude, how your whole attitude changes. You can't be angry. You can't be resentful when you are grateful. I also have some favorite oils that I love to apply when I'm going through that attitude of gratitude. So if you can throw my slide back up on the screen so we can take a peek at the oils that I love to use. So when I look at that gratitude practice, there's some awesome oils that I love to use. Obviously, I love, like, frankincense is amazing. Peace is one that really speaks to me. Rose is fantastic because when you use rose over the heart, the more you feel that love of self, but then when you feel love of self, you're able to give love so much more freely. I love bergamot also, the oil of self-love. Osmanthus fits really well in with these oils. But as I go through this gratitude practice, I put these oils over my heart and I breathe them in. And I really ponder, like, where have I seen miracles in my life? And it's a reflection of that past day. When you first start writing those things that you're grateful for, it's really easy, right? I'm grateful for my body. I'm grateful for my health. I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my home, right? You can go through the basic things. But then over time, we say these things have to be different every day. It actually becomes more difficult, and you have to kind of peel back more layers to really, really see what was manifested in your life that day. And it's an amazing practice. I then spend time in prayer, meditation, whatever it is that you do, where I really get sincere in, one, giving thanks for all that I have, but also just taking that time to quiet the mind, quiet the chaos, right? So that you get really clear about who you are becoming, right? You take that time to really focus on the person that you want to become and the steps you need to take in order to become that person. Because it takes work. We are work, right? We're evolving constantly, and it's a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful thing. And as I do this, it's like taking those oils in, peace, balance, right? It's a wonderful way to be able to breathe those oils in and really focus in on that. Vetiver is a really great one just because of all of the sesquiterpenes, the sesquiterpenones that are in that oil. The most complex of all essential oils, over 1,000 different constituents, but it's so grounding. And so that's a wonderful way to put it on your feet and be grounded. I spend time feeding my mind. Right? And these, you don't need to spend a lot of time, right? It can be 5 minutes in each one of these categories, which is totally fine. I take 5 minutes feeding my mind something positive. How are you going to kickstart your day, right? You're going to kickstart your day focused on the positive, right? Feeding your mind, telling your mind that you can accomplish your goals and your dreams, right? That you're capable, that you're worthy. And so whatever that is for you, for me, it's a podcast. It's usually something that I'm listening to, from a religious leader or a motivational speaker or someone, right? This morning for me, it was Oprah and Tony Robbins, right? Those were just the people that I chose to listen to as I was preparing today, just to make sure that I was feeding my mind. And I love to take, Neroli's a really great one, Jasmine, just to be able to open up the mind, cheer, motivate, over the heart, breathing them in, hitting all of the pulse points, making sure your body, your mind, your heart now is open, your mind is open, and you're juiced, you're ready to go, right? So really, really great way to start the day. These are the oils that are my favorites. I don't use them all. I usually choose which one that's speaking to me that day. But the beauty is you get to choose whichever one you want. Right? Doesn't matter. You get to choose whatever one is speaking to you. Have you ever sat and looked at all of your oils in front of you and said, which one do I want today? And it's amazing how one will always call out to you and you know exactly which one that your body's needing. So next, I move my body. Right? So first thing, before anything else can distract me. Because how often have you put on your yoga clothes or your running clothes, right? And you've allowed yourself to get distracted in the day. You sit down to your laptop or you do something for the kids and all of a sudden you're distracted. And at the end of the day, you find that you're still in your yoga clothes, you're still in your running clothes, and you still haven't exercised at all. But yet you feel good, right? Because you still got your clothes on. So it's well, that counts for something. But actually what it tells your soul is you weren't worth the time. You were not a priority today. Everybody else took priority over you. And it sends a really bad message to your soul. But when you say you're worth it and I'm going to do it, right? It's amazing what happens, right? To the whole physical body, to the mind, to the spirit. And so I make sure I'm moving my body. I love to put rose over my heart before I start, right? Again, oil of, right, to tell myself you are loved and you can give love. I love to put balance on the bottom of my feet to get nice and grounded on the back of my neck. Motivate over my heart, on my pulse points. I rub it in my hands. I breathe it in, right, to get myself ready. And then we've got lemon in the water, right? Keeping hydrated throughout the morning. And then if I have any discomfort going on, deep blue stick either before or after or both, right? I'm a runner. I love to run. I do a lot of strength training, so deep blue stick plays really well in my world. And it feels amazing when you're able to move your body, and you get to choose however you do that. It could be a nice walk, right? It could be yoga. It could be hardcore, CrossFit. Whatever it is that you do, just make sure you're moving your body for 20 minutes a day. And then when I come back in, that's when I'm hitting my supplements. Now, I love to take Terrazyme and PB Assist on an empty stomach to make sure I'm breaking down any residue that might be left in my body that hasn't been broken down from the day before. We want to have regular bowel movements, right? We want to keep things flowing. So if you're not pooping at least 3 times a day, you need more Terrazyme and PB Assist in your life, right? My mom would say, I can't believe you said poop from stage, but I just did, right? And it's okay because we have to talk about it, right? We got to keep that chimney clean, right? But I love to take it on an empty stomach. Lifelong Vitality is my saving grace, right? Just to keep me steady, strong. You've got your antioxidants, your polyphenols in there. You've got all of your vitamins and minerals with that glycoprotein matrix that can actually be broken down and assimilated. It's so great. You've got your Z omegas with also your essential oil blend and your astaxanthin, which means it's a powerful antioxidant, right? And also helps. Well, I've noticed when you take it over time, it's also going to help with UV radiation. from sunburns. So it's fantastic to be used that way. I love using Mida 2 Max. This supplement is an unsung hero. It's got all of your adaptogens, your nootropics in there, and so it really helps you kind of adapt with whatever life is throwing at you, but it also creates a really good, just steady energy. It's not like a caffeine where you're going to have a spike and then you're going to crash. It's just steady energy. And the more you use it, the more energy that it actually gives your body. And I love the no crashing thing. For me, at my age, I love the bone nutrient supplement. This is for men or women. I know we've got it in the women's line. Men need it just as much as women, right? We've got the magnesium in there to make sure that it actually can be absorbed. And then we've got the DDR Prime. DDR Prime is just great for good cellular health and cellular repair. So make sure you're nurturing your body, that you have that foundation of health. And then I make sure I eat something healthy in the morning, right? Treat yourself. Be conscientious about what that is so that you're always eating something healthy as you're taking your supplements. And then as I finish this out, right, as I then get ready for my day, get ready to go into the office, I make sure that I am setting my intention. What is it that I want to accomplish today? What is most important to do today? Because it's so easy to get consumed with your day, right? Get so busy. And so what is that intention that you're setting, right? And breathing those oils in and making sure you're really clear. It's amazing when you have the thought and you set it with the oil scent, right? And you breathe that in. It's like next time you smell that oil, it brings that back to your remembrance. Right? It's like kind of when you remember your mom baking cookies when you were young. It's like every time you smell chocolate chip cookies baking, you think about your mom in the kitchen when you were a child, and kind of that same memory response. So that is my morning. So something I also love to do, now I'm getting ready for the shower, right? So I told you it's a lot, right? So you can pick and choose what speaks to you, but I am definitely a product of the product. So I love to dry brush. It's a really great way to exfoliate the skin, takes that top layer of the dead cells off so you can stimulate new cells to form. It stimulates the lymphatic system, right? The whole endocrine system to make sure it's functioning optimally. Helps tighten the skin as well. I love that it'll leave you with a nice smooth skin when you do this over time. So with dry brushing, if you don't know, you're going to take a dry brush. You start at the bottom of your feet, right? And you're going to do feather strokes all the way up. I love to put the oils right on the brush. So Aroma Touch is one of my favorites. I love Geranium and Arbor Vitae as a mix. I love Pink Pepper and Grapefruit as a mix. But you're going to go all the way up your body. You're moving towards the heart, right? So you're making sure you get everything covered, right? And yes, you do it naked and all the way up, right? All the way up to the heart. And then you're going to do the same as you start up your arms all the way up and go to the heart this way. I also do dry brushing. I've got a dry brush for my face, and we'll do that as well. I love to use actually turmeric for my face on the dry brushing. That one's just yummy. And then I hop in the shower because you want to make sure you're washing it off. Wash your dry brush off really good with On Guard soap. Get into the shower. Make sure you're washing all of those dead cells off. And then I've got of course, you can see all the products that I use in the shower. I love to add rosemary and cedarwood into my shampoo to stimulate hair growth. And I love to add myrrh and ylang-ylang to the conditioner to make sure you've got that strong hair, luscious, gives you that nice shine. And then I like to take eucalyptus and just drop it on the bottom of the shower so that you get that nice aroma, so it just opens up all the airways, and it's just super, super stimulating. Then as I get out, it's the beautiful body mist. You have that in Europe, right? You have beautiful body mist here? Yes? Fantastic. I love it. I also love the deodorant. Should I give you a tip on the beautiful body mist? It's also really great romantically with your partner. So just Another little tip there. I didn't say that, but it works great. It's 360 spray. The deodorant, of course. They're like, I can't believe she just said that, right? She's talking about bedroom things and poop, right? Who is this woman? I don't know. They may not let me come back to you. I don't know. But we just got to be real. I love the Solubel all over my face. It's when they say, what is your favorite oil? What can you not live without? In the U.S., it's Immortelle. Here at Solubel, I love to put it on the inside of my ankles, right, to support the female reproductive system. If you have any scarring or stretch marks, it's amazing there. Over the thyroid for extra support, and then on the base of the neck for great cognitive function, and then all over the face. You can't get enough Solubel. It's like the best first aid. It's all of your restorative oils all together. I love the skincare line. The toner works fantastic, not only on the skin, the décolleté, but also the hair, all over. It works so great. I love the Yarrow Palm with the sensitive skin fatty oil blend. They're fantastic. It's so nurturing to the skin for teenagers that might have acne or trouble skin. It works fantastic for that as well. Fantastic. And of course, let's see, what else have I got on there? I can't see the slide. More Immortelle, yes, Solubel all day long, right? Rose is fantastic. And then, of course, our skincare line. I love adding the turmeric. You heard me say I like to use it when I'm dry brushing my face, but also I add it in with the moisturizer. As a powerful antioxidant, it's so, so fantastic for the skin. So there's my morning. Okay, that's just my morning. That's just, as I'm getting ready to go into the office. Now, when I get into the office, I'm not going to take you through my entire day because it gets to be way too much. But for my afternoon pick-me-up, I go, and now Terrazyme and PB Assist is with every meal. Like you never go without Terrazyme and PB Assist, but I turn to Mida 2 Max. Again, we want to have rejuvenated energy, right? Sustainable energy throughout the day. But I also go to frankincense, peppermint, and On Guard. And I make an oil bong. Have any of you made an oil bong? So you make it with your hands, right? You put them in your hands, you rub them together, and then you go like this, and you breathe it in. Yes? Right? It's amazing. As you breathe those oils in, I love the combination of these three because you get that restorative, that grounding effect with frankincense. Peppermint is just opening up all of the airways. It's super energizing. Wild orange, it's just sunny and happy. And so just a beautiful, beautiful combination there. And now I'll go into, I know Dr. Hill came and shared with you his daily routine a few years ago. I don't know. I think I use way more products than Dr. Hill. So now bedtime. For me, at the age that I am, I'll share with you, I'm 48 years old. I need more omegas in my life, right? Because that's kind of the precursor to as your master hormone. And so I actually add more omegas. And so I take 2 extra omegas at night. So I take 4 in the morning, and then I take 2 at night. I take more Terrazyme and PB before I go to bed to make sure we're breaking everything down. If you have a healthy gut, right, you're going to have a happier mind with that gut-brain axis. I love to take time for me late at night. I've worked long hours. I come home and I spend time with my family. And then for me, I just need some downtime before I go to bed just to calm my mind. And so I take an Epsom salt bath. And my favorite combination is Arbor Vitae and geranium. Favorite combination. You get to choose what's best for you, and it's not always Arbor Vitae and geranium, but I feel that this combination is the perfect combo of the feminine and the masculine, and it's just yummy. I love the Yarrow Palm body serum, so put that all over my body, and then of course, like as you're going to bed, like choosing the oils that are calling to you, those peaceful oils. You notice that I have console and also forgive in there. A routine that I like to practice is thinking about who do I need to forgive? What do I need to let go of? Do I need to mourn something with console, right? It's important to mourn, right, to grieve, but then also to be able to let that go. And so that's why I have those two there. Sometimes the forgiveness, and it's usually the case for me, I need to forgive myself. So often we hold ourselves like to this high standard, and we're so hard on ourselves that we didn't get everything done, that we're not perfect enough, that we're not doing enough. And it's like, let that go. Give yourself some grace. Be grateful for who you are and what you've accomplished each day, right? And then, of course, you can choose your diffuser blend as you go to bed. So you have to really ask yourself, are you taking the time to nurture your health? Because if you aren't healthy, then you don't have anything to give other people. But when you are healthy, you have so much more to give, right? You feel amazing. And you're set here, your body's all wired and ready to go. And now, right, it's like, look out world, here I come. And so make sure you take time for you so that you can give more freely to others. So, everyone commit to do that? Yes? I say I could have you here for hours if I went through everything that I do, but that's just a little bit of a snapshot. So, I want to talk about the blessing of Kenya. And notice that it is the blessing of Kenya, not we're just blessing Kenya. They're blessing us with these amazing oils that we source from them. Now, you notice that I've thrown rosemary in there, and that one may have surprised you. So let me tell you a little bit about rosemary. Now, rosemary is sourced from Morocco. So we're very specific about our botanical, we're very specific about the chemotype that we source, and we found it in rosemary in Morocco, the very specific profile that we wanted. However, we know that we can bless many people in Kenya, right? They have fertile soil, they have the perfect growing climate, we have small-scale farmers that are so willing to work, and we really love to bless the people there in Kenya. So as we looked at this and thought, is there a way that we could possibly grow rosemary in Kenya? We wanted to test it out. So we decided to send some starts from Morocco over to Kenya. Well, guess what? They didn't make it. They all died. So we decided to try it again. And so as we sent these starts, right, we took the cuttings and we put them on a truck. And this time we said, we'll only go part of the way. So we sent them to France, took them off to be watered, to be nurtured, to see, what might work. And 70% of the plants had died. So we sent the rest, the 30% that did survive, on to Kenya, made sure they were nice and stabilized. And then, as we got to Kenya, guess what? There were 4 seedlings that survived. Only 4. And they arrived in Kenya, wilted, bruised, and drooping. Right? But we learned something very, very important with these plants, in that when they are stressed, these rosemary plants, their defense mechanism is actually stimulated, and as a result, they produce more oil. So these 4 rosemary plants, right, a little worse for the wear, were full of oil-producing potential. And we knew that if we could get them to recover, that they could propagate new seedlings, right? So this is what we attempted. We took these 4 seedlings, we nurtured them, we watered them, and, right, we wanted to form this foundation of a new cash crop in the region in Kenya that would change lives for generations. But it was only these 4 plants. That's all we had to work with. So these 4 seedlings did grow. And not only did they grow, we were able to take cuttings from these 4 seedlings as they grew, to now we are producing 80,000 seedlings each week. in our partner's nursery in Kenya. Each week, right? So the downline of these 4 seedlings is unbelievable, right? So just last month, the first seedlings were taken from this nursery. They were planted at farms in the Mara and in Mount Kenya and surrounding growing regions. But by the end of the year, you ready? We anticipate that we will be planting 2 million rosemary seedlings, all thanks to these brave seedlings that arrived in Kenya, barely holding on, but determined and supported by a committed doTERRA team, right? So I feel that the story is a parable of what we've all gone through the last 2 years. Do you feel the same? Yeah? Do you feel like maybe you feel like one of those 4 seedlings, a little bit weepy, a little bit droopy, a little bit bruised? So we were thriving. And then things became very difficult. We've had our own challenges. We've felt a lot of pain. There have been a lot of grief, a lot of loss. And I think it's important that we recognize it. But we're here. Not everyone made it through. Not everyone is where they want to be. Right? As you look around you, maybe not all of the team members that you hope were with you are here. Maybe they didn't survive the journey. But I'm telling you that the journey is far from over. This is the beginning of a transformation. And I know your strength. I feel it. With each and every hug that I've had while I've been here, with each and every conversation, the feeling that I have in the room, I know your resiliency. I know your strength. And you've shown it time and time and time again. So, as strong as you are, as determined as you are, as resilient as you are, we are coming through even stronger. We've learned a lot, right? We've learned what we're capable of. We've come to realize what's most important to us in our lives. We've let go of some of the things that maybe we were doing that didn't bring us purpose, that didn't bring us meaning in life. And now we get to have a reset. And we get to set a new purpose. We get to set new dreams. We get to put them in motion. We get to be really clear about what it is that we want to accomplish and the people that we want to do it with. We get to go beyond, right? So, that's right. We're going beyond barriers, right? It's like nothing's going to stand in our way. We get to take them all out of our way. So now when we look at the values of doTERRA, we get really, really passionate about what those values are. We've made decisions in business and in our sourcing that sometimes hurt. But the right way is never the easy way, right? And there are things that we get to learn through that process. So when we look at what the values of doTERRA are, right? So we want to be the legacy, right? We want to be good stewards of the earth and of each other, right? When you look around to your neighbor, are you being a good steward, right? We want to be sure. We want to be pure. We want to make sure that we are cultivating trust in everything that we do. We want to be curious. We want to make sure that we are always improving and becoming better each day. That means we don't have to be perfect, right? It's progress over perfection. Always choose progress over perfection, but be curious. How can we do this differently? How can we do this better? Right? If there's anything we've learned over the last 2 years, is how do we adapt? How do we think creatively, right? How do we innovate? Be empowering, make sure that we're creating this collective, amazing impact, right? We're thinking outside of ourselves. We're thinking about others, because that's where we find happiness, right? It's when we think about other people. And for us internally, we're so committed to being leader-focused. We're so committed to working with our wellness advocates to lock arms with you, to make sure that we can serve you in the very best way that we can. And we're committed to being customer-focused, or customer-obsessed, to make sure we're providing the very best products possible, the very best service possible, to make sure we're taking care of our growers all around the world as well as our employees. This is something that is at the heart of doTERRA. These aren't words on a page for us. We have an employee handbook that we've given to each and every one of our employees. And they are to read this handbook every single day, some part of it, the values, the purpose statement, the mission statement, as we go through what doTERRA stands for, so that they can live it. And it has changed when we see what's happened just at the home office, to see how it has changed people. It's truly been extraordinary. We want to serve with excellence, right, in all that we do. And being doTERRA means that these values are woven into everything that we are and everything that we do, right? Because for us, it's about changing the world, one drop, one person, one community at a time. So I showed you this slide earlier today about tripling our impact. And I just wanted to share this with you again, just to remind you of the impact that we're making. When we talk about bringing these rosemary plants over to Kenya, it's because we want to create a greater impact right there in that country. So for us, over the next 8 years, we are going to be working feverishly with great intention to make sure that we actually hit that number of impacting 10 million lives for the better. And this is only on the sourcing side. This doesn't include our customers. This doesn't include our wellness advocates. This doesn't include our employees and everyone else through the supply chain that is impacted. This is only through the sourcing of our essential oils. It's pretty amazing. So it is. Like, give yourself a huge round of applause, right? That's like truly amazing. So when we talk about impact, what does that mean, right? That means we are empowering people. That means we're improving lives. That means we're serving communities. That means we are making progress, right? Progress means we're taking science to levels we've never seen before. We're making new discoveries that no one has ever even thought about before. That's who we are. We're innovators, right? And we want to continue moving forward. That's what impact means to us. So when we think about some of these goals, I wanted to share a few of them with you, just so you can kind of get a little bit of a feel of what this is for us. So when we think about tripling our goals, we want to make sure we've got 10 million lives impacted, right? We want to make sure that we're doing audit for all of our supply chain. So every single one of our growers, we're actually doing an audit to make sure that they're doing everything right. I was just in an undisclosed location to catch myself as we were going through things with a new oil. And going through that audit is rigorous. And it was amazing to see, as they were checking all of the boxes to make sure we were doing everything absolutely right. We want to make sure we want to be part of stopping human trafficking. That's something that's we're very passionate about through our HOPE model. But also another thing that we want to do is we want to become carbon neutral by 2030. So I think about, we have got customers in 86 different countries, right? 86 countries. That's pretty amazing. 86 countries. 40 of them are represented right here, right? Yeah. So when we go through that, we also have 47 countries that we're sourcing essential oils from. Yes. We've had a manufacturing facility in Utah But as we've looked at that, we actually want to change that. So those of you here know we've actually now put a new manufacturing facility in Cork, Ireland, right? Why was that important? Why was that important to us? Was it just because we could? No. That means now we're actually able to reduce, let's see if they can go through my next click. We're actually able to reduce emissions 5,000 tons per year, right? 5,000 tons per year and counting, right? Which is pretty awesome. So our goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2030 was a bodacious goal. And when Corey and I shared with the team that we wanted to do this, I remember Tim Valentiner's reaction. He's over our sourcing efforts, and he said, we don't even know what our scorecard is yet, Emily and Corey. We don't even know if we can do this by 2030. And you know what our response was? We don't care. We will find out what our scorecard is, and we're doing that right now. We're in the process, and we absolutely will hit this goal by 2030, right? We are absolutely 100% committed to it. Now, we want to be held accountable. That's something that's very important to us. We want you to hold us accountable. We want to hold you accountable because we're in this together. And so we put together what's called an annual impact report. Has anyone seen it yet? If you haven't seen it, get out your phone, right? Scan that QR code because you're going to want to have access to this impact report. There was a lot of effort that went into it. There's a lot of stories that are included in this impact report too, which I love. For me, it's like, tell me the human story. How are we really changing lives? And so you can actually look at that impact report and be able to see exactly where we are, which I'm really excited about. So, everyone got their picture? Okay. You ready to come back to the rosemary plants? You ready for the rest of the story? We can only do this with your help. So many of the rosemary seedlings didn't survive the journey. But the impact that 4 bedraggled rosemary seedlings will have on an entire nation is incomprehensible. That is what it means to be doTERRA, isn't it? If you feel diminished or damaged by the challenges that you faced, I want you to know that your potential is greater today than it was when you started. The challenges you faced have unlocked greatness inside of you. That hidden potential that has been there the whole time has been unlocked. And just like a rosemary seedling, if you can survive the hard moments, you will breathe life into countless lives. And you will create a ripple effect that will never end. And just like those rosemary seedlings, that through that stress, through those difficult moments, they actually became more resilient and produced more essential oil through that stress. That's exactly where you are. So don't worry about what's changed. Don't worry if not everyone's here with you that you wish was here with you. You are here. You chose to be here. You represent those 4 rosemary seedlings. And you are the one who can change this world, who can change your country, who can change your people, who can be the hope that the world so desperately needs, who can create the healing that you want to see around you. But you have to choose in. It's up to you. You have a choice. You can go back home, and you can go back to doing life just as you were before you arrived here today. Or you can choose to live life differently. You can choose to rise up. You can choose to play big. You can choose to dream as big as you can possibly dream. And you put that into motion every single day. It doesn't happen all at once. You're planting the seeds. You're cutting the starts every single day, and you're putting them in the ground until you look back and you're going to see 2 million seedlings behind you that you've given hope to, that you've breathed life into. But it's a choice. And it's a choice that you get to make every day, every moment of every day. It's not easy to play out with courage. It's not easy to be brave. It's a lot easier to sit back and be comfortable. But there is no joy in comfort. I promise you. If you want to live a life that brings you fulfillment, that brings you happiness, then stretch yourself. And I challenge you, before you leave this convention, to be so clear on your intention of what it is that you want to accomplish, what legacy you want to leave behind you. Because I promise you, we're not leaving you alone. We're all in with you. I stand with my partners. We stand with you. We will not leave you alone. Right? There are so many people in this world who have achieved the impossible. Right? Everyone told them it couldn't be done. People told us it was impossible to build a hospital in Sanag, Somaliland. Guess what? We did it. People told us it was impossible to do compact sourcing the way that we do. Guess what? We did it. We continue to prove that things are possible because we believe that they are. So the way that we're going to triple our impact is by believing in the power of the human spirit. And that is what lives in each and every one of you. So I hope that each of you have gone to the dream board, right? And I hope that you have written out your biggest, boldest dream. And if you haven't, then go do it while you're here. I did it. I hope you'll do it too. Because when things change inside of you, when your heart changes, when your mind changes, when you become so clear about where you're going and who you're becoming in the process and who you want to bring along with you, things change around you. And that's when we triple our impact. That's how we help the world heal. Thank you so much, Europe. I love you so very, very much.